Welcome, everyone. Welcome.
What they have been waiting for. It is time. It is time.
The battle of wits.
Tell them what you said about my glasses before we started the show. Tell them.
Yeah, so I said to Matt, I'm like, did you really wear the Mossad glasses to the debate?
And I was like, yes, I did. The little known fact, these are my blue light glasses, right? These are what I wear because I stare at computer screens all day long to keep my old eyes from burning out. Like, it's bad enough I'm losing hair and I got to keep my eyeballs.
Yeah, I'm there with you, man. Maybe I need to get some blue light glasses.
You do.
I'm starting to lose my vision a little bit.
Yeah. Well, you do this long enough, man. You're gonna see everything. Yeah.
That's true. I didn't think I got all these bright lights just blinding me right in my face. I didn't even think about that. So,
right,
guys, we got if you're from my channel, you already know me. So I'll just introduce myself to Matt's channel. My name is Nate, retired Green Beret, just like Matt. A lot of same probably outlooks as Matt. We just disagree on a few things, and that's what we're here to talk about. We probably our audiences probably all already know each other, but I figure why not? Why don't you introduce yourself to my audience as well?
Yeah. So yeah, Matt, same as Nate. You know what I mean? But here's the thing: like we do have a difference of opinion, and when I flick Nate crap over on my channel, or Nate flicks crap at me over on his channel, all of a sudden people think we're enemies. And the funny thing is we're actually what you call men. And I think there's a problem in today's society where people just can't laugh. Like, I shared my thumbnail with you before we went live, and you giggled really hard. Just like that.
It's a good one, dude.
Right.
So I want to set some ground rules for our chats too, because for those of you who don't know, somebody they're saying your audio is low, Matt. A bunch of people in the chat. For those of you who don't know, me and Matt are actually friends, and we just we give each other a lot of shit, and if that comes off as if we're attacking each other, we literally talk about it in the text message right after. So with that in the chats, you got to be respectful to each other. All right. Yeah. Audiences, if you guys start saying like actual disrespectful stuff to Matt, my audience, Jasmine will ban your ass. So that's not what we're here to do.
Yeah,
we're here to have
Jasmine's not going to have that on my channel. I'll tell you that much right now. She ain't going to have that on Speak the Truth. Yeah, and if I'm a little bit too quiet, I did try to bump my gain up, but this is so just so you guys are tracking. This is all streaming through Nate's, and we're doing it through StreamYard. So what I normally have set up and how I stream is a little bit different. So if you guys say I'm okay, I'm okay. But I bumped my gain up a little bit for you guys.
Yeah, you sound good now, at least to me.
All right, man. So what do we want to rant about first? I think the first thing that we are going for here is defining the terms of today's debate.
And I think defining terms and like putting forth what our actual beliefs are. I think that's probably before we can debate, like understanding what we each really think.
Yeah.
That's probably the best thing to do.
Yeah. I got to take them off. This is weird. Yeah. So terms, as far as I go, I think America first is something that I think a lot of people are confused about. I actually posted about it the other day, and I was like, all right, America first, what does this mean to you? And the amount of different responses that I ended up getting in the comment section were ridiculous. Some people are like the straight isolationist mentality that unless everything stays here in the United States of America,
the North Korea angle.
Yeah, right. Yeah, no, like I just want everything here in the United States, doesn't go anywhere else. And then there's lots of people that have various views and beliefs. And when I look at America first, I don't want our money going towards LGBTQ crap, no matter how much it offends you, over inside of Africa, right? And promoting things like that. I'd rather it stay here in the United States. And I also look and I recognize, I say, okay, well, the president of the United States has access to way more intel than I do. And this is an actual whole other conversation that we should probably have on this channel, which is he who controls the information controls America. You know what I mean? So like that, like if you're controlling the intel that's going to the president, you're pretty much driving his decisions, especially Trump. Like Trump's very famous for being, look, I don't know everything. I just hire people to do, which is why when I look at what took place in the White House today, I about crap myself on the Marine Corps' birthday. But when I think of America first, our money is going to helping Americans or protecting Americans. That's it. So you're either pushing our policy abroad, you're taking out the enemies of the United States abroad, or you're helping out Americans here at home. That's it. That's what I think.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this isn't going to be a great debate then, because that's very similar to what I'm about to put forward. So, when I say American first, we were just talking about this before. I do not mean American isolationism at all. The North Korea approach, we got to cut off all ties. That's not what I mean at all. When I say America first or America only, I mean only policies that directly, positively benefit the people of the United States. This is where I think I'm a little bit different than some people. Not the military-industrial complex, not the government, not the tech billionaires. but currently with the state of America, the actual working class people of America. Those policies don't positively affect directly that group of people in America. I don't want anything to do with it. Where I extend that to is I don't want a single dollar sent to any foreign country, and I don't even have anything against Israel specifically. That means Israel, Ukraine, Nigeria, Japan. It doesn't matter to me until the domestic problems in the United States, which I could, we could go over 50 of those.
They're never going to be solved. They're never going to be solved.
Well, that's where I'm going to argue. That's not for me an excuse of, okay, well, they're not going to be solved, so we're just going to send billions of dollars to foreign countries. That's where I would disagree with you.
As long as those billions of dollars are going to protect the United States, our interests and things like that.
Well, right? we're going to disagree on what our interests actually are.
Bingo. That's where it's going to come. That's where it's going to come.
And then on top of that, not a single dollar allowed to be lobbied to our politicians by foreign nations. So that includes our friends at AIPAC.
So, funny story. I was talking with a friend of mine the other day. She actually said, well, it's not my friend. This is actually my girlfriend. She actually brought up and she said, listen, are you aware that people inside AIPAC have dual passports? And I was like, whoa, no. Because if they have dual passports, you're not lobbying. Like, who's to say what country you're actually lobbying on the side of? Because also, AIPAC not registering under a FARA, you're not a foreign agent, so you're not registering because you're an American company, right? But the moment you hold a dual passport, all of a sudden, now we have problems, in my opinion. Same thing with people like, I don't think anybody should be allowed to run for Congress. I don't think anybody should be allowed to run for any political office in this country if they hold a dual passport.
I agree. 100% agree with that. I honestly, and I take it a step further, Matt, I don't think anyone should be allowed to be an American citizen with dual citizenship.
I agree with that statement.
If you want to be an American and you want to live in the greatest country in the world, then you say, I'm all in on America and I renounce my citizenship to India or Bangladesh or Pakistan, wherever the fuck you came from, because you want to live here. That's where I would take it a step further.
And I also hate people identifying as dual things. Like, I'm sorry, you're not Indian American. You are not Pakistani American. You are not African American. You are not anything American. You're either American or you're something else. Because the moment you start putting another identifier up over in front of it, you've got other problems. You're not American. And that's one of the dang things that's driving this country in half. Personally, I think.
Yeah, I agree. Because again, what you're saying is you're basically fracturing all of the culture into a bunch of subcultures. And then we don't have common values as Americans. And that's like it used to be back in, the early 1900s and 2000s, 1900s. When you came to this country, you assimilated. And it was, you were proud to be an American. It wasn't, I'm going to move here from Italy and then not try to be an American. I think to your point, that's actually where a lot of the problems are coming, especially from Latin America, India, China, countries like that. I think for me, that's a bigger problem than some of the other things going on in the world.
And I also think a pipeline to being an American citizen ought to be like, if you're going to serve in the military, because we have people that serve in the military that are not U.S. citizens officially. I think if that's the case and you want a pathway to being an American citizenship,
I love that. Yep.
The Americans should absolutely allow that to happen. We should have, I hate to call it an indoctrination class, but we should have an indoctrination class.
Agreed.
And they should automatically get it at the completion of their term of service. Period. End of discussion. That needs to happen. And if they end up going and starting to get it for like different security clearances, great. Grant them their freaking citizenship. Make sure you do proper background checks. If they don't pass a background check, then they probably shouldn't be a freaking citizen anyways. Right. So
no, I agree. I'm on board with that. I've always talked about, I love the idea of you want to be an American citizen, you want to serve the country and you fight alongside guys like me and Matt and our brothers, then fucking you deserve it, man.
More power to you. And I also don't, like the women serving in the military thing is a whole different ballgame for me. I don't believe
that's a whole nother conversation.
But that's a whole other conversation. Yeah. Like I have had my life saved by a female service member. I actually had to sit down and think about this. Like I did, had a female dog handler that found a freaking IED. I walked right past it.
Yeah. It's so nuanced because I'm a very hardcore women don't need to be in combat. However, we do have our CSTs, we do have dog handlers, we do have women that were on the ground when we were there. But here's the thing though, is they weren't at the front of the element, right? They were always with the C2 node or things like that. But anyway, we're gonna spiral out of control if we go down that road.
Don't make me go off on the FET teams, brother. Don't make me do it because I'll do it. Freaking social engineer. All right, so where do we want to start tonight? Do we want to start with the big elephant in the room?
Yeah,
and I'm not talking about my nose. A lot of people think I'm Jewish because I have a big nose, but it's not the case. I am American through and through.
Yeah, let's get our stances on Israel.
Okay.
first.
Where would you like me to begin?
First, do you think Israel is our ally?
Yes, I do. I think, and I know there's a lot of, people will bring up different intelligence collections and stealing of secrets and things like that. During Bush's presidency in 2007, we ended up having a couple Mossad agents get caught over inside of the UK posing as CIA officers that were recruiting terrorists from over inside of Iran, things like that. Like, we know those things from like open records requests, right? But the US government does the same thing, and everybody collects intel on everybody. So I don't think that is a very good excuse to say they're not our ally, because we all do it. So
let me give you a better reason to say they're not our ally, Matt, and that's because it's an objective fact. Okay, most people don't know this, and you might learn something here today too. Even Ian Carroll, the goat of exposing Israel, didn't know this until I told him. Everybody at home can Google this as well. There is no formal alliance treaty between the United States of Israel, and never has been in history. Go ahead and Google that, right? So we aren't allies. The best that we have is what we would call a strategic partnership, right? So Matt, you already know this because you're well educated, but my point is this. If we really were allies, and again, we're sending them billions and billions of dollars in military aid and all these different things. If we really were allies, now, wouldn't we want them to be our ally in the event that, I don't know, we went to a 20-year war in the Middle East that they didn't decide to participate in, and they didn't have to participate in because there's no defense treaty. So they're not our ally, in my opinion. It's not my opinion. They're not our ally.
They're not. They are, like you said, strategic partnership. And I kind of look at it like a common law marriage, in my opinion. But I also kind of, a lot of people look and say that like Israel is somehow controlling the United States of America, which I don't believe. And I could point to several different like data points that says and shows and proves that Israel doesn't control America. But I think no, I don't think Israel controls America.
You think Israel has no control over our politicians through AIPAC or anything like that?
Correct. We can get into that in just a sec.
I think a bold take.
It is a bold take. It is a bold take, and I can back it up with.
It's objectively not true, but I mean,
I can back it up with some facts, my friend. So, but when we start talking and we say, okay, they're a strategic partner, we can look at that as almost like a common law marriage that goes into it, and we are a massive part of NATO, right? Turkey's right behind us. Turkey is a NATO partner. I don't agree with 99% of the things that Turkey's doing, and I don't trust Turkey as far as I can throw them. So I don't think being an ally or being anything, even with a defense pact, somehow makes them some sort of worthy opponent towards us, right?
Agreed. I don't think we should send them any money either.
Right. So here's my take on the money. I look at it from an investment standpoint, and I say, what is our ROI? What is our return on it?
Yeah, let's talk about return on investment and what we've given Israel. Let's talk about that.
Right. I love this. Yeah. I could talk about our ROI, our return on investment. Right. We could look at Hezbollah right now and how Hezbollah is standing. Hezbollah, enemy of the United States of America? Yes or no, Nate?
Currently, right now, inside of America. Or are they
are they an enemy of the United States of America? Yay or nay? Because as far as our national policy is concerned, they are on the list of FTOs. They are an enemy of the United States.
Sure, yeah, they're way down the list of threats. I don't remember the last terrorist attack carried out on American soil by Hezbollah. So,
they are pretty far down on the list of threat. They are pretty far down on the list of threats, right? They also working hand in hand with the IRGC, and they were working hand in hand with Russia, and they were working hand in hand with Russia. Right.
China.
So Russia and Hezbollah working hand in hand together. And I think Russia and the IRGC are using Hezbollah as kind of their puppet to soak up a lot of American money, firepower, things of that nature. Russia's using it for their like strategic world stage, if you will, for everything that's taking place.
So that's a good point. Let's talk about ROIs, right?
So when I use ROI and Hezbollah in particular, particularly when it goes to thwarting the Russia threat to China, Iran, and everything else, we have Hezbollah that's been decimated over the last year. Right. So within about the last year,
which is good for Israel.
It's good for Israel. It's also good for the United States and our international policy as a whole when it goes down to Russia, China, Iran, and entire control over the Middle East.
Why is Iran such a threat to the United States currently?
Iran in general, if we take a look at Iran and we say, okay, what has Iran been up to? They've been projecting themselves across the Middle East through all of their little different proxy forces.
How did they get there?
I got you. So particularly over inside of Yemen as well. I think we got there from people wanting to back off and not calling Islamic terror what it is.
False.
Right now,
Exactly
I think we backed off of them. That's why they've got a foothold over inside of Yemen. That's why the Houthis were able to shut down the Red Sea. That's why the EU lost hundreds of billions of dollars just from that shipping lane being shut down in the Red Sea. And Russia's been able to truck their oil right through the Suez Canal through Egypt and go start offloading all their oil and everything over inside of India and everything else to continue to fund that war. And I think that within itself affects the U.S. economy and protecting the U.S. dollar, which is why Donald Trump said it. If you go after the U.S. dollar, you're going to war with the United States of America, because them affecting the EU to that extent, them affecting that trade route directly impacts inflation here in the United States of America through the EU, through international trade, through everything that we're doing. So just protect the U.S. dollar and U.S. citizens to get more people off SNAP and EBT. I don't think you like a lot of people on SNAP and EBT, right? Wouldn't it be nice for some of those costs to go down? Well, that sucker needs to get reopened.
Yeah, I think you're talking about now Iran has a lot of access and control over the region. And I said, how did we get here? We didn't get here by us backing off on this. We got here because the same way we did with everything post 9/11, when we were supposed to go and just invade Afghanistan and find Osama bin Laden, if we believed the official narrative. But what did we do instead? Right?
Nation building, buddy. And I'm with you on this one.
And why did we do it? Because of a thing called the clean break strategy developed in 1996 by Israel, given to Benjamin Netanyahu, who he brought to Americans Congress in 2002 as he sat before the U.S. Congress and convinced us all that Saddam Hussein has weapons of mass destruction and we must invade, but not just invade.
It wasn't
Iraq,
just him.
Also,
you can't just blame
six
it on
other
Netanyahu.
countries. I'm not done. Six other countries, including who?
Well,
Syria,
UK was a huge part of it.
Libya,
Syria,
Lebanon,
Libya,
Sudan, Somalia, and who's the only country that we haven't invaded on behalf of Israel from that 7 countries in the clean break strategy? Iran, the one country that we're still talking about invading, because yes, Israel needs us to take down Iran, not because it's the best thing for the United States, but so that they can be the hegemonic superpower in the region, which we've knocked out 6 of the others. The big one, of course, was Saddam Hussein, who we know the reason why Iran is as powerful as they are now is because Saddam Hussein was removed as the hegemonic superpower, and he kept Iran and most of the Muslim Brotherhood in check, right, by constantly fucking with Iran and invading Iran. That's why Iran's so powerful, because Israel convinced us to move in and destabilize and overthrow all of those countries' governments, which did what else? Created also the massive refugee crisis that's overloading the UK, Canada, and starting to infiltrate America, all on behalf of our greatest ally. So no, when you talk about return on investment, I'm not sure when I look at the Middle East where that ROI actually is, because what I see is we spent trillions and trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars to completely destabilize an entire region of the world, created the Islamic extremist problem ourselves, because we can go back to before the formation of Israel as a state, and we had great relationships with everyone in the Middle East. In the West.
Well,
that is
first of all, the Islamic extremist problem happened way before. And you rambled off a bunch of stuff that I got to address. But the Islamic extremist problem happened way before we went into the Middle East in the early 2000s.
So you're gonna say any
90s,
of the things I just said are objectively false?
So that what I'm bringing up as you go into it. So what you would be saying is that Israel and Netanyahu and his magical Jewish power managed to go into the White House and convince everybody that we needed to send all of our freaking troops into Iraq. And by the way, NATO partners as well to go in there and make that happen. Well, he did go in there and he did petition, but we also had our own congressmen. We had our own U.S. representatives. We even had people from the U.K. go in and try to convince the American people.
AIPAC.
You're saying that, right? So if you
I'm not saying it, we can look at AIPAC.
AIPAC ends up buying off the UK.
That 428 out of 426 politicians currently take money from AIPAC?
Right. And how many countries around the world take money from the United States of America? And how many of those countries are currently doing the United States bidding? How much money have we given to Venezuela? How much money have we given to Israel? How much money have we given to Iraq? How much money are we currently supplying to the Taliban over inside of Afghanistan? So it's just simply bringing up money and stating that because they give us money, somehow that directs our policy.
Yeah, but,
I think is a very false premise.
Hold on. No, it's not. How much money
is... It's very shallow-sighted.
No, it's not. How much money is the Taliban giving our U.S. politicians?
Bring it over. They don't give us a dime. As a matter of fact, what we're actually giving back to the Taliban is money that we seized from them. But
No,
what
I'm
we
talking
are
about
getting
money to politicians that you just said, oh, Israel didn't have it. They didn't do anything to get us into the global war on terror.
what money are
false.
we? So what I would end up saying is us pulling out of Afghanistan prematurely, in my opinion, is 100% on the fault of Joe Biden. I do agree that we should have pulled out of there a hell of a long time ago. We should have gone in and killed Osama bin Laden and just got the hell out of there, right? Like knocked out Al-Qaeda. We had 2 goals, knocking out Al-Qaeda and knocking out Osama bin Laden. We accomplished those things in 2009. We had less than 50 Al-Qaeda operatives currently that were operating inside of Afghanistan. And after what year did we kill UBL? 2010? 2011? 2011. So when we killed UBL in 2011, that should have been that. Right? We should have stopped and we should have started pulling our butts out of there and let Afghanistan duke it out because, as you know, and I know, and I think everybody that served on the ground over there, we all had stated for the longest time, Afghanistan and the Taliban are essentially going to have some sort of representation within the government. But our politicians and those other knuckleheads, whoever these freaking decision makers are, didn't like that answer and they didn't want to see it happen. And what we ended up having to do was started to work with the Taliban in order to start like battling people like ISIS and make stuff like that happen. And it's really
and where did ISIS come from?
But I would tell you that in my
where did
opinion,
ISIS come from, Matt?
ISIS ended up coming out of Syria with al-Baghdadi. Al-Baghdadi was fighting over inside of Al-Qaeda. Osama bin Laden.
Where else?
Al-Baghdadi.
Where did it really come from in Iraq, right?
AQI. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. AQI
Countries
inside of Iraq. Hold on. AQI in Iraq. AQI in Iraq. Bin Laden kicked out Baghdadi. Bin Laden kicked out Baghdadi. I agree. And I think everybody agrees that going into Iraq is a horrible place. But you can't sit here. Hold on. We had U.S. politicians. Hold on. We had U.S. politicians. I haven't even addressed Afghanistan. We had U.S. politicians that all agreed.
There was nothing in my discussion about Afghanistan.
We did. You mentioned Afghanistan. You brought up how much money are we giving Afghanistan? How much money is Afghanistan giving us? You said how much money is the Taliban giving us? But I haven't. Well, because you've stated 20 points. I got to start somewhere, Nate. Will you let me start somewhere? Because you had rattled off 20 different things. I'm not trying to pivot. Which one do you want me to address first?
I talked about the entire ROI and destabilization
of the entire ROI for the destabilization. And then you said we're not going to agree on this premise because hold on. We're not. You want me to talk about the ROI, and you brought up, instead of me addressing Hezbollah, you pivoted off Hezbollah. And instead of addressing that and how it's actually good for the United States of America to get rid of Hezbollah because it does help get rid of Russian influence, it does get rid of Iranian influence. But then you brought up the original problem, which in your opinion was us going into Iraq. And you and I are going to agree on that for destabilizing a lot of the Middle East. Where I disagree with you is that somehow Israel and its magical Jewish power ended up coming down with a magical space laser and changing the brains of every U.S. politician to go into Iraq. That's simply not what happened.
Netanyahu sitting before Congress in 2002?
There's tons of clips of tons of people talking in Congress before we went into Iraq in March of 2003. And there's lots of people debating it on both sides of the aisle. They didn't convince America unanimously across the board to make it happen. A lot of people didn't want to, and a lot of people wanted to. And we had our own U.S. intelligence, and we had intelligence coming in from UK. Right? People that we're going to value even more because they're actually going to be fighting by our side. So there was a lot of people that had their freaking fingers in the pudding on this one, and it wasn't just Israel. So to state that it was clearly Israel that convinced us is literally
in the clean break strategy, and we did it. We did the clean break strategy.
Okay, so clean break strategy. How much did we change our insurgency doctrine over time? Constantly. We constantly changed it. Our coin doctrine changed constantly over time. So him coming up with coin doctrine, now I can sit here and I can state that what's taking place over inside of Gaza right now, they're now piggybacking off of our doctrine over inside of Gaza, and the U.S. is directing policy over inside of Gaza, and Biden tried directing it even inside the West Bank. And so Israel is not directly influencing everything that the United States government does. All you can say is that AIPAC provides money and that somehow Netanyahu convinced our entire Congress to make it happen. That's one of the most ridiculous statements that I can ever think of.
The clean break strategy, that's exactly what it was. And it was put forward to George W. Bush after 9/11. And we went down the line and did it.
Okay. Now, did we change and develop our own doctrine? Who developed that doctrine?
I'm not talking about
our coin doctrine and our policy. Hold on.
Decisions to invade all these countries,
and it lasted over 20 years.
It's not debatable. It's objective fact.
It lasted over 20 years. We adjusted ourselves over time, and we didn't have a clean break in Afghanistan, and we still really don't even have a clean break over inside of Iraq.
Part of the clean break strategy,
and we still don't even have a clean break over inside of Iraq. Well, you're saying that's what's directing our policy.
That's what directed
us
invading those countries. Yes,
did we have a clean break over in Iraq?
And that's according to Judge George Bush.
Do you think we had a clean break in Iraq?
Well, considering we haven't left yet, no.
No, we haven't had a clean break in Iraq. Are we still technically at war over there?
Yes, sure. That has nothing to do with you trying.
Same thing over in Syria. I'm not trying to steer anyway. Yes, you are trying to convince everybody here that Israel. I didn't say they had no influence. I'm recognizing the fact that Netanyahu spoke. What you are trying to say is that Netanyahu on himself, no other intelligence, no other anything, ended up convincing America that we had to go into Iraq. How do you get to that level with all of the other intel that went into that? You're acting like nobody else in this world brought forward intel. Nobody. And you're leaning hard on clean break strategy and Bush. Great. But where is your whole freaking, you know who else brought that up? The UK.
Yeah, Tony Blair, who conveniently is in charge of what right now, Matt?
I don't even remember what
Tony Blair's doing
right now.
You don't know what he's doing.
I don't remember Tony Blair right now. I've actually backed off Israel for the last 2 to 3 months. What's he doing in Gaza?
He's running the Great Trust in Gaza right now.
Okay,
Matt.
Great.
What do you mean? Okay,
awesome.
Great. That's the entire. That's literally what is going to happen to Gaza, right? The Great Trust with Saudi Arabia and America and the UK and the UAE, which they're going to come in now and develop Gaza into a shining billionaire resort, right? Tony Blair is running.
That's not going to turn into a shiny billionaire resort. That's freaking absurd. That's
literally.
That is,
you can literally
hyperbole. You are taking people. That's like saying that because that's like saying because I ended up and Trump said he's going to build beautiful hotels and it's going to be a beautiful resort.
No,
come on, let's be freaking real. Let's be freaking real. Let's be freaking real. Bring it up. Let's be freaking real. Let's be absolutely. Hold on, and we have to be absolutely real about what it actually is. It's going to happen because not a single person, not even Egypt, is willing to take in women and children from Gaza. And that mentality that they have over there, for you to sit back and think that somehow this is going to turn into a beautiful freaking resort and they're going to dump the radical ideology is freaking insane. It's freaking insane. It's money. It's policy, doing stupid shit and blowing taxpayer money. That's exactly what it is.
What are you talking? This is literally Jared Kushner's plan.
I am not debating whose plan it is or what it is. I'm talking common sense application. I'm talking common sense application. That's literally what I'm talking about. Are you going to take your family on a vacation to Gaza because Trump said he's building a hotel and Tony Blair's leading it?
I mean, you guys can just Google the Great Trust.
Who in their right mind is going to do that, Nate? Let's be honest. And let's take a look at the actual common hard facts of Gaza when you look at it.
Why is UAE, Saudi Arabia, the Kushners, UK all investing billions of dollars in Gaza?
Because they're blowing money. Nate, because this is the problem with crooked politicians, and this is why we defined America first. You and I agree that nation building over inside of Gaza isn't putting America first. So this isn't even up for debate. I don't like people blowing money, wasting all of that taxpayer money over inside of that area. I'm not sitting here trying to defend that and say that's a great idea. What I sat here,
investments from Saudi Arabia and the UAE,
right? Investments, right? So what I am stating,
my tax dollars aren't paying for that.
Right? I'm sure it's not. Your tax dollars went to dropping bombs over there.
Well, maybe
we didn't go drop bombs for Saudi Arabia. Hold on, we didn't drop bombs so Saudi Arabia can go over there and do that. We didn't give them bombs. We didn't protect Israel so Saudi Arabia can go over and try to eject more of their influence. I think that's the whole reason Jelani was inside the White House today. I disagree with you tenfold that it was sheerly Israel and nothing else that convinced us to go into Iraq. That is absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd.
I mean, you could say, okay, maybe there was some other intel, the primary reason, and
some other intel
by our own Pentagon, by George Bush, by Colin Powell, everyone has been admitted to, yes, it was due to the clean break strategy. That's why we invaded all of those countries. And the clean break strategy was given to us by Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. That is objective fact. That's historical fact.
So I'm bringing this up right now to name all of these different countries that ended up having it. Let's see here. We have tons of different countries that are going in. Intelligence agencies, Germany, France, Great Britain, Russia, China, and Egypt. All of them. And you have tiny little Israel that you're trying to put it in because they gave a strategy to which we didn't have one for, and that we decided it was a good idea to follow.
So when you bring Israel,
So when you bring up, hold on, no, Nate, stop. Germany, France, Great Britain, Germany, France, Great Britain, Germany. No, it's what's intellectually dishonest is trying to state that Israel convinced everybody. Germany, France, Great Britain, Russia, China, and Egypt. Germany, France, Great Britain, Russia, China, Egypt. All of them believed that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction. And this is all intel sharing that ended up going into it. And so it wasn't just Israel that had it. It wasn't Netanyahu that went before the United States government and claimed that for some ungodly reason, we're going to ignore every other country on this planet that has intelligence agencies, but we're going to trust in Israel. Do I think that they hold a little bit more weight for their distance to Iraq and how they have their fingers in everything? They have an amazing intel agency. You can't debate that. They have an amazing intel agency. Yeah, we're going to put some weight on it. But we're not just going to solely go off of what Israel. They do. They have an amazing intel agency.
God,
Nate, they literally put explosives inside of pagers. Yes, they do have a good intel agency.
Their intel is, and that's why
you can't state that they don't have a bad intel agency. But at this, don't spin off topic. Don't spin off topic. You are saying that it was only Israel that convinced the United States to go in there. Israel is the reason we went in there because they gave us a strategy. That's absurd. You're ignoring all of these other world players that ended up bringing forward the information as well. But it was Israel that sealed the deal. That's your take.
Can I talk now?
Sure.
Okay, great. So first of all, let's talk about that. Little Israel is the most intellectually dishonest shit in the world. Like, oh, Israel's only influence over the world is just in their little country. That's not where Israel's power and influence comes from. It comes from the Jewish people being spread out across the entire world because we all know their history, and them having tons of power and influence, and so do other foreign countries as well. But the American power and influence does not come from Israel. It comes from Jewish people in America who have ties and are obviously putting forth money, strategy, all those things, and all around the world back to Israel. So we can't pretend like Israel's this tiny little poor country, right, that doesn't have any support or any money around the world. No, that's not how any of this works. And there's other countries like Qatar that do the exact same thing. I'm not going to disagree with you on that. But my point is not that there wasn't other countries involved in this. My point is the actual doctrine strategy that was brought to the Pentagon that has been admitted to by everyone at the Pentagon, including George Bush and Colin Powell, is a strategy brought to the United States from Israel and Bibi Netanyahu. That is true. And to the point of after 9/11, when you talk about how this all really happened with who's at fault and what's causing the let's say, death to America in the Middle East, after 9/11, do you know what Colin Powell said to George Bush? Okay. He said, you have to, and this is important because we went in and destabilized all these countries on behalf of this country. You have to come with a two-state solution immediately. George Bush was going to force through a two-state solution in Israel. And do you know why he decided not to? Because he was told by AIPAC that if he did it, he would never see a second term.
Okay. Are you ready now?
So if you're trying to tell me that
Can I talk now? Are you ready?
I got 20 seconds and we're back to you.
Oh, do we have a clock?
I mean, you've talked for probably 90% of this.
Oh, bullshit.
No, so
it's
my
fun,
point
but
is,
no, keep going. I love you. Keep going.
You trying to say that Israel has no influence over the decisions being made by America or our politicians or our presidents or before the global war on terror. That's just not true. It's fundamentally ridiculous.
Okay, so
we know the evidence is there. We can listen to the people involved talk and tell us why they did what they did.
Who wrote the clean break policy?
By name? It was, I don't know by name, but it was a group of people in Israel that wrote it in 1996 and gave it to Bibi Netanyahu when he was going to take power. But actually by name, I'd have to look that up.
Like, do you think that they were Americans or Israeli?
Probably Jewish Americans, if I had to guess.
All right, so there's one that was actually on there. All right, one. Out of the 5 people that authored it, one was Israeli-born, but U.S.-based in academia. The other ones, Richard, Douglas, David, and Charles, are all Americans. So 4
Jewish
out
Americans,
of the 5 are straight Americans. They're Americans.
That's exactly what I just said. The power of Israel is.
Chairman for U.S. Defense Policy Board 2001 to 2003, Richard Perel.
It's exactly what I just said. The power of Israel is.
Undersecretary of Defense for Policy,
Jewish Americans. Thank you. You're proving my point. I appreciate it.
So as we get going and we go, I said there's one on there. I gave you one.
That's good.
Charles Fairbanks
American
Jr.
Zionists.
and
Got
James
it. Yep.
Colbert, policy analysts for defense strategy. So we have all sorts of people from top American positions,
Which I just said.
Americans, not Netanyahu, Americans,
Yeah, you proved my
Americans.
point. I like that.
Americans. They're Americans. And I agree with
Yeah,
you
I
on the
just
dual
made the argument
citizenship
that
aspect and
Israel's
so on
power
and so
doesn't
forth.
come just from Israel. It comes from Jewish Americans in America. So you're proving my point.
That's not
That's where
it.
all this influence comes from.
That's not it. That's not it. That's not Israel. Those are Americans. And so if your argument
That's like
is
saying
with
Ben
Americans,
Shapiro,
no.
Ben Shapiro
If your
has nothing
argument
to
is
do
with
Israel
Americans,
because he's an American.
that's not what I said. If your argument is Americans, then your argument needs to go towards U.S. policy. If you don't want Jewish Americans, hold on. If you don't want Jewish Americans directing policy in the United States, then you should probably put policy that way. Do we have Muslims who are U.S. citizens? Yes, we do. Do we have Christians that are U.S. citizens? Yes, we do. Do we have Jews that are U.S. citizens? Yes, we do. Do we have Hindus? Yeah. Do we have all sorts of people here in the United States of America? And to simply sit back and state that there's Jews that are running our country. Well, what you said was that it was Netanyahu that ended up doing that. It was an Israeli deal. That it was an Israeli deal. And here we have Americans that are directing it. The literal primary source of everything that you shoved down people's throat for the last 15 minutes.
Yeah,
American authors.
American Jews.
Primarily penned by American authors
And
that
Israelis.
did go over there in order to do
And
so.
then brought forth to Congress by Benjamin Netanyahu. Correct?
When was the policy adopted in the United States? 96 is when it ended up getting penned, and then Netanyahu is like, "Look, use this because it'll work."
There you go.
Okay, so Netanyahu says, "Use this so it'll work."
We're in agreement on that.
But we also had the chairman for the U.S. Secretary or U.S. Defense Policy Board at the time, Undersecretary of Defense for Policy. We had all of these people that were currently serving at that time that penned it. So there was a hell of a lot more that ended up going into it. Now I have no doubt that you ended up having backdoor politics and I have no doubt that we ended up having backdoor politics that went into it. But that was a U.S. written deal. United States of America wrote it.
And Israel.
United States of America wrote it. Israeli-born, U.S.-based academia. I mean, I could look up this person to tell you whether or not he's an Israeli citizen.
U.S.-based. Oh, okay.
Again, I will agree with you on that when we look at it. And I can even give you one and say it's for the other side, but then you have four others that are on top of it.
That's what AIPAC is, bud.
Then you have four others that are on top of it. And I already agree with you that we shouldn't have dual passport citizens holding. But to sit and state that it was Netanyahu that wrote it, and Netanyahu that did it, and Netanyahu that shoved it down everybody's throats,
I never said
that it was an Israeli policy, that's not. It's literally an American paper. It's literally
you just said
American.
An Israeli-born American paper. That's like saying, Israeli-born people in America that run AIPAC. Yeah, they're not acting in the interest of Israel. It's just America, right, Matt?
So again, when we bring it back, I don't believe that. That would be dishonest of me to say that. And that is why I believe, I don't even know why you're trying to argue with me as if it's not a thing. I don't think that we should have people doing it. But when you have Americans that are writing papers and yet you blame it on Israel, it's completely and totally nuts. Especially when you start ignoring 1 out of 5 that were on it. And when you start stating things like, okay, what were all the countries I ended up naming? I'll have to go back and check my notes here. I know Germany, France, the UK, Egypt, all of these different world frickin' players that all thought that Iraq had weapons of mass destruction, right? All of them.
Yeah, why did
you're trying to state that it was Israel that ended up shoving that down America's throat, and it was solely Israel that convinced it when you had an entire world at the time that was convinced that that was the case. And our policy moving forward into Iraq, dude, they didn't know their asses from a hole in the ground. America was so dumbfounded we went in there. You can bring up clean break doctrine all you want, but we were so screwed up when we went in there. We weren't even prepared for the WMDs that we ended up finding, all of the chemical weapons and stuff. We had 2 different sites inside of Iraq for the destruction of chemical weapons. 2. That's it. And our EOD guys are trying to truck back and forth to these different locations just in order to blow up all these different chemical weapons and shit. A lot of them get hidden over inside the Syrian desert, blah, 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 blah. Right? America was not prepared for what they had stepped into. And we didn't even think what we were going to do with the country after Saddam Hussein hung by his little neck. We didn't have any of that shit figured out when we went in there, and we were just flying by the seat of our pants. It's abhorrent. It's stupid. I blame the leaders of the United States of America, not Israel, for that. I'm a grown-ass man, If somebody comes up to me and says, hey, this is a good idea, you should probably do this, and I don't do my own due diligence, whose fault is that?
It's going to be, that's not how it works in politics, because when
it's
somebody
exactly
pays for your campaign,
how it works.
You have to do what they say. That's how politics works.
No, that's not how it works. I mean, partially, yes. Okay,
or
so you know what? Let me put it here.
That's exactly
so
what APAC
I will go with you on that one if you don't do it. It's not just APAC; it's all of them.
Know.
I got asked to run. I got asked to run for government down inside Texas 2 times.
I got asked to run for Congress,
and I told them absolutely not. It was Republican parties that are coming in and they want you, hey, go over here. We want you to take over this district. We want you to do this. Okay, great. Well, these are the things I believe in. No, you can't do that. Okay, well, I'm not effing doing it. And so when we look and we start holding people accountable, the Americans accountable for their stupid decisions and their stupid actions, that's on them. It's, again, like me, and I simplify it all the way down. If somebody gives me information, I choose not to do my own due diligence, or I do my due diligence, but I still own it as a man.
Okay, well, U.S.
I own that shit. I don't turn around and I don't blame somebody else. Neither do you. You're sitting here trying to blame Israel for stupid American decisions.
You're trying to tell us that Israel had no influence.
I'm telling you, it's America's fault. I'm telling you, America did it. I didn't say Israel didn't have any influence. I admitted to the influence. But I'm putting it into perspective of the amount of countries around the world that had that influence. What you're trying to say is it's solely Israel or it's majority-based Israel that goes into it, and we're taking the blame away from U.S. politicians.
Now you're putting words in my mouth. I didn't say solely Israel. I said Israel brought forth the strategy. Benjamin Netanyahu gave it to our politicians and the Pentagon, and we carried it out.
Okay, so
that's true.
Netanyahu brought forth the American written strategy and said, you guys should probably try this.
No, we're not going to play that
And we still didn't even have that freaking crap.
We're not going to play that game.
And we're not going to sit down and play the game. I'm not trying to gaslight anybody. You're going back because you had said people can go back and listen.
And then you take out Israel.
I said there's one.
You know they're Jewish Americans.
I said there's one on there. And so you can bring up and you can say Jewish Americans, but they're Americans. And when is America going to start owning for its own shit?
Dishonest like that.
It's not. I'm not intellectually dishonest. It is a very honest statement to say that it's America's fault for going into Iraq. It's America's fault for the decisions and policies that we made. And instead of holding those people's feet to the freaking fire so that we can adjust our national policy so you and I can meet on the same page, we're not having that discussion. We're sitting here blaming Netanyahu and we're blaming Israel when the real freaking problem ought to fall on Bush and freaking everybody else. And I'm not saying that they didn't hold a part in it, but I blame every single one of those retards.
Netanyahu told them to do. 100%, I agree with you on that.
Yeah, so we're going to disagree on that premise, right? That Netanyahu had the overall influence on everything. But yeah, we agree on that statement. And I'm tired of it. Like if we actually sat there and stopped focusing and saying, you know what, this was Israel. We need to focus. We need to bring all this shit on Israel.
Matt, let me say this.
When was the last time you sat down and said,
no, let me talk because I'm going to agree with you a little bit here. I 100% do not blame Israel for anything that they do in the best interest of Israel. I don't blame Benjamin Netanyahu for coming and convincing America to carry that out. It's been wildly beneficial for Israel. Of course they should do that. I'm all about each country being patriotic and doing the best things in interest for that. My argument is what you just said. I blame our U.S. fucking politicians for doing the bidding of foreign countries. Period. And
I blame them for doing the bidding of anybody that freaking supports them and ends up sending money their way. That's what pisses me off. Like there's absolutely no excuse for it. And I don't care if it's Americans that are funding other freaking Americans. I don't care if they're dual citizenship. I don't care if the money comes from APAC. Grab your freaking balls and tell them no. Yeah, that's what they should do.
I agree. We're agreement on that. Again,
thank God.
I've got nothing on Israel doing it. It's been wildly beneficial to Israel. But to your point, that's where I say we got influence to do these things. And yes, to your point, yeah, we should be putting people like Dick Cheney now. We should give him a couple shotgun shells in the grave. But we should be putting these people fucking in prison for it, for the Iraq war and all these things.
Yeah, I agree.
And I agree with you. I don't disagree that I'm not blaming Israel for doing it. I'm blaming American politicians for doing the bidding of foreign countries. And that's not just Israel. That's doing the bidding of fucking China and selling out our fucking country and all our farmland and all this shit to China, and basically selling out our entire workforce. Yeah, I'm with you on that. I don't individually blame Israel for our problems at all, because again, they're acting in their own best interests. I blame, to your point, the American fucking politicians for allowing any of this to happen.
I just saw your thumbnail.
Yeah,
you son of a bitch.
So no, you know, like we're not. we probably have some disagreements on the amount of influence, right? And that's going to be opinion based, right? Like I look at it and I think,
wait, can I cut you off real quick? Because I did just see your thumbnail. Nate's not gay, and I'm not Israeli, nor am I Jewish, and I just want to make that perfectly clear. Sorry, go ahead.
But yeah, I mean, that's again to my point. I don't harbor. Here's the thing, dude. Everybody in this channel knows it, man. I was pro-Israel all the way up till about a year ago when I started. We can all look around and go, Israel fumbled the ball after October 7th. Israel had the opportunity to be the world's fucking darling. They did. And they fucking shit on it and they fumbled it. And we all know why.
What did they do wrong?
They ethnically cleansed an entire group of people.
You think they ethnically cleansed an entire group of people?
I know they did because I can look.
Figures,
do we want to do
stats,
drive
go.
flow? Like, yeah, they fucking.
Yeah, can we have a reasonable discussion about
low
this?
Estimates, how many? 70,000 at low estimates?
No, 64,000 right now, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health, and they've
and
been the Gaza Ministry of Health has been plus or minus 1 percentage point every conflict in the past. And so we've got no reason to believe it's not there. That is a solid question.
Israel,
Hold on,
Israel.
I got you. Hold on,
Israel
I got you. Hold on, I got you. So Israel says that they killed anywhere between 20 to 22,000 enemy combatants in August of last year. Their estimate was sitting right around 22,000 enemy combatants. Hamas had an estimated 40,000 enemy combatants. We're not even bringing in the PIJ into the mix and some of the other small terror organizations that are in there. So 22,000. So let's knock that off the top. 22,000. So we were at what? Let's call it a good even 64,000. So now we're down to 42,000. Okay. Now, out of that, we also have to take, hold on, 42,000 bodies that the Gaza Ministry of Health estimates for. Now you go and you add in the amount of natural deaths because they don't delineate between them. And you take the average from 2023, the last year that we had available, and it averages out to 1,000 civilian deaths per month from natural causes. How many months has this been going on? 24. Where are we at now? Let's do some math. Are we at 20,000? No, we're at 18,000. So now we're at 18,000. So now we're at 18,000 estimated civilians, estimated as collateral damage. So now we're not done yet. So now we're down to less than a 1-to-1. Hold on. You don't have to. Again, just like you said, people can go look it up. You guys can go look this up. These are facts.
You can get Israel
64,000 plus the 22,000, which is an estimate because of what? Battle damage assessments, things like that, things being reported up, right? So you can take that number and you can chop it off. And that was international estimates, by the way, enemy strength, international estimates from the United States and from the UK that brought them to that 40,000 figure, right? This isn't just Israeli numbers. And there's a shit ton. And we're talking about an area the size of the city of Las Vegas with 40,000 enemy combatants in it. You've got 25% of the population at a minimum, and we could work through the facts there. But I want to get back to that. So now we're down to 18,000 because you have the 24,000 natural deaths that have occurred since it started. And you have 20,000 enemy combatants. We can go low end. 20,000 enemy combatants.
You mean like starving?
Hold on. So
we
can go. Hold on.
Yeah.
No. Hold on. We'll get there.
Natural causes.
Hold on. We'll get there. Hold on. We'll get there.
Yeah.
So 20,000. All right, 20,000 enemy combatants, 22,000 civilian deaths. That's 42,000 off. So now we're at 20,000 with 18,000 maybe civilians. And then we're talking about collateral damage. Hamas is firing rockets. The PIJ is firing rockets. Hamas is shooting bullets. So is Israel. Israel's also shooting things. Correct? Yes. So as they're shooting bullets, as they're shooting mortars, and I've watched a shit ton of their freaking videos, and not one time has the Al-Qassam brigades released a video of them with an actual sight on any mortar tube. Nate, how accurate are mortars? They're not very freaking accurate unless you're using the proper sighting system. Even a 60 with a thumb at freaking 1,200 meters isn't that freaking great. You can get it damn close, but it's not going to be great. Nor do they sink to base plates. You go watch those mortar tubes of these guys every single time they fire a freaking round, and that tube sinks and it goes back and it goes back. It just changes trajectory the entire time. And they're shooting at Israelis over inside of Gaza. What else is inside of there? Civilians. To sit there and claim that every single amount of collateral damage falls on Israel's asinine. But even if we did put 100%, and we haven't brought up the PIJ either, but if you take the same misfire rate,
Matt, you've been talking for
hold
5 minutes,
on, because it's not an easy answer. You act like it's an easy answer. If you take the same misfire rate, if you take the same misfire rate applied from the previous conflicts that was attributed to Hamas and the PIJ and civilian deaths, you have anywhere between 5,000 to 7,500 civilian casualties on the side of Hamas causing them. And there is more than enough documented cases of that taking place. And so we can't just sit here and pretend like they're not setting up IEDs. They're not firing mortar rounds into Gaza. They're not doing anything either. I've been in there and I will vouch and I will say that, yeah, there's a shit ton of stuff that's leveled. So when you take that figure and you say 64,000, well, when you take, I agree. I drove through it. Fucking Rafa's leveled. So when you take it and you say, but now let's talk about, now let's talk about it. 40,000 enemy combatants. Yeah, 40,000 enemy combatants because you made the decision, or excuse me, you made the assertion. No, you made the assertion. You made the assertion. You didn't use genocide. What would you use? It was
ethnic cleansing.
Ethnic cleansing, right? So you made the assertion that it was ethnic cleansing.
It's not my assertion.
It's not ethnic cleansing. So when you say 40,000, hold on. Okay, well, we have politicians in the United States that state opposite, and there's politicians inside Israel that state the opposite. There's people over inside of Gaza that state the exact opposite. There's people inside of Gaza that come out. I can give you a quote when it goes to, I'll give you a quote of a Palestinian that said they didn't receive an ounce of free aid, an ounce of free food from any of the UN organizations. Hold on, because you mentioned starving. There wasn't an ounce of free food that got disseminated to the Palestinian people inside Gaza until the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation showed up. There's over 1 ton of food that has been supplied to those people since the beginning of the war per civilian. Over 1 ton per civilian supplied to them. Over 1 ton. And I'm not stating that they weren't in dire straits when it was happening, but when you take it and you put it and you say that's all it is.
Saying there's no innocence in Gaza. I love this. Let's look at some quotes, dude. Let's pull up some quotes. I want you to defend these quotes.
No, I don't defend other people's statements. I want you to defend yours.
These are Israel officials.
So
Benjamin
now,
Netanyahu,
so I want you to defend. Hold on. I want you to defend your statement. So understanding.
Yeah.
So understanding that you have 40,000 enemy combatants in the city size of Las Vegas. It is true.
Nobody believes these numbers.
It's a fact.
Nobody but you and the people of
How do you not believe that?
Putting these numbers
the UK and the United States. That's not an Israeli figure. That's a UK estimate. That's an American estimate.
The United Nations numbers are in the hundreds of thousands of civilians. So
United Nations numbers. First of all, that wasn't the United Nations. That was an article written by a pro-Palestinian nut job.
Not allowed to say anything. Nobody.
And again, okay. So again, that's what the United Nations states. But when I bring up an actual fact, which is the Gaza Ministry of Health has been plus or minus a percentage point when it comes down to casualties inside of Gaza and the previous conflicts. And then in this one, you're looking somewhere around 65K right now. And then I add those stats into it and I bring up civilian deaths and the natural deaths, all that were supported by the same source. So we can stick on that same source. And for some reason, that's Hasbro. That's a lie. That's them. I'm literally using them as a source. The only one that I didn't was Israeli estimates on enemy KIA, which we will use because we don't have another one. But I will tell you that I've seen their target packets and they have extensive intel on every single target they end up dropping.
Gaza's gone. You can't talk about surgical strikes. It's gone.
I agree with you.
They dropped 10 times.
I agree with you. I asked to go.
Right, I'm not going to talk. I'm going to let you do 20. You've been talking for 10 minutes, dude. Literally. Those
because you want me to break down those figures. I got to break it down.
I didn't want you to break down the figures. I wanted you to tell me how many innocent people have been killed in Gaza.
Right. And then you're going to, well, number one, nobody knows how many innocent people.
Like your chat just said, nobody's innocent in Gaza. There it is. We got it, boys. Nobody's innocent in Gaza. He fucking slipped.
I sit there and I bring that up to all of my people. And I break down the numbers. There is collateral damage that occurs. That's silly. You can't put what people say on me. I'm not sitting here to defend people like that.
Yeah. Again, you just said it, right? Right.
I didn't say that there was no. What did I say?
You said, well, we don't know who's innocent, right? Which again means
you're just bombing. I didn't say we don't know who's innocent. That's a fact. So unless you see,
nothing exists.
So unless you see the intelligence, right? So when you take a video clip and you see a video,
yeah, I can't debate because I can't talk.
When you see a video getting hit by a frickin' bomb, right? A vehicle getting hit by a bomb, and they put that out, or you see two people walking down a road and they have nothing in their hands and a bomb drops on them. Does that mean that they're not enemy combatants? No. Enemy combatants don't have to necessarily be engaging in direct combat at the time they're engaged. So if you have enough intelligence, there's videos of people walking down the road.
Like for women and children too?
Yes. Nate, do you mean to tell me that Islamic terrorists don't use women and you mean to tell me Islamic terrorists don't use women and children?
As shields?
Do you actually believe that? Yes. Not as just shields. Not as just shields. Not as just shields. Not as just shields, but put rifles in their hands.
Can I talk now?
Do you think they put rifles in their hands?
Do Islamic terrorists use women
Children
and
as weapons?
shields?
As weapons. Not just as human shields, but literally put rifles in their hands and have them fire. I've seen it firsthand.
I never saw it, but I have seen human shields. And what I can tell you, Matt, is and here's the thing. I know you can kind of gaslight your own viewers into believing this, but you can't gaslight anybody in our community because we all went downrange and did this. We all did counterterrorism operations. And I'm not trying to gaslight you into it. And you know what you weren't allowed to do, Matt? Stop. Okay.
I'm not trying to gaslight you, Nate. I'm telling you personally, I've seen that. Go ahead.
You're like Alex Jones right now, dude.
Don't try to accuse me of gaslighting. Don't try to accuse me of gaslighting, man. I'm not. That's personal testimony.
Here's what I'm saying. Here's the thing. You're trying to say that it's okay. Well, it's fine to bomb these women and children because they're being used as human shields. Guess what? You were not allowed to do, and I was not allowed to do. And I was a JTAC, so I know this. We were not allowed to, because we were being shot at from a building that we knew women and children on their side, to call in an airstrike and kill a bunch of women and children. Ever. That has never been allowed in the ROE for the United States to do.
I agree with you.
So why is it okay for Israel to do it?
I agree with you.
Which they're doing.
Nate, hold on. I agree with you. And I'm not saying that they're dropping bombs on buildings full of women and children.
They have to be. There's no buildings left.
Hold on. There is no buildings left. You are correct. Rafa is completely and totally leveled, Nate. I agree with you on this statement.
And how are you justifying that in your brain as okay,
Matt? Not justifying with it. How do you account for an ethnic... No. Hold on. I'm trying to explain to you. A
systematic removal of people from their land.
People, number one, the population has actually... the population has gone up in Gaza. Are you aware of that?
They've killed 70,000 people.
Are you aware that the population is on the rise? No, they've killed less than 20,000, and that they've killed less than 20,000 civilians. I put it somewhere between 12 to 15. And the population in Gaza is going up. Are you aware of that?
There's no Gaza. How is it going up?
Hold on. Because they're still banging. They're still having sex. They're still breeding. They're producing children. The population in Gaza has actually risen. The Ministry of Health.
Israel?
The Gaza Ministry of Health.
The Gaza Ministry of Health says that
that's ran by Hamas. The Gaza Ministry of Health.
People killed.
Correct. The Gaza Ministry of Health. And they didn't say 64,000 people killed. They actually report them as deaths. They get their sources 3 different ways. How they get their deaths are reported 3 different ways. They get it from, and I quote, reliable media sources.
Is
no, I'm just telling you how they get it. Reliable. I'm not reducing it. Numbers, and I think I'm not reducing it to numbers. I'm telling you what the numbers are. I'm telling you what the numbers are.
Women and children being slaughtered.
I'm not reducing women and children to numbers, Nate. I'm not reducing women and children to numbers. I'm trying to have a reasonable discussion. And I'm not trying to speak in freaking hyperbolic statements. I'm literally just trying to state these are facts.
That they've killed a shit ton of women and children. Yes, that's a fact.
How many?
Exactly. I don't know. Nobody knows because all of Gaza is gone and most of those people are buried under rubble.
So
Matt.
You say nobody knows, but I just told you that the Gaza Ministry of Health has been plus or minus a percentage point in all the previous conflicts. But for some reason in this one, it's not going to be reliable?
So your argument is it's okay to slaughter all these women and children as long as
the
population is still breeding?
No. I think anybody being murdered is wrong. That matters. Because you're trying to say that they're ethnic cleansing, trying to get rid of the population. If they're trying to get rid of the population, they're doing a horrible job.
They're removing them from Gaza. That's the whole point.
They're not removing them from Gaza, Nate.
Yes,
they're all still there. They're all still there.
They're literally, by design, trying to remove them all from Gaza.
No, they're not.
Okay, well then.
Where are they going to go, Nate?
I don't know. Somebody's going to have to take them, or they'll kill them.
No, they're not. Nobody will take them. And no, they're not killing them.
They're not.
They are killing people. They're killing Hamas, and there is some collateral damage. And any amount of collateral damage is horrible.
Of course there's collateral damage when you destroy everything.
It's
no,
war.
That's not war. We weren't allowed to do that in war.
Nate, I looked at a target density map. What city were you ever in that had 40,000 enemy combatants?
I wasn't. I was in Afghanistan.
Okay. Did any village have 40,000 enemy combatants? Did Kabul have 40,000 enemy combatants in it? The answer is no. And so like when we try to stay and we go, well, over here, we weren't allowed to do X, Y, and Z.
You basically have to drop 10 times the explosive amount of both atomic bombs in Hiroshima and Nagasaki to get rid of Hamas. That's the argument.
And that is another another freaking inflammatory statement when you end up bringing it up like that. Number one, those were nuclear weapons. There's no nuclear fallout here. And there's a big difference between dropping a 500-pound bomb with 250 pounds worth of explosive filler
you think there's no
thousands of times.
Fallout?
Hold on. There's a big difference between dropping thousands of 250-pound
there's nothing there
explosively filled bombs versus everything else.
Put
I agree,
side
but
by
why?
Side. It's exactly the same.
Why? Let's ask that question.
I don't know.
Why?
You tell me why that's okay.
I'm trying to tell you.
Tell me why it's okay.
When you have 40,000 enemy combatants, and when you look at Sinwar, and when you read the doctrine and everything that you're trying to do, and what they did in fact do, Nate, this is stuff that you can go look up that was documented by freaking Al Jazeera, for crying out loud, before all of this crap went down. Those tunnel systems that were over there in the enemy infrastructure, the places they placed rockets, the amount of munitions that they stored up, the amount of munitions brought in and dropped off to them by the IRGC, the amount that they actually built up over inside of Gaza. How is it that they've been fighting for 2 years inside of Gaza with a complete and total blockade in Gaza? Where are they getting all their ammo from?
I don't think they are.
Is it falling out of the fucking sky?
I think they're just getting the shit bombed out of them.
No. 3 Israeli soldiers have already been killed. 3 Israeli soldiers have already been shot.
Gaza,
3 Israeli soldiers.
Matt,
you're right.
Look at the drone footage.
You're
There's
absolutely
no
correct. And 3 Israeli soldiers.
Everything.
You're absolutely
It's
correct.
all
And
gone.
3 Israeli soldiers have already been killed. You're absolutely right. 3 Israeli soldiers have already been killed since the last ceasefire. The day I left. During the ceasefire, hold on, Nate. During the ceasefire, hold on. During the ceasefire,
Israel just killed 109 people the other day.
Hold on. So when we take it and we look at it and we say Rafah has been leveled, there wasn't a single civilian when I drove through Rafah 2 months ago. Wasn't a single civilian in sight. Wasn't a single civilian in sight. Not one inside Rafah. The whole place was leveled, just as described by you. The day after I left, No, I'm sorry. It was the afternoon that I drove out. It was either the afternoon I drove out or the next day. You ended up having Israeli soldiers get killed on that same road by an IED. And there's no civilians in that place whatsoever. There's nowhere for them to live. So where did those explosives come from?
What did the IED turn out to actually be in that circumstance?
Tell me.
Apparently, an artillery shell. An artillery shell. Yeah, that hadn't gone off.
That what?
Yeah.
It was just
artillery shell.
Random UXO laying around that ended up doing it. It wasn't a place command at. Oh, cool. Well, I'll have to go read that. I'll take your word on it. But listen, at the end of the day, hold on. Okay, cool.
Little whoopsie by Israel on that one.
So I'll take your word on that one. So let's go back, though. Where are they still getting the ammunition? Where did the ammunition go that after the ceasefire, they're actively in a ceasefire, right?
I don't think they are.
Where did they get the ammo to kill all those, like the 3 Israeli soldiers? Yes.
3 bullets? Where'd they get 3 bullets? I don't know. They probably had 3 bullets laying around.
No, it wasn't just 3 bullets, Nate. Go look at the drone footage. Now you're minimizing
3 people.
They killed 3 soldiers. Those soldiers are people.
You're trying to compare the deaths of 3 soldiers to how many during the ceasefire, Palestinians?
Okay, how does it work when you're an attacking force going up against a defensive force? If you are an insurgency group that's going up and trying to attack a dug-in military position, how well is that going to turn out for you?
Why are they attacking? All the
line?
hostages are out. Why are they attacking?
No, this is Hamas that's attacking them. There's drone footage of it, man.
Why is Israel even in there?
Why wouldn't they be in there?
They got the hostages out.
That's not the point. The point is they're living next door and Hamas is still launching attacks over inside of Israel. Like, they still launch rockets. So if they're launching rockets, if they're launching mortars, if they're launching munitions, and they still pose a threat, because their belief, did the Iron Dome take care of October 7th? Did the Iron Dome take care of Hezbollah? Did the Iron Dome take care of anything? Their belief, October 7th was Hamas's, I think there was a lot of stupidity that took place, and we can talk about that in a minute. But their belief, hold on, I want to explain.
Response time from 45 miles away.
That's not the case, actually.
Even
they did
Charlie
respond.
Kirk said.
Did you study the terrain?
Charlie Kirk said. October 7th was allowed to happen. You know who also said?
Again, just because Charlie Kirk said it doesn't mean it's true.
One of the biggest simps for Israel out there even said they are going to try to ethnically cleanse.
So everything Charlie Kirk said is 100% accurate.
No, it's just that's what everybody that is
so
being
if Charlie,
at least
so
a little bit honest with themselves can
I
see
don't back everybody
We have
up.
eyes. We have eyes.
I do have eyes too. I do have eyes. And I went and I looked and I talked to the people and I saw it with my own eyes. You have a
there's nothing in Gaza. What are we even talking about? They destroyed everything.
Doctrine. No, there's people there. And the ideology is carried in people. And their ideology, Hamas's ideology, hold on, I didn't say that. I didn't say that. They need massive amounts of re-education. Their ideology, let's talk about it. You asked why they are there. I'm trying to answer your question, but you keep shifting. You asked the question why they're there. They're there because their ideology, what they are taught since birth, and it's a generational issue. Right, no, it's not. It's just a fact. Anybody watching this can go look up Hamas's 2017 charter, and they can read it line by line. There's an English version. Go read it line by line. They don't think Israel should exist, and they think it's their divine right to the land of Israel. They believe that. It's their divine right to the complete and total land of Israel, not the West Bank, not Gaza, but the entire land.
Who do you think has the right to the land?
Hold on. We'll get there. It's their divine right to the land of Israel, and they're allowed to accomplish it as their divine right through any means and methods. Through any means. Hold on. Through any means and methods. That's a fact. And when you take a look and we go to the Palestinian Center of Policy and Survey Research, and I'm going to answer your question, but you asked me why Israel's invading them and why they're there, and I'm trying to tell you. The mentality of the people and the threat that they force.
We all know that.
No, they don't want anything to do with Gaza. They tried to give it back to Egypt. Egypt didn't want to take it. They tried to give the West Bank back to Jordan. Jordan didn't want to take it. They tried to give land to the Palestinian people during the partition plan in 1967, and they didn't even want to take that.
But we're gonna do this because you said they don't want anything of it. So we're just gonna put this up on the screen.
Do it.
Typically, so
they've tried to give away the land. Nobody wants it. Nobody wants to take ownership of the land. That's a statement and a quote there. He said back at the beginning of the war that they're going to have a 10-year presence providing security. So they are going to take over we are going to take over all of Gaza. Correct. Who else is going to provide security? 40,000. That Palestinian Center of Policy and Survey Research that I ended up bringing up,
here's another one
that I talked about, shows that 86% of the people in Gaza didn't think that atrocities were committed on October 7th, that watched videos. The ones that watched the videos of what took place didn't think that atrocities were committed. They teach Mein Kampf in school. You can bring it up all you want.
Let's look at another one.
Do you know why? Hold on, go back one. Hold on, go back one. And again, this doesn't mean that I agree with them. You're trying to make it. I'm not sitting here trying to back up every Israeli statement.
Knesset masters, the prime ministers.
I'm not trying to back up every Israeli statement.
There's not genocide.
I brought up all sorts of stuff. If they're trying to go, it's not all of them. And if you're trying to state that it's genocide, you're ridiculous.
Here you go.
If you're trying to say, would you say the deputy foreign minister? Would you say the deputy foreign minister? Would you say the deputy foreign minister is a politician? Nate, would you say the deputy foreign minister of Israel is a politician?
Defend all these.
I'm not trying to defend their statements. I'm trying to make you defend your statement that all of the politicians want.
Why don't you defend this one too?
I'm not trying to defend all of their statements, Nate. That's not what I'm here to do.
Yeah, you are. That's what you're here doing.
No, I'm not. I'm trying to give you facts of what's on the ground. And just because this guy in his yarmulke makes a statement doesn't mean that that is the national policy of Israel moving forward.
There's another one.
That's ridiculous.
Deputy Minister of Defense.
Sure. What do you describe people that think that what took place on October 7th isn't a tragedy, isn't a massacre, isn't like, what do you call those people, Nate?
Forcing us to kill their children.
What do you call people who think it's okay to take actual objects like metal, wooden objects and insert them into people's asses after they've already been killed? What do you call people that after it takes place for multiple hours and it's been ongoing, that leave their house and go over there and rape and pillage? What do you call people, Nate? How would you describe them? How would you describe it? Nate, how would you describe it? How would you describe what took place?
There we go. All right,
how would you describe what took place, Nate?
I'm showing you exactly what they think.
That's great. There's lots of politicians. I can pull politicians from the United States that say the same shit.
The Prime Minister. This isn't just
I could pull people that say the same shit here in the United States of America.
The president and senators all saying the same thing. We're not talking about random people. Look at who these people are.
And what is actually occurring is different. Those are people arguing on their constituents' behalf, just like everything else, and people are lobbying for them, trying to stay. They have the same issues that we have in the United States of America. You have other people in Israel. You have an entire movement over inside of Israel that doesn't want anybody in there whatsoever. You know that? Tons of people that want them to pull out of Gaza. Why don't you put their protests and their rallies up on the screen? Why don't you put the protests and rallies of all the Israelis up that don't want anybody inside of there? You're trying to paint an entire nation as if they are the beliefs of these different politicians.
I'm just showing what their people in charge are saying.
Again, you're trying to put these different statements up of all of these different people and try to state that this is the belief, this is the belief of the entire country. And when I bring up the facts and I show you the facts and I tell you what the facts are, you don't like them because it doesn't fit your narrative.
I don't have a narrative. I just showed you exactly what their own people say and all the people in power.
No, you did have a narrative. You said ethnic cleansing. Your narrative was ethnic cleansing.
That's literally what all of those quotes say they want to happen for the most part.
Your narrative is ethnic cleansing. So where's your debate that goes back against the Gaza Ministry of Health and their numbers and how accurate they've been in the past and where they're at present day? Where is your
so you're trying to get hung up on the word I use?
Numbers.
You could not say a fucking word about the 12 most disgusting tweets I've ever seen in my life, all from the literal people in power, the defense minister.
I literally said I'm not going to defend those statements.
And you're just nope.
I literally said I'm not going to defend those statements.
Matt,
I didn't say nobody feels that way.
Why did they?
Don't put words in my mouth.
Why do they say that to their constituents? You said, they're just saying that to their constituents. Why did they say that to their constituents?
Why are they screaming it? Because they watch their people get massacred. They watch their people getting raped. They watch their people getting held hostage and raped in captivity.
You mean like I just watched?
They watched Hamas turn over a body.
Somebody to death on Twitter the other day.
They watch again.
We all watched that, didn't we?
Okay, so Staff Sergeant Robert. So Staff Sergeant Robert Bales. So Staff Sergeant Robert Bales. He is a representative. Staff Sergeant Robert Bales. I'm not going to try to defend that. Staff Sergeant Robert Bales. Is he a complete and total representation of the United States Army? The guy that went into an Afghan village and murdered 19 people on his own in the middle of the night using thermites. Is he a representation of the United States Army?
Israelis raping people to death, and you immediately
I bring up a U.S. service member that did whacked out shit too, and you're trying to paint it, and you're trying. They're all gross. I agree with you.
There you go.
That's not okay. And again, I'm not going to sit here and try to defend that shit. But I'm also not going to sit here and try to paint a false picture. No, I'm defending against an accusation of genocide.
We can look at
and trying to wipe out people.
The leaders of the country say themselves. I just showed it.
They're trying to build them a beautiful resort to wipe them out.
Everybody in chat was able to look at those quotes from all the most powerful people in Israel, and they can make the decision for themselves.
It's not all of them. So they're trying to build them a beautiful resort in order to conduct ethnic cleansing?
No, they're building a beautiful resort for not the Palestinians.
And where are they going to go, Nate? Where are they going to live?
I don't know. We're going to find that out as it gets
They're
developed.
Not going anywhere.
But the Great Trust is what it is.
And by the way, you forgot to mention that they're not forcing anybody to leave Gaza, that the people can stay if they want to stay, and if they want to get relocated as it gets demined and cleared out.
This is done?
Hell no. No, it's going to take well over a decade.
They're going to take the West Bank, you think?
Debatable.
You want to bet money on it by 2028?
I think that they're probably going to conduct. Well, one, they have been conducting major military operations over inside the West Bank, particularly in Jenin and several other locations. Yeah. And you do have the PA that's over there. And if you go over to and have you looked at the PA and Palestinian Watch and have you looked at the PA and everything they
say? Part of the Greater Israel Project.
Have you brought up Have you brought up Palestinian Watch? Have you brought up the PA and their actual beliefs?
We're not talking about the Palestinian people. Palestinian people are living in an open air prison.
No, they're not. No, they're not. That's false. Do they sell iPhones in open-air prisons? Do they have 5-star resorts in open-air prisons?
There's 5. Where are the 5-star resorts? All I see is rubble.
I'll bring it up for you. There was 5-star resorts.
Oh, so there's not anymore, right?
It might still be there. I didn't go check to see if it was there, but there was 5-star resorts over there. You want to see it?
Everything's gone.
Do you want to see it? And if you can show me this as an open air prison, I will be extremely impressed. I will be extremely impressed. This is my favorite open air prison on the planet. Man, that is a beautiful open air prison.
Yeah, you're showing some.
Look
buildings.
at that.
I'm sure
look
there's
at that
some
horrible
people in Palestine.
Look at that horrible open air prison. Look at that open air prison, Nate.
So you brought up. You were able to pull up.
Look at that open air prison. There's more than that. There's way more than just that one. There's way more than that one. You want to see another one? Here's White Chalet.
I wonder who owns
Here's
those.
Bianca Resort. Look into it.
Who do you think owns those?
Look at this. Look at this freaking open air prison, Nate.
Do you think
at that open air prison.
Do you think there's
Look at that open air prison, Nate. Look at that open air prison.
Are Palestinians living there?
Have you actually looked at the pictures that people shared before that? Like, have you actually gone to the map and said, Let's see what photos people have actually shared.
No, I know. I do know what
to.
Gaza looked like beforehand, and that's why I can say it's all gone.
Look at this open air prison.
It's all destroyed.
This was the open air prison that they had. This was the open air prison. This is their open air prison.
So if they want to leave, how do they leave?
So if we take it and we go back, people leave all the time. People were leaving all the time. That's why they have Palestinian passports.
No one will take them.
Nobody will take them, but they're allowed to travel. They're allowed to come out. They're allowed to go. Israel was giving out work permits. That's how they actually gathered the intel on it. So Palestinians were going into Israel.
Are they?
Yes, Palestinians are.
They can all just leave.
They can't. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, number one, if they have a place to go, sure. So if they have a host nation that's willing to take them, so if they have other people in other countries that are willing to host them and the nations agree to it, they do. It's not that they're all fenced in. They process people out on a daily basis, Nate. Look this up. We had Palestinians flying into Texas to get medical treatment. And the United States government was, what the hell? And actually stopped it. Look that up.
Oh, refugees.
No. Not refugees, people that were literally leaving to get medical treatment. Israel's been flying them out to get like certain people to get cancer
treatment.
That's weird.
I don't know why they're all just staying there getting shot in the face then.
Sinwar, of all freaking people, Sinwar was actually given medical treatment when he was taken.
One person was able to get out? Nice.
Not one person. Sinwar, the former leader of Hamas, before he got shot in the face, he was actually given surgery inside Israel. They saved his life and then released him back into Gaza.
I mean, you're pretending.
So if Israel really wanted to murder and get rid of these people, that's insane.
That's
insane. That's insane. Here's the charm part. Here you go.
People
who owns
have
this one?
Freedom.
Who owns this? Who owns this part of the open air prison? Who owns this beautiful amusement park that they have inside of there?
All right, man.
Why are we calling it an open air prison?
Yeah, they have complete freedom of movement for sure. Got
it. They did have freedom of movement
on.
inside there.
Yeah, they did. They don't
They
now.
did, and they were able to. I agree with you, but why?
That's what I'm saying.
Would you put them on your soil? Would you take them here in America? Honestly?
I wouldn't take either of those countries' people in America.
Okay, so you wouldn't take them into America. So where are they going?
I don't know. Nowhere. Probably not.
So they can't go anywhere. We had the Egyptian Red Crescent that was in there for a while, putting up tents, all sorts of shit that was going on.
From Islamic countries.
I agree with you.
Israel displaces them.
I agree with you 1,000%. We don't need to be taking any more, period. I don't want us to turn into the UK. I don't want us to see what the hell's going on over in freaking Ireland right now. I don't want to deal with that shit. I don't want that here in this country. But that's part of the honest conversation that we have to have. You can't call it an open air prison and at the same time say, no, I'm not taking them in.
That's what it is right now. You just said yourself. Currently, that's what it is.
It's not an open air prison.
They're not allowed to leave.
No, it's wiped out and their life sucks. But if we can stand here and we can honestly,
that's what it is.
Because if we can stand here and we can honestly state, right, it's under military occupation right now. But if we can sit here and we can honestly state that we have to hold American politicians accountable for the decisions they make, why do we not have to hold the Palestinian people in Gaza accountable for the decisions they make when they elected Hamas, when they supported Hamas?
What do you mean?
Do they not
destroying everything?
What do you mean? How do you not hold them accountable? No, it's destroying enemy infrastructure.
So you called the entire destruction
literally
of Gaza
destroying enemy infrastructure. Destroying the enemy infrastructure.
So everything was
Nate,
destroyed.
Let me tell you a story.
Everyone's enemy, right?
No, not everybody's enemy. That's why I broke down the figures the way that I did.
Why did they destroy everything?
Because of the enemy density inside of there and the enemy infrastructure built within Gaza. Okay. 40,000 enemy combatants in the area the size of the city of Las Vegas.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You're just not going to convince me that the complete destruction of all of Gaza is what it was necessary to get rid of Hamas. That's where we'll just disagree.
Like, they're still not gotten rid of.
You're not gonna push me an inch into believing that was necessary.
If they wanted to massacre the people inside of Gaza, why do they give them advanced warning before they go in? Before they go clear areas, why do they do roof knocks? Why do they drop leaflets? Why do they put out cell phone calls? Why do they ping people's phones and warn them before they do that? When was the last time you did that as a JTAC?
Well, we used to call out sometime. I didn't know.
A call out's different, but a call out is one thing.
But yeah, I don't know. As a JTAC, I wasn't getting a slant of 5, 10, 30, 5 women, 30 children inside a building and going, good to go.
That's also not what they're getting. That's also not what they're getting.
You know?
Show me the incident to where that took place.
Hospitals, right? Like,
show me the incident to where that took place
because Hamas is just hiding under all of them.
I can actually bring this up. You want to talk about the last one? So let's talk about the last hospital.
They destroyed everything, dude. Like,
there's plenty of stuff that got documented inside of there. What are you talking about?
Like,
what are you talking about? You don't think Hamas was inside the hospitals? Are you insane?
All 36?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. There you go. Everyone's Hamas. Got it. That's the argument.
As a matter of fact, I could bring back and I could point to specific instances. I could bring up the last time they claimed.
To begin with, is that all Palestinians
I'm not saying it's my argument to begin with. I don't think all Palestinians are Hamas. Because I don't think all Palestinians are Hamas, Nate. I don't think that. But I'm not going to lie and say that they're not being indoctrinated.
The entire destruction.
I don't think all Palestinians are Hamas the same way I don't sit back and try to label everybody in Israel as a genocidal maniac. That's not intellectually honest.
You haven't once defended the complete destruction of Gaza.
I'm trying to, it's very simple. And it doesn't take a degree in rocket science.
Why don't we end on that? Give us all your reason why every single fucking building had to be destroyed in Gaza.
First of all, it's not every single effing building, number one.
For the most part. I'm being a little hyperbolic.
I will take places like Rafah, and I admit that places like Rafah are completely and totally leveled.
We can look at the drone footage and see, right?
Sure. A good chunk of it has been leveled. A good chunk of it's been leveled.
The majority.
A good chunk of it has been leveled. When you take a look, so go look at how they count buildings as being destroyed when they end up talking about the majority of it. Some of it could be down to like a scratch or a crack on the building, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. There's a great flyover of it. And what you can actually see is I've see numerous. Yeah. And you see certain buildings are standing and certain ones aren't.
Yeah, yeah. Oh,
side by side.
Standing, right?
Certain ones are and certain ones aren't.
Up still left.
Certain ones are standing and certain ones aren't. And some of it's in the same neighborhood. You have them skipping numerous buildings and other ones that aren't. Israel also doesn't have an endless supply of bombs just to waste on random buildings so people can't live there. They are fighting a war. Right?
No, I don't think they're fighting. This is not a war. War is between two nation states. Why don't you call it
what
it is?
Counterterrorism
operations.
Okay, so they have a counterterrorism operation. So we can call it that. You have a counterterrorism operation that's taking place inside Gaza against 40,000. They're not carpet bombing.
An entire area like that. They're not carpet bombing?
Carpet bombing.
Destroyed
Can you show me one?
There's nothing there.
Can you? Okay, so out of all of the videos that have taken place, have we seen any carpet bombing? Multiple bombs just taking out an entire area, or do you see videos? Or do you see single? Or do you see videos?
Destroyed everything.
So do you see videos of airstrikes that are taking out buildings in precision strikes?
So every single one of those buildings in Gaza was a precision strike?
Have you seen 28 500-pound bombs just raining down in one neighborhood, one in succession after the other? Israel's got a shortage on munitions.
I have seen videos of buildings being struck over and over and over
multiple times
in an area. Yeah,
striking a building multiple times is one thing.
Multiple buildings.
Okay,
in
multiple
areas.
buildings.
Yes, I have seen that.
Cool, an area. But carpet bombing in general, going over and just laying bombs down to do terrain denial.
Destroying everything.
That's not taking place.
Destroying everything. That did take place. Everything's destroyed.
That's not taking place, Nate. Show me the
Everything's
video.
destroyed.
Out of all of the videos, out of all of this crap, where's the carpet bombing video? We've got videos of all sorts of stuff going on, and they don't exist.
Debate semantics of words, right? That's not what we're doing. We're talking about what actually happened.
So yes, targeted strikes.
All the buildings are destroyed.
So here's my argument for it. 40,000 enemy combatants that have had 20 years to dig in and build up with international funding coming in. And when you take and you look at the support network for 40,000 enemy combatants, you had a population of 2 million people, 2.1 at the start of this sucker, and you account for every military-age male over inside of Gaza. When you take and you account for every military-age male over inside of Gaza, it still doesn't account for the support network that they currently have. In order to make all of those things possible, and you do have women and you do have children. Now, not all of them. I'm not saying that a lot of them are being used. There was a point in time in this war that I was pointing out in videos saying, here are children with rifles. Here are children doing this stuff. And within a week to 2 weeks, all of a sudden, the Al-Qassam Brigade started putting out videos for the first time, redacting whole bodies of people because you could make out that they were children that were doing these things, that were emplacing munitions, that were carrying RPGs, that were carrying rifles.
Now we're defending killing kids. All right. We've really
Nate,
the conversation.
I've been shot at by children before. If a child was shooting at you, would you shoot back? Would you even know if it was a kid shooting at you most of the time? How many times do you get 100% PID on your enemy when bullets are freaking flying at you? You don't. It rarely happens, especially in counterterrorism operations and shit like that. You're receiving fire from a building, you return fire into the building, and it depends on what's found on the other side when you go and you clear through it. So to sit here and state that they know that every single person that they're killing is a child is ridiculous. Also, their own stats don't add up to what you're saying. Their stats, not mine, their stats don't add up to it. 40,000 enemy combatants, an area the city the size of Las Vegas, 20 years to build up with a radical ideology that they're going to go in and they're going to take over all of Israel. And they're building defensive fighting positions throughout the city. There's videos and there's photographic evidence of massive multiple rocket launchers that are built into the sides of schools, built into the sides of mosques, put in all over the damn place. There's videos of Hamas running around inside of hospitals. I can show you geolocated footage of Hamas and the Al-Qassam brigades putting out videos fixated on an ID that was taken from a hospital. And to sit here and pretend like they don't use them is bullshit. When there's literally videos of them dragging people through and operating inside of them. It's garbage. And there has been weapons caches, and there has been multiple things found on hospital grounds.
I think the debate for me on Israel just ended when you just did an entire rant on defending killing kids, dude. I'm out on that. Let's move on to
if a kid shoots at you with a gun, do you not shoot? Be intellectually honest. If a kid shoots at you with a gun, do you or do you not shoot back? Do you even know if it's a kid shooting at you on the other side, Nate? You refuse to answer that question. And this is something that pisses me off because now you're accusing me and my teammates. Now you're accusing me and my former teammates of being horrible fucking human beings when we're killing ISIS fighters and we got them there because you're saying you're defending killing fucking kids. And I'm saying if a kid's got a fucking rifle and he's shooting at you and you don't know who's on the other side, it leaves it open for people like you to come over here and question and say, oh, you know what? You guys are just a bunch of fucking monsters. No, why aren't we asking who the fuck put that rifle in those kids' hand?
That's gross.
Who did that shit? You're right. It's fucking disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting that you can't sit there and you can't call out the piece of shit Islamic terrorists that put rifles in fucking kids' hands and pretend like it doesn't happen. It's fucking disgusting.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
I'm sorry that you haven't seen it. Actually, I'm not sorry you haven't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
God, you didn't.
One of my teammates shot a 1-year-old child in the chest strapped to an ISIS fighter and then killed himself 2 years later. Matt, don't try to use the poor me on that. Of course.
Okay, great. So ISIS fighter with a fucking. Thank you. Thank you for fucking admitting that they're savages.
You're trying to say that's what 20,000
I'm not saying that all of them are fucking savages, and it's not 20,000 fucking kids being killed. We went over the damn numbers, and we went over their fucking numbers. It's not 20,000 kids being fucking killed. That's a lie. And it's shown in their own numbers.
This is a weird, super weird thing to defend, man. I don't know how
I'm not defending killing of innocent people fucking ever. I will never defend the killing of fucking innocent people. It's fucked up. I will never. But I'm also not going to lie and say that those fucking savages don't use kids so that people can fucking sit there and pretend like everybody's out killing fucking kids. That's bullshit.
I didn't say there. You went on the rant about killing kids, dude.
Why?
I don't know. I'm really disappointed that that's where the conversation turned to. I'll be honest with you.
I agree with you. I do love you, Nate, and I think we ought to just, out of the sake of respect, to change topics on that one. Because I do agree that innocent children have been killed inside of there, and it's fucking sad, and I don't like it, and I don't agree with it. I also understand that it's a product of war. And I don't like war, and I think people that like war are sick human beings within themselves. I fucking hate it. I hate it.
Yeah, man.
I hate the people that put them in that position. I hate their parents that put them in that position. I hate the assholes that bring human beings to war. I hate all of them because everybody ends up being a pawn in the end. The Israeli soldiers that are on the ground, the fucking Palestinians over inside of Gaza, the people that have been hungry. There has been people that have fucking starved to death there, and there was famine taking place, and I don't deny that either. But I also look at the substrate of the matter and what actually caused it. And if you're going to solve a problem, you got to look at the damn cause. The cause is a radical ideology that's running rampant through there. And it's really well documented on their behalf. And to pretend like that doesn't exist is fucking absurd.
Yeah, I'm not saying it doesn't exist. I think Hamas is a huge problem. And I think Israel's response to it is just as bad. I think both sides are bad. That's been my stance the entire time.
Okay, so let's go here. How would you solve it?
How would I solve the current problem?
How would you have? No. Like
in 2025?
No. Let's say, we should all learn from mistakes, right? I agree. I think Israel's done a horrible job with this, by the way. I don't hide that at all.
I said that at the beginning of this. Again, Matt, I told you I supported Israel. I supported Israel after October 7th. And you understand the narrative and the support for Israel has drastically shifted. All of us know that.
1,000%.
We're seeing that, right?
1,000%.
It's not because Israel's innocent. It's because of the war in Gaza. That's where all of this has come from. That's the truth. That's what happened to me. I was a supporter. I was all about Israel's right to defend itself. And then I watched them destroy almost all of Gaza. And I said, I'm not going to support that. Much like a lot of people, I don't think that take for me is that ridiculous, Matt.
Okay.
Or for other people.
Okay. So now I propose the question. Assume that what I told you is correct, that you have 40,000 enemy combatants that have been well dug in for 20 years, that have voted for a radical Islamic terror organization to be in power, that have stockpiled mass amounts of weapons and equipment, that have dug in very, very hard, that they do have rockets, they have all of this shit inside of school. How do you handle that situation without making Gaza look the way it did? Because I will tell you that I have personally fought in areas where we didn't carpet bomb the shit out of everything, and pretty much every building was leveled. And I didn't carpet bomb that area. Our JTACs didn't carpet bomb that area. We weren't allowed to carpet bomb that area, abided by our ROEs that we were given. So how do you solve that problem? What do you do when these people are launching rockets and killing your people all of the fucking time? And you've developed an Iron Dome and you end up having a work program and they end up crossing the border and massacring your people anyways. And I do believe that negligence took part on Israel's
I believe that
behalf.
was allowed to happen. Yeah.
I think, so they had the same issue over there that we have in America where everybody thinks that you can just get along. Like that liberal mindset that has like just trashed and destroyed everything, trying to state that like, that everybody can just live in peace and harmony. So no, I'm sorry. Some people need to be fucking shot.
So how do I solve it from the America
how do you
First
solve
angle?
that?
I stop funding Israel.
Okay. No, I'm asking. Oh no, I'm not asking you on the American First angle. I'm asking you on Israel's angle.
If Israel wants to,
if you were in charge and you were faced with that problem, how would you solve it?
Let me say this. There's genocides, there's murder, there's wars going on all over the world. There's more wars going on right now than there was in World War II currently around the world.
Yeah.
I can't stop all of them. I can't stop all the genocides. But what I can do is say, I don't want my tax dollars funding it. That's my stance.
And I can respect that.
If Israel wants to carry this out, I think it's gross. They're going to do what they're going to do. But that doesn't mean America needs to foot the fucking bill for it. That's my stance on it.
And I can respect that. I can absolutely respect that. I can respect your stance on it, saying, I don't want my taxpayer money going to it. I get that. 100%. I don't think there's a problem in stating that. And I think anybody that sits down and tries to state that, Nate, you have absolutely no right to state that is a fucking retard. I think anybody that says that you don't have a right to question another foreign nation is a retard, especially from an American First stance. I get to question Canada. I get to question Mexico. I get to question the UK. I get to question Germany. I get to question everybody. Why can't I question Israel's motives? Why can't I take a look at it? Why can't I put anything into that? Why do we have representatives in the United States government that want to state otherwise? That's an absurd take, especially as an American. That's not an American take. That would be a pro-Israeli take. I told every single politician I sat down with that while I was over there, I said, thanks for being pro-Israel. I said, I'm not pro-Israel, I'm pro-truth, and I'm an American. And I think right now it's within America's best interest to be able to support Israel in this endeavor. That's my belief. Just like it's your belief not to put bombs over there, right? To like fund things. 100%. You have that right. I have that right. But to throw everybody into a category is one of the biggest freaking issues that I have with this country. Like it's disgusting. You should be allowed to question whoever the hell you want. You should be allowed to dig in. You should be able to grab information. You should be allowed to bring facts. All of them.
And that's stopping, by the way.
What's that?
There's massive censor. We know the censorship pushes and everything coming out of Israel, right?
That's disgusting.
Hasbro.
It's disgusting.
You would agree with that, right? That, and this is what I would say is you've kind of lost the moral argument if you have to try to start using mass censorship attacks on the American people, right? And that's what Israel's doing. We can see it on TikTok. We can see it on Facebook. Facebook just announced that they're going to start a massive censorship platform for anybody that uses any negative connotation for Zionism. TikTok is already, with Larry Ellison, has already started. I mean, you can talk to my buddies that are on TikTok. If you say anything negative about Israel, boom, hate speech, right? It's all starting. So that, I think we would agree on that. That's wrong, right? That should not happen.
I agree with that. I think that in free speech, you should be allowed to say what needs to be said. And I think you should have a right to be able to present factual information. I think that's
you would
say
that it's a problem that Israel is trying to.
I think it's a problem, right? not just Israel, but it was also happening prior to Israel as well. I have problems. Again, I don't sit here and I try to defend and support anybody. But when we sit and we look and we bring up TikTok, for example, and you're talking to a guy that's built multiple accounts, up to 80, 100,000 people over on TikTok. And I've watched my shit get censored.
Bro, I've got 60,000 followers on TikTok, and it's not even my fucking profile. It's a fake profile.
Right. But what I'm trying to state, though, is that I've had to build multiple. Hold on. What I'm stating.
Critical of Israel.
Hold on. I have done things critical of Israel. That's a lie. I have done things critical of Israel. I have.
Like what?
Multiple times. Multiple times. What? Pick a topic.
I don't know. I haven't seen your critical stuff on Israel. I've seen you pretty much
pick a topic.
Israel.
Well, let's sit here. Let's start with how I said October 7th.
I'm not sharpshooting you. I actually want to know what are you critical of
They hold a hell of a
Israel?
lot of fault. They hold a hell of a lot of fault for October 7th. A hell of a lot of fault for October 7th. Hell. You had an entire female unit that was over on the Israeli border, that was on the Israeli-Gaza border, that ended up bringing intel forward and ended up getting shut down that attack was going to take place. They ended up shutting them down. Some of the females, actually, a lot of them are dead now. Actually, when they had a commander come down and they went up to their commander and tried to explain to that gentleman that this is what's taking place and this is about to happen and we've been silenced on it. Do you know what ended up happening? They got silenced. But that wasn't because of what people like to put it on, in my opinion anyways. Obviously, I can't get inside somebody's freaking head, but it goes into the political aspects. Whenever you start reaching that like field grade officer and above position, in my opinion, you turn into a damn politician. I hate them. You end up turning into a politician because of shit like this. The intel was ignored. And the end result of that is those females were dead. You had people get killed. They own a lot of that. I also think that they own a lot of it because a lot of the intel that was getting collected that was used on October 7th was by Palestinians that were going over on work visas into Israel on a daily basis and collecting intel for who people were and where they were living at. Actually provided a really good outline for what took place. I think they own a lot of that stuff. For one of the best intelligence agencies, you mean to tell me, for the love of fucking God, that they didn't see them preparing those gliders, they didn't see them practicing that shit? Dude, kiss my ass. But they were scared to act. That's my take. I'll even take it a step further. And I went in the beginning stage of this war, and people go all the way back to 23 when I was talking about this shit when they invaded it. And I said, you better establish a humanitarian aid route. And I said that the day they fucking got to the Al-Shifa hospital. That they better establish a humanitarian aid route, and they better get the UN to secure it, because you're going to need UN observers, UN peacekeepers in order to watch that humanitarian aid because of Islamic terrorists and how they work, that insurgency. You control the food, you control the population, you control the narrative, you control all sorts of shit if they get their hands on it. All those different UNRWA workers and everybody else. They have 70 truck drivers right now for the UN over inside of Gaza, and every single one of them is Palestinian. And every single one of those truck drivers has been taken hostage numerous times and had the aid ripped right off the freaking truck, and they're back hauling shit the next day. They're so tired of it to the point where they don't even strap down the shit on their own trucks. Israel has a lot of fault in this. A lot. I don't even think that they conducted it how they should have done. I'd put American deaths not just on Israel, but also on the Biden administration. Israel should not have waited to go into Rafah and sat there. The reason Hersh Goldberg's fucking dead, along with a bunch of other Americans, is because they didn't act violently and quickly the way that they should have in these different operations. I have so many freaking complaints, it's not even funny. The reason you had such a slowed response going up there is you had Israeli service members that actually started hauling ass up towards the northern border because Hezbollah was thought to be the bigger threat, not Hamas. because Hezbollah had over 200,000 fighters and they were all staged up there over in the north. And when they heard what was going on, you had people making brief phone calls, getting freaking shot and killed as all of this is going on. So you get all of these things coming out, and you had service members not wait for orders and just take freaking the rifles and start driving north. At the same time, you had people doing the same thing heading south. And they didn't coordinate, they didn't get their shit together, and they were heading down there, and they ran into one road that goes along the Gaza envelope that Hamas had on lockdown with crew-served weapons and everything else, and people were just driving into a wall of fire getting lit up while they were running rampant inside of there. I have a lot of fucking problems. I have a lot of problems with current present day doing any of these negotiations with any terrorist organization whatsoever. When the hell did any foreign policy, even for the United States, to negotiate with terrorism? You have these people that just massacred 1,200 of your own people, and you're going to negotiate with them? I personally, if I was in one of those tunnels and you listen to what some of these freaking hostages have gone through, and you were stuck down in that side of that fucking tunnel, I would have rather had a fucking bomb dropped on my head than to be subjected to the shit that they were subjected to for multiple years. What type of life do those people get to live now? How much shit have they gone through? How many of them have actually been dead? We didn't even know how many alive hostages they had, and they still haven't turned them all back over, allegedly, for what they have. Not a single female alive? Why? We're going to take them at their word for that? How many times are they going to let them violate ceasefire agreements? Would you?
Yeah,
I sure as hell wouldn't.
That's a great question.
I've got all sorts of fucking problems with the way they go about doing these things. Yes, I have been very critical when it comes down to certain things, and I base it on facts. And what kills me is just like that, where people try to say that, nope, you're not critical. My fucking ass, I haven't been critical. But here's another one. You ready for this? You want one that's really going to piss you off? One of my stops, when I got out, they went to go give me the dog and pony show just like everybody else.
Wait, you went to Israel? You did the Kiss the Wall tour?
No,
I didn't know that.
I didn't do the Kiss the Wall tour. I actually took a break. I took a break in between going from, and so now it makes me wonder if you were even aware of like the IED that I was talking about, because what I read was it was an IED. So now you're making me question and have to go back, but I'm gonna go read on it. We'll just leave it up in the air.
That could be
when I left.
Yeah,
but hold on, you're gonna want to hear this.
No,
you're gonna want to hear this. You're gonna want to hear this. When I went over to the Kogat site, the place where they screen all the humanitarian aid going in and out of Gaza, I didn't kiss the wall. I didn't do it. I didn't. I took a knee and I prayed next to it. And if you understand the religious history of that and why I would do that as a Christian, please look into it. It's not because I'm Jewish, it's because I'm Christian. If you go and you look at Kogat and where it was at, I was shocked. They went over and they're like, here's all the humanitarian aid. You remember when they did that like influencer campaign and they were sending people over there? I went over there after that.
Oh, they're still doing it.
Are they? I haven't been
they just
reporting
did a
on it for a
huge
while.
one.
Okay, so hold on.
This is a
Listen to
massive
this.
one.
You're going to want to hear this. And I've got, dude, I'll pull it up and I'll put it up on the screen for you. Let me grab it real quick.
I'm all in, man. I'm all in. We're on the same team criticizing Israel now. We're good, bro.
I don't know about all that. So
we're cooking together now.
This is what kills
Matt's
me.
Matt's America first now, boys. We brought him over.
No, come on. I am still America first. I just have a different view of belief based on my own research and independent studies and stuff that I've done, right? And plus, I'm a human being, so I'm like nobody's going to agree 100% on everything, right? Sorry, I was searching it. I was in the wrong search bar. Hold on. You're going to want to see this. So I went to the Kogat site down there, and they had a commander that was down there, right? And the commander went to go do the same thing. Look, here's all the humanitarian stacked up, blah, 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 blah. And I asked him the same question that I asked you. This war's been going on for 2 years, pal. For 2 fucking years, this war's been going on. I was over there in September. For 2 years, this war's been going on. Hamas, at their current strength, estimated somewhere between 10 to 15,000 still remaining over inside Gaza, because you ended up having X amount defected and so on and so forth. You guys shut off the Philadelphia corridor. You blew up a bunch of tunnels. You flooded a bunch of other ones. You guys effectively control the Philadelphia corridor. I'm sure some things are still getting through. There's drones that are flying stuff back and forth, but that's not enough to feed a 10,000 manned insurgency. So how the hell are they getting all of those weapons, ammunitions, mortars? Dude, they had SA-7s inside there. How the F are all those getting inside of there? The only mass amount of things that are moving inside of Gaza from the external to internal that have very little control over is what? Humanitarian aid. They're going to be smuggling it in, right? I sat there and I argued with this guy for no shit, and I got witnesses. I got a former advisor to the Joint Chief that was standing right there next to me that will vouch for this story. I argued with this Kogat commander to show me the smuggled equipment because I knew they had it. And he admitted, and he's like, yeah, well, I mean, of course, yeah, we have it. And I'm like, well, how much? And he's like 24 tons in the last week. It was like 21 or 24 tons, equivalent to 3 semi-truck loads worth of freaking goods that they were trying to smuggle in. Not all of it is weapons and equipment. Some of it is heroin. Some of it's freaking drugs. Some of it's tobacco, right? Why? Because they can sell it on the market and make a buttload of money because all of that stuff isn't considered humanitarian aid, right? So illicit money ends up funding blah, 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 blah.
Drugs are worth a lot in prison, that's for sure.
Right. Okay. So we'll keep going. Ignore your statement. So I bring up, yeah, I know. It was a good joke. I like it. So I bring all that up and I'm like, where is all of this coming in from? It's got to be coming in through humanitarian aid. That's exactly why you guys are screening it. So why the hell haven't I seen anything? If you're telling me that and I didn't even discover it was 3 semi-trucks worth until I ended up like doing the math and the blah, 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 right? That much going through there. In 1 week, 3 semi-trucks worth of freaking smuggled in goods. Here's a bottle of sulfuric acid, sulfuric acid that ended up getting pulled off of the trucks along with a bunch of other shit. And I still have, let me see if this is the post I put it. I've got a geotagged freaking, like I left my location on so that you can see it. So that you see that I'm at the Kogat site. That's where everything's at, right? I had to argue with the guy to bring me in there. And he didn't say, yes, I'm going to take you in here and show you this stuff. He said, my back kind of hurts. I need to go sit down. You know what I mean? Like that, he played that game. It's asinine for people to sit there and act like that wasn't taking place. And I put that onus on them. And I'll tell you, hold on. No, here's the absurd part. Here's the critical. You want me to be critical. Here's the critical part. I know people over there as well, right? I've met a lot of people. I shook a lot of hands. I know a lot of people over there. All I'm going to say is I talked to somebody higher up in the government and asked him if he was aware of that. Somebody that makes decisions and gets shit done. That 3 semi-trucks worth of goods were being smuggled in on humanitarian aid. I asked him that. Well, actually, I waited till I was about to go wheels up. Like I was on the tarmac getting ready to go wheels up and like take off out of there because I didn't want to get in trouble. You know what I'm saying? I asked him, are you aware of this? You know what his answer was? No. They should own a bunch of this shit. The reason people have misconceptions about what's taking place, when I brought that up and I was criticized, one of my biggest freaking critical points on them, sitting down with all of these different people. I even said this to, Major General Benny Gall, guy that's responsible for all of this crap that you've been talking about. Why do you guys suck so bad at putting this out? Why can't I go in with the IDF and document what's actually taking place? Why can't I do this? Why can't I get embedded with a unit? You guys just launched an attack on Gaza City. I didn't book a return flight yet. I'll pack my shit, put it in a freaking storage locker, and go down there right now. I brought the stuff to be able to do that. Can I go do that? No, you can't. This is the problem. And when I ask about giving out and putting out accurate information, accurate videos, and everything else, that's 100% on them as well. It's on them for not passing that information up the chain and taking care of that so they can put out accurate intel products that are releasable to the public. It's also a huge fault on them for not having it. Everything that I just stated, they're at fault for a lot of crap. And to sit here and like, I am no way sat there and defend and say, I am 100% pro-Israel, defend everything they do. I have criticized the shit out of those people. Sorry, I'm done with my rant now.
So let me ask you this, because I think, well, and I think we know this is true, right? Benjamin, what's your feelings about Benjamin Netanyahu?
It depends. Same thing if you ask me about Trump.
We do know that Benjamin Netanyahu, and we've also, if you haven't seen the BB Files by Ian Carroll, please go watch it for everybody in the chat. We all know that Benjamin Netanyahu was going to be removed from power for corruption charges before October 7th, which a lot of people think, that's probably why it was allowed to happen. But expanding on that, do you think Benjamin Netanyahu has helped facilitate a lot of these things with Hamas because having this war continue is what's allowing him to stay in power and not be removed and potentially not being put in prison by his own people for corruption charges?
I wouldn't go that deep, but I would put a lot of blame on Bibi. Yeah.
So you don't think he's knowingly sort of facilitating Hamas?
I wouldn't go that deep. I say intentions matter. I wouldn't say he's intentionally doing it. I'd say that he's trying to appease a bunch of different people, including the United States of America, because he needed that U.S. war support. And that by doing those different actions, which I would ramble on for another 30 minutes on the different things that he's done, and the different things like Israel has done, by supporting those different actions have caused this thing to lag on for so long. So I would put a lot of blame on Bibi. Absolutely. Yeah.
Next one I'll ask, and we can probably tie it up here. Why do you think that the United States should support Israel in their war when they didn't support us in ours? And you should be kind of passionate about this, like I am, as a guy who went and fought the wars.
Okay. I'll ask you a question because I actually haven't looked into this one yet. So I like learning at the same time. I don't pretend like I know everything. Did the U.S. request troop support from Israel?
Directly?
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure that 76 countries all vowed to help and that 20 of them just sent troops on their own as a coalition.
Well, right. We even had people from Ukraine over there.
Is
I'm asking,
so
we had Ukrainians.
I don't know if they did. I would assume they're our greatest.
So,
I know that we did. I would assume as our greatest ally, they would have wanted to, but they didn't. It's not about if we requested. My question is question is very, very simple here. Why do you think the United States should support Israel financially and all these things in their war when they didn't do it for our war?
Okay, hold on. So, number one, if they didn't do it for our war, yeah, I think that's pretty fucked up.
They didn't.
That would slightly piss me off. So I'll go with you on that. There's also different levels of support that would go into like intel and everything, and I would find it very hard to believe that they didn't provide us some actual intelligence. Moving deeper into that, I would go in and I would start talking about.
I don't really care about intelligence. Why didn't you come bleed with us?
Yeah, I'm again. Ukrainians helped us out.
So did Australia. There's 20 different countries.
Right.
Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, lots of different countries. We also had Turkey helping us, and I could have cared less if Turkey was there. They screwed a lot of shit up.
People came and bled, but they didn't.
Correct. We had people that came and bled, and they didn't. I do think that's screwed up. Is that a fair statement?
Mm-hmm. I agree.
And now I'm going to look into that deeper. Now, what was the second half?
Second half is they didn't.
Oh no, it was support. It was support.
Why,
it was support.
Why should we support them in our war when we don't support them? You got it right.
I got you. Yeah. So I do think that when we look at the overall realm of Islamic terror, and why you see so many Palestinian flags are flying over here inside of the United States, why we see guys like Mamdani, why we have Ilhan Omar's and all of this other crap. So I think that radical ideology that's taking place over there is an absolute cancer, and that we can't look at it either from a direct threat standpoint, saying that Hamas's rockets can't reach the United States. This is the same reason why I'm pissed off at Jelani being over inside the White House. Like, you will find me standing up against Islamic terror.
We talked about that beforehand. We're both pissed about that.
You will find me standing up and pissed off about Islamic terror all day long. So when it goes down to that, I think it is very important for the U.S. to take a stance against that. A very firm, very hard stance against Islamic terror. U.S. citizens that were detained and killed, taken hostage. I think it was important for us to do that just on that basis alone. I'm actually really pissed off that the Biden administration didn't cut our freaking dogs of war loose to go inside there and at least get Americans out. That pisses me off.
And
moving it at a deeper level.
Why aren't we doing it anywhere else? The northern horn of Africa is completely fucked with Islamic terrorism. So is sub-Saharan Africa, Nigeria.
So looking at it from the actual ideological standpoint of what the Palestinian Authority, right, and what Hamas believes, when we start looking at that as a whole, this is where the whole Islamic terrorism movement starts to mesh. This is why you have Shias and Sunnis uniting from before, where they would just, and it's not saying that there's not sectarian violence anymore, but that's where they unite around, and it's all based on that whole religious principle and debate that goes into it. As they say, the United States is the big devil, Israel's the little devil. And so just on that stance alone, and if we don't go after that radical ideology that's causing these things to take place, shit that happened over in India today is going to eventually make its way into the United States. We have very good intelligence. We have very good national security, but it's not perfect. None of them are. We've had terror attacks take place here in the United States. We have had people's heads get cut off. And if we allow shit like that to persist and we don't take a stance against it, then we're essentially being pacifists, and we're going to fall into the same thing that happened during World War II, where eventually Pearl Harbor ends up getting attacked. So I don't look at it, and I don't state that this is for the best interest of the United States, because we already have a problem with that radical ideology over here in the United States. And I'd point to places like Dearborn, Michigan. I point to exactly what's happening upside in New York City right now. All sorts of crap, to why it's a problem. So and not to mention the ISIS terrorists that ended up getting arrested over in Chicago the other day, and the two that ended up getting picked up at the airport, and the guys that got arrested over inside of Oklahoma. Same issue I have with the Chinese working at like the companies over inside of California, and we can go down this rabbit hole. But in my opinion, if we don't do something about it, it's almost like mowing the grass, in my opinion, right? Like you don't want to go out and completely wipe it out, because all of a sudden you get accused of genocide. But if you let it persist, We're going to have Dearborn, Michigan everywhere. And it's taking place over inside of Texas as well. We've got people in the United States standing up in mosques, holding frickin' pistols, screaming about how you should be killing infidels because it's a part of the Quran. And I don't think that people should be allowed to hide behind the First Amendment and incite violence against people because they say it's their religious right, when what you're actually doing is telling people to go out and kill. That's
so do you feel the same way about Judaism? Because the Talmud calls for all those same things.
Do we have Jews that are standing up preaching here in the United States of America, telling them to go out and kill people? Like Americans, infidels.
No, but we do have them massively influencing our country and doing things like we talked about with censorship, deplatforming, which I think is just as dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, I do. I agree with that. And we also agree there. That is also dangerous. And so not just do we have to look at words and what people read and what people study, but
they're both a big threat.
Hold on. But we also have to, you have a threat.
I think they're both a threat.
Hold on. So yes, it's a threat just as much as every other country. And I think they're very good about putting their political influence in other places. And so we have to be very, very careful, right? We have to be very careful when it comes to free speech, because just like I don't like being censored on YouTube, TikTok, X, IG, whatever platform it's on, I also don't want to see other people getting censored. If that's who they truly are, great, let them show their colors. And once that happens, though, nobody has, not a single constitutional right in this country is absolute. You don't have an absolute right to keep and bear arms. That's why when you're a felon, that's why when you get convicted of freaking domestic violence, that's why you have to pass background checks, so on and so forth. Same thing works with free speech. And so the questionable part for me, which I view myself more or less as a constitutionalist, not somebody on the right or left, I just say, fuck you. If it's not in the Constitution, I don't agree with you. And so where I start to take a problem is where we start restricting speech in ways that is not directly impacting other people.
And is radical Islam radical Islam restricting our speech in America?
What restricting our speech?
Yeah. Are they censoring us? Are they censoring us on
I would actually argue,
like Facebook?
Yes,
and
I would actually argue yes.
Those?
So I would argue yes, but in a different way. You ready for this? So lots of different money is being poured in. You have 17 million Jews in the world, and you have over 2 billion Muslims, like 2.3 billion Muslims.
What's the richest demographic in the United States?
Hold on. Wait a minute. So it's
okay.
When we start talking about this, so we start. Gotcha. So when we start talking about sheer numbers and we go into it, right, and we go into sheer numbers of people around the world, because now we're talking about internet and things that are pouring into the United States. I don't have to be in the United States to pretend like I'm in the United States, right? When we start getting behind and using bots can be used for good and bots can be used for bad. We have massive bot farms and everything else. And there's a lot of money that's going in, not just right to the propaganda side on the Israeli side of the house, but also over on the Islamic side, pushing certain and different narratives as well. In the last year,
they don't have systematic control of the platforms.
Okay. So again, when you're talking about speech is one thing, but what people view, I would argue differently. When you start talking about viewership and how you can actually push numbers and promote different posts and get money to put,
I'm not worried about promotion. I'm worried about systematically censoring, banning, and deplatforming people.
I'm worried about that, but I'm also worried about the information that people are taking in America. That's another side of it, right? So information warfare, there's multiple sides. You have restriction, and then you have what people are actually getting in front of their face. And when you're putting mass amounts of money from overseas and promoting different accounts, right, and promoting different messaging, you are changing the minds of Americans. They're warping our politicians. They're changing the way things are being done. And I don't like it on any side. Israel is doing it to a smaller degree.
That's not true.
They are. They're doing it to a smaller degree. Show me the Israeli version of Jackson Hinkle.
Yeah, sure.
Who's this?
Here's one. We're going to go through these.
Who's the patriotic babe? Hold on. Who's the patriotic babe? Let me go look this up.
This is all over. There's a bunch of different places. This is the news coming out. Sorry. Israel's dumping a ton of money into manipulating ChatGPT searches to make them more positive towards Israel. That's happening.
Okay. So now, do you know how Grok works?
Then let's do this one.
Hold on.
We know this is going on.
I like it.
Right?
Hold on. Wait. Well, we're going to get to that one. You just brought up ChatGPT, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if you talk about Grok and how Grok works, and this is why I said it's important to look at how it goes. And I agree with you when it goes down to like making sure that information and everything's being put out correct. The way Grok works is it looks for information because you have community notes. And when you have a plethora of accounts that are putting out certain amounts of information, I know this because I asked Grok and I studied and I went over and I actually looked at all this shit. And what Grok does is it takes the most amount of information that's being reported and it presents it as fact. So have you seen people post things over on X and then they end up asking Grok, is this accurate? And then Grok gives an answer. Have you seen that? I've debated.
But I'm talking about Israel spending hundreds of millions of dollars to manipulate AI results.
I understand, and I don't agree with that either. But here is the other side of it, which I'm also bringing up. AI is not perfect, especially things like Grok, especially things like ChatGPT. And so the other way these platforms are being manipulated is by mass posting via bots and everything else, because what Grok's doing
is
the amount of information that comes out, that's what it accepts as fact. I debated
the direction
Grok.
of the Israeli government may to launch the largest coordinated censorship campaign in modern history on behalf of stopping any negative comments about Zionism.
What's the source on that? Source?
This is Project Censored, but I mean, this is all over the news
what's
right now
source?
too. Meta came out and said this themselves.
Okay, so what's their source?
Meta is their source. Meta came out and said they're doing this.
Meta said, let me go find this.
Yes, I forgot her name. She's high up at Meta.
Okay, so I want to pull it up because I want to know where their information, where the money's flowing from. So, and the reason I bring this up is because the amount of different articles, like you said, it's all over the place. What I've learned
No. Meta announced that they're doing this censorship campaign.
Right. Meta announced they're doing this censorship campaign. Do you have a problem with that? So I ask, what is the source of that information? Is like, i.e., is, let me give you an example.
Meta's the source.
Did Meta, okay, so hear me out.
Meta's the source about Meta's announcement.
I understand that. Did Meta state that Israel is trying to give them money in order to control a narrative?
Meta stated their massive censorship movement to completely reform any negative criticism or Zionism and Israel. That's what they stated.
Okay, how? Obviously, I'm not going to.
So, are you saying
Israel
had nothing to do with that?
Hold on.
Come on.
Obviously, I wouldn't say that is a good thing in America, but when I ask, what is the actual fact? No. So what I'm asking is, what is the source and how are they doing it? I know Meta stated that, but how are they doing it? What are they doing?
How are they?
Yeah, you showed me a little clip. So how are they censoring negative comments? Correct. That's what I'm asking.
If you make negative comments about Zionism, they can block or ban your account, or flag your account, or strike your account, which is exactly what TikTok's doing as well now.
That Meta is being told to do that?
Meta is doing it with their own platform. They announced they are going to do it.
Okay, thank you. So Meta announced that they're going to be putting that down. Pretty sure that there was legislation. Hold on, wait a minute. I'm not defending it at all. I agree with you. Like I said, free speech. People should be able to do it. So what I saw, and this is where I have issues. Like I said, I am also critical. It's funny that people think that I fucking flex. So I saw legislation. If I remember right, I'm gonna have to go back and look on this. I saw legislation that they ended up bringing up earlier this year, to where they ended up bringing up the use of the word Zionism and negativity, and even trying to direct it as hate speech. I have issues with the term hate speech in general.
That's what Facebook and TikTok are doing.
I know. I have issues with the word hate speech in general, and I don't care on which side of the platform it is. When we look at Canada and stuff, and it's a problem here in the United States and Colorado.
Yeah, but you said Israel's not. It has a tiny effect.
I said it's a problem. So we have politicians, and this is why I say that we need to hold our politicians accountable. Over in the state of Colorado, it's illegal to misgender somebody, and I believe it's the same over in the state of Oregon. And when we crack the door, which is stupid, so when we crack the door into hate speech and we crack the door into any of this crap, I think when you give an inch, people end up taking a mile, and one thing turns into another, and you start developing case law and judicial precedents and all this other bullshit that basically has allowed our country to get to the point where it's at today. Obviously, I'm not going to agree with that. Obviously.
But my point, you tried to say that Israel has very little influence on what's going on with our speech. And I just showed you massive platforms are literally doing censorship campaigns on behalf of anything negative about Israel. That's not a little bit of effect.
So let's talk about where that comes from, because that shouldn't be allowed in the United States of America. And in my opinion, where that ends up coming from, right. So in my opinion, where that's coming from is from dumbass politicians here in the United States of America. And obviously they're putting money towards promoting those politicians and helping them, so on and so forth, because they're taking this stance on Christianity that the current Israel is the Israel of the Bible. And that's just simply not the case.
Yeah, that's definitely not true.
It's not the case, Right. But what we have is we have politicians in America that are trying to push it in that statement and trying to push it in that right. And I don't believe that. And I don't believe that we should have politicians looking at it. I can stand here and say that I'm a Christian, and I can also stand and I can say that that's not the Israel of the Bible. These are two night and day different things. Right.
Correct.
And we could also say that if it was the Israel of the Bible, and even Jews will agree to this, that how many times did the Jews defy God throughout the Bible?
Well,
and as a Christian,
the people of Israel, 98% of the people of Israel aren't genetically tied to Israel anyway. They're
and as a Christian,
Jews from Eastern Europe.
As a Christian, I can also stand there and state that when Jesus came, he said, from this point forward, there's no more Jew or Gentile.
So you're not a believer that Jews are entitled to land because religiously, right?
No, I go back and
I like that you're well read on that, because that's a big Zionist talking point. That's just not true.
No. Yeah. I go back and I look and I say that the land ended up belonging to the UK or Britain, right? Prior to that land belonged to them, that it was conquered. And
but I have no problem with conquering land.
Okay, so you have no problem with conquering land. Great.
No, I'm an American.
Right.
We conquered the land.
Thank you. I have this argument with people all the time. It's either okay to conquer land or it's not okay to conquer land. If it's okay to conquer land,
I don't subscribe to the idea that Palestine is somehow is somehow entitled to the Palestinians because they're genetically tied to the Canaanites, which they are. They are the ones who genetically are tied to the land. But if you get conquered, homie.
Thank you. So I'm not
disagreeing.
I take the common sense look on it all the way back to 1947. It was the UK or Great Britain. They wanted to end up giving crap up. Great, so they can do that. That's where I take it. I look at it and I say they were given an option during the partition plan. They chose not to partake in it. Then you ended up having fighting going back and forth. You ended up having atrocities being taken place on both sides. But at the end of the day, they got their butts kicked, and it happened again in 1967. Nobody complained about Egypt took over Gaza back then between 1948 and 1967. Nobody ever complains that Egypt did that shit. And yet Egypt doesn't.
No, I'm not complaining. I'm saying don't use my tax dollars to do it. I've said that's my stance. You know my stance on that, right?
Right. And my stance is to push down radical Islam. And I think that the Mecca, the absolute heart of radical Islam, is Hamas and the Palestinian state, but not because of the type of crap that they're pushing, trying to state that it has to do with, like Zionism and everything. No, it's literally the religious stance that they take, and they look at it going over, killing Jews, taking over the land, blah, 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 blah. And it's going to empower them. That's exactly why I don't like, for the same exact freaking reason, but on a greater scale, that I don't like Jelani inside the White House a day before Veterans Day and on the freaking Marine Corps birthday.
No, I agree
because
with that.
What you're doing is you're stating that terrorism gives you a path to political power, and that's not good. That's not right. That's screwed up.
I'm in agreement with you. I'm in agreement with you on the problems of Islamic terrorism. I just think that the problems that Israel's influence is having is bad also.
Sure. Yeah, I don't like anybody influencing America other than America, but it's also ignorant to try to state that we don't try to do that as well.
I'm not saying we don't try to do it. I already said we should act in the interest of America. So yes, America should do that.
Bingo.
But we should also not let foreign countries, including our greatest ally, do it to us either. We're the superpower. We're the hegemonic superpower of the world. This is where I'm saying I go way from the isolationists. We should use our power in all these different ways that benefit America. But to me, sending billions and billions and billions of dollars to foreign countries to fight wars that I don't think benefit the American people, that's where I say no thanks. And the same thing as all the influence of foreign countries' politicians on our politics. No, thank you. I will pass. And that includes Islam. That includes Qatar. That includes Israel. That includes Russia, China, fucking everybody. I got a blanket. I'm against it all. I'm not going to make exceptions for one little country that's not even our ally.
So now let's talk about Nigeria and the 7,000 Christians that have been murdered there.
Yep.
Why is our administration willing to go to war inside of Nigeria for 7,000 Christians murdered, while we have Jelani in the White House that was responsible for murdering God only knows how many people inside of his own country, up to and including in July of this year?
I don't think it's about Christians being slaughtered, because Christians have been slaughtered since 1953 in Nigeria, and nobody's given a fuck about that.
What do you think it is?
But I do know that they have the second, they're the most natural resource rich overall country in Africa by far. They're the second largest oil reserve. I believe they're one of the largest lithium reserves. Correct me if I'm wrong on that, in Africa as well. So yeah, I mean, it's just like
Elon's deal in Nigeria. in 2022.
I don't know about Elon's deal, but that could make it all make a lot more sense.
Yeah, you ready to be pissed off? I did a show on it this morning. Zero sleep, getting off the freaking airplane, missed a news interview. I was like, fuck this. I got to talk about this. You're absolutely right. They do have probably, because it's brand new, like the discovery of the lithium over inside of Nigeria is brand new. And in 2022, Elon Musk, Tesla put in a bid to be the sole producers out of that mine. Nigeria turned him down because Elon didn't want to have a factory over Nigeria employing Nigerians. But you know who ended up jumping in and getting that deal in 2023? China did. Mm-hmm. So 2022, America gets turned down for the mining deal, and it happens to be Elon Musk that gets turned down for it. And then 2023, China gets approved. They began mining operations in 2024. It has the potential to be the largest lithium reserve over inside of Africa, valued at over $32 billion. Okay, and it's not Boko. And here's the other part: it's not even Boko Haram or ISWAP that's killing the vast majority of the Christians over inside of that central belt in Nigeria. You do have people from Boko Haram and ISIS that are working their way down in there. But most of it's just Islamic farmers that are going over and killing people. It's standard shit. It's standard African things.
Yeah, I mean, that sub-Saharan Africa, we all know. I mean, well, I'm not going to get into that because we'll get banned. But
it's a whole other freaking discussion.
Yeah, I mean, that country has its problems, obviously, across the board. But yeah, I agree with you on that. Like, well, and here's the thing. Talking about use of our military, right? I actually wouldn't have... I'm like solely against going in and regime changing people now. Like I think all of us, I hope in the global war on terror have been like, this has not worked out very well for us. We're very bad at nation building. I'm all about
canoeing foreheads, but we have no business building nations. Correct.
And so I really don't have a problem if we were to actually go in there to systematically stop Christians from being killed. Now, again, that's happening all over the world, right? So where do we make our exceptions and our decisions? But at the same time, that's not what we're going to go do. It's just like in Venezuela, right? Like, are we there to free the Venezuelan people from the evils of socialism? Is that what we're there for?
No.
Or
that's a whole, we can get there because I think that actually falls right in line with what we're talking about with what the hell would the U.S. do over inside of Nigeria? Because we had troops.
Yeah.
Burkina Faso. Are they there anymore? No.
Yeah.
Do you know who moved in before we even moved out? You had Wagner starting to move in there and Russian Spetsnaz that started to move in there as U.S. troops are pulling out. And where we did have a foothold fighting against Boko Haram, crossing the border, going over into Nigeria, dealing with those idiots, we left. After they killed... even after they did, like... after that incident that took place... That one pisses me off. So even after that incident took place, we leave that whole thing behind, and now we're going to go in and pretend like we're there to help out Christians.
We haven't done that anywhere in the world, dude. We've let America. That's one of my biggest complaints with America, and it's another complaint I have about us going and protecting these other religions' country is we don't fucking do it for Christians ever. Christians have been slaughtered at mass more than any other religious-based group around the world. It's not even fucking close.
Yeah,
and we do nothing around the world to stop it.
I put up the stat earlier.
Whether it's the Bolsheviks, whether it's in Armenia, whether it's in Nigeria, it's all over the world, and we've literally done nothing to stop Christians from being slaughtered around the world. We'll go in and invade every Islamic country in the world and destabilize them, but we're not going to do anything to help Christians around the world.
Do me a favor, bro. Blow that up big screen right there.
Oh, no. Hold on. I got to pull yours
Matt's
up.
face. Yeah, there you go. Blow that up big screen. What Nate's about to put on the big screen, I don't know.
How do I do just you? Mm-hmm. Or share it to, better way to do it is share it to the screen. See the present?
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to let me do it. If you present screen, then I can actually blow it up all the way for us.
Bam. Share screen. Bam.
The bottom of the tab.
Share. There you go. Yeah, I had to go through the click-throughs. There you go. This is from the EU Parliament, March 11th, 2025. And I quote, in Syria, 1,300 people, most of them civilians, from the Alawite minority and Christians were killed by Islamic security forces. This is March. This is 1 month.
I remember seeing this.
In Syria. This is in Syria. This is one instance. And the only reason we know of this taking place, now this was still occurring. I could pull up video after video of this freaking crap going down, of Christians, even over inside of Damascus, that were being killed just for how they're dressing, so on and so forth. You can talk about the Druze being slaughtered down inside of Al-Suwaida, right over in the south. All of this crap that was going on. You got easily 10,000 people that have been murdered by them this year alone. Mm-hmm. And we had that man that was responsible for that shit in the White House today. So we can't sit around and pretend.
Well, and he's responsible for a lot more than that, and fucking who he's killed. Killed a lot of our friends too.
Sure. All right. I pulled it off, Nate. So we can't sit around and pretend like we actually care about anybody for that matter. It shouldn't just be Christians.
Gonna bring us back up.
Yeah, there you go. It shouldn't just be Christians.
Yeah, good.
In general, I don't care who it is.
All these lights, sorry.
If we're going to take a stance against people being murdered and genocided and all this other crap, then we should be applying that equally. We should be applying that equally. If you, no,
I didn't have my headphones in.
You said you were doing it, man. Love the Wood Chipper Tribe shirt. Love it. I freaking love him, man. He's a solid dude. So
JD's the man.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I forgot we're mutual friends with JD.
Yeah. Little things, you know. So yeah, even Ian Carroll actually, by the way, reached out today for me an article
Ian's
that I posted
dope,
on this.
Dude.
You know, him and I disagree on a lot of things, obviously.
Yeah,
you know
but Ian's so chill, dude.
Yeah, and I mean, I went off on him in one of my posts before. Like he came in and said, he was like, Matt, you're smarter than this. And I was like, fuck you, Ian. It just like went to town.
Ian texted me this morning and was like, dude, check. He sent me your Twitter post. And he was like, shit, Matt's got a fucking solid take right here. And I looked at it and I'm like, yep, that's how I feel. Talking about your Nigeria post.
Yeah, I'm not a jackass. If people actually look at the research and the things that I do, I'm not an idiot. You know what I mean? I might have a different view on some of these subjects than other people. And if people could actually have a conversation, maybe that could change, you know, which is the whole reason why we're here. So yeah, I think Nigeria is about.
That's what we did. I think we did pretty well, man. For how contentious, the subject is. Right. Like if you watch Anna Kasparian debate people, right? Like they just scream at each other the whole time. For how contentious the topic it is, I thought we did pretty well.
Yeah, and I might have taken some things wrong, and I apologize if I yelled at you, if I get emotional over things.
And I probably did too, man. But we're friends, and that's the point, guys. Is that you can have disagreements or different political outlooks than your friends and still talk about it. I think that's okay. Matt. Honestly, that's one of the biggest problems we have in America. Is just people being able to sit down and just literally fucking talk.
Yeah, and you know how we don't get there? By censoring people.
Agreed.
Venezuela.
So, let's talk about Venezuela. Then we probably got to do super chats because there's 248 of them. So we'll probably spend the rest of the time going through super chats. So the chat can get their comments in. There's a bunch of them. But let's do Venezuela real quick. So I did an entire video on Venezuela on what I thought what we're really doing down there. What's your opinion on? Well, let's not get into whether we're going to invade or not. Who knows with that shit. But like, what's your opinion on why we are maybe trying to do a little bit of regime change there?
China, Russia influence Western Hemisphere along with pipeline of smuggling things into the United States of America. You don't dedicate 20% of your deployable naval forces to blow up 16 boats in the last 3 months.
Yeah. And it's not like it's the fentanyl. It's not the fentanyl crisis, right? It's like that's not what's going on at all. I agree with you on that.
No, I think legally it's what we have the grounds to do. But I think they're acting on those legal grounds. And I would bet, and it kind of makes me wonder as well, if we didn't have some intel coming out when you take a look at what's taking place or what was found over inside of India today. 4 kilograms of like that ricin mesh, and that mash itself could have turned into, depending on how they weaponize it, 250,000 to 500,000 deaths over inside of India. That would have been
dude.
That would have been the largest terror attack in history.
Wasn't that what was the big one that went off with there was the resin factory. It was, remember that like a couple years ago? There's a famous footage of it. It was like the factory that blew up, but it blew up.
You talked about Lebanon.
City.
You talking about
is that where it was?
Beirut, so over inside of Beirut, but it was all ammonium nitrate and different propellants.
Yeah.
That they had stored in there, right? And guess who that was? Hezbollah.
I don't know. Well, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense if it's in Lebanon. Yeah, of course it was, right?
But yeah, I mean, that was huge. That was actually, I ran the numbers on it, just trying to like do like beer math and stuff like that. I sat one day and actually did all of the freaking math on that shit as a retarded 18 Chuck, and ended up coming out. It was about the equivalent to the Oklahoma City blast, a little bit bigger than that. I mean, to give you guys an idea of just how massive it did, right? It did, but it was huge. But yeah, no, it was improper storage of all of that stuff, deteriorating conditions. You had a fire, and then heat, pressure, friction ends up causing your blast. Or I'm sorry, heat, pressure, shock, whatever that ends up going into it. And then you get that, right? But it was the storing of the propellants, ammonium nitrate in that way. But this is something completely totally different. You know, you're talking about something very small that you could easily put on one of those smuggling boats, that you could pay people off, or that you could even tell them, you could mark the package and tell them that this is going in with the shipment of cocaine, or this is going in with the shipment of fentanyl. It'll be this package. And then they can just simply pull that package off. You know what I mean? Because those rat lines already exist coming into America. So why not use that existing rat line? And part of me wonders, part of me wonders if there wasn't a terror plot, because I'm aware of a couple other ones. If there wasn't another terror plot that was planned for the United States, that we had the intel on that, and that was supposed to be coming in through there, because India, drugs flowing from India into Venezuela is a thing. If you guys didn't know that, there's
India to Venezuela.
Yep, there's a pipeline of drugs going from. Yeah, who supplied the majority of the world's opium? Afghanistan. Where do they have rat lines smuggling things out through? Pakistan. Where's Pakistan smuggling? Like, right? You go to these major ports, they have these smuggling routes.
Yeah, I mean that's the easy. The heroin Silk Road runs right through all that.
So then you have Venezuela that ends up being like a transfer point for this stuff. So if you had ISIS-K, or you had one of the dozen plus Islamic groups over inside of Islamic terror groups over inside of Pakistan that wanted to launch such an attack, or even if you had Russia that wanted to get behind doing some shit like that just to punish the United States of America for all of our support for Ukraine, and supporting and setting up basically like patsies to knock this stuff out for them, right? Smuggling it in through Venezuela and then using those established routes to get into the United States, dude, it's already there. And it's a very small package. You can hide amongst fentanyl. I mean, it's just that simple.
Yeah, but I mean, the vast majority of fentanyl is just coming. The precursors are coming from China. Now it's all going to Canada.
Facts.
The vast majority of fucking fentanyl is coming in through the northern border, which kind of pisses me off too, because it's like we're making all this bragging about securing the southern border, but it's like, to stop the fentanyl crisis. But you're like, you're doing jack shit to Jasmine's crew up north.
Right.
Is actually the ones funneling on all the fucking. Yeah, we'll blame it all on Jasmine, by the way, in the chat for the fentanyl crisis is blamed on Jasmine tonight. That's where we're going with that.
Did he show you the post?
She's in here right now, but
she's either over there or she's up over in here. Did I show you? Did I show you the top 5 countries producing drugs? Let me see if that gets it up in there. Mexico, 85% for drugs coming to the United States. Mexico supplies 85%. They're responsible for 85% of the drugs coming to the U.S. Colombia, 13%. Peru, 1.5%. Bolivia, 1%. India, 0.5%.
Don't see Venezuela on there.
What's not on that list, buddy? Yeah, now Venezuela is a great transfer point. Venezuela is a great transfer point, but it's not where everything's coming in from. So again, why do we have 20% of our Navy dedicated down there?
Well, it's not for drugs, like you just said.
So, and then if you go back to 2019, you know about the Green Beret mission that ended up getting thwarted to like overthrow. Have you looked into that? I forget the guy's name. I did a whole episode on that like last week. Dude, that guy got screwed over. You don't go and get meetings with freaking president of Colombia.
I thought he got released recently.
He's got a fucking warrant out for an FTA because they ended up charging him. They finally ended up coming down, slapping him with federal weapons charges for weapons exports.
Our government did?
Yes.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear about that.
There was a couple guys, like he ended up having a couple guys get killed. He ended up having a couple guys get killed, and he ended up having a couple guys get arrested. And so he had met up with the alleged, should have been, and this is Trump back in 2019 in his State of the Union address. Again, great video. Go look it up, where Trump's like praising this dude, saying, yeah, look at this guy. He's the rightful president of freaking Venezuela. And he's like pumping his freaking, wiener.
Yeah, Trump's been talking about
in the middle of the State of the Union address. So he wanted to get rid of Maduro for a long time. Well, there you have this Green Beret that says that he got approached by people from Pence's staff and people from the agency, and he even brought Orange into the mix. And he tried saying that all of these people got behind him. Now, he did get meetings with the president of Colombia. He did have that guy that Trump had put up on the pedestal over inside. I forget the guy's name off the top of my head. And he had a signed contract. And he had a payout coming, and he even talked about how the money was going to come through USAID and how all this shit was supposed to flow and so on and so forth. And he was giving contacts over inside of there. You need to look into that guy because when that happened, the U.S. government rolled over, and he says that it was an agency contact over inside Venezuela that rolled over on them and turned them over to Maduro's guys. That in the last meeting that he had, that it was an agency contact. So one of Biden's freaking plants likely.
All right. So I brought this up. That I wanted to show. So we can talk about this little lady, Maria Machado, excuse me. She's an interesting one. She's been, let me start this. She's been sort of just bragging about how she's ready to sell her country out as soon as she gets...
Amazing, super exciting for me. We will open Venezuela for foreign investment. I am talking about a $1.7 trillion opportunity, not only in oil and gas, which is huge, and you know that the opportunities, because we will open all upstream, middle stream, downstream to all companies, but also in mining, in gold, in infrastructure, power. We have our grid right now has a 17 gigawatt opportunity of energy potential that needs to be rehabbed. Certainly for technology and AI and tourism. You know, Venezuela has 2,800 kilometers of pristine Caribbean coastline ready to be developed. So this is going to be huge. We will bring rule of law. We will open markets. We will have security for foreign investment and a transparent, massive privatization program that is waiting for you.
All you got to do is come and remove Maduro from power for me. And
no, we don't. Ask Chevron.
And businesses can come and invest and basically purchase everything out of Venezuela. What's your thoughts on her Nobel Peace Prize winner, by the way?
Yeah, number one, that seemed like an AI video. I'm not 100% certain on that.
No, that's real because I watched her say the exact same things when she was interviewed by Donald Trump Jr. Word for word,
great.
Script for script.
Yeah, great. No, Russia, China influence also natural resources such as oil.
That's what she's saying. She said all you got to do is
but that's not true.
Remove Maduro,
that's not true.
And you can come take it, boys.
Chevron's already back over there doing oil deals.
I'm just saying that's what she's saying.
Yeah, I think she's wrong. I think that Chevron made the right.
She's saying she's the opposition leader. She's saying, get rid of Maduro, install me, and it's all for the taking. That's what she's saying.
She's wrong. It's already for the taking, and we're trying to go in there. We're trying to bid on contracts. We're still making things happen over inside that country. You want to know why I think we're bombing these drug runners on top of the potential terror plot?
I think some of them aren't even drug runners, brother. Think about it this way. It takes 20 refueling points to get to America on those speedboats. Where are they even refueling?
I've thought about this numerous times. They're going to midway points, et cetera. No, here's what I think. Because we had that failed insurrection over inside of that country, right? Like we had a failed regime change that took place. And according to this guy, and he went on, I can't remember who he did that freaking show with. I was like, no way. I think it was PBD. That he did a whole 1 hour interview explaining the entire scenario back in 2020 when that whole thing went to shit. So we tried that and we failed at it. When I look at it and I see why we're bombing all these drug boats, you got to figure Maduro and the cartels, like the reason that you got drugs moving from Colombia into Venezuela and from India into Venezuela and all these other surrounding places into Venezuela and getting transferred out of there is because Maduro's allowing it to happen, right? The government's not stopping it. They're getting paid off. They're doing all these other things.
I don't think he's a good dude.
Plus, if he doesn't play ball, they're just going to kill him, right? Kind of like how you feel about U.S. politicians and Jews, right? So, it was a joke. So... but also JFK. Oh, that's deeper. So if Vatican. So if I blame it on the Vatican. So if we so if we go and we look and we say, okay, why would we be taking these people out? Because I guarantee you that Maduro has a deal worked out with these cartels that he is supposed to be protecting them and getting them through. When you bring in 20% of the U.S. Navy and you start bombing the shit out of those boats that are running through there, that protection breaks down. And then that puts the cartels at freaking head with Maduro. And so then you start creating this stuff. Now, I'm not saying that the cartel is going to go against Maduro and that they're going to go take him out and kill him and all this other crap. But I think what it does is it opens up this point for political assassinations. I think it was last month we authorized covert actions over inside of Venezuela. And so I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing... Yep. So I wouldn't be surprised if we start seeing stuff like that take place and they start pinning it against the cartels or they start pinning it against Maduro to try to get them to go head to head a little bit. And then all of a sudden this random, same plan, different day, different freaking style, a different insurrection ends up opening up or a different uprising, whatever. The people rise up and get rid of Maduro and it's going to be celebrated, right? Kind of like Gaddafi, right? Like, God, man. And if you guys don't know the history on that one.
Definitely shouldn't remove Gaddafi, to be honest.
Yeah. Yeah,
that was a big fuck up. Yeah, I mean, I know the history on that.
Do people here know what the United States government was doing inside Libya and where those weapons were going after Gaddafi got? Yeah, I highly suggest you people look into that and go see where those weapons are going because
but also I love that Gaddafi literally was running the most successful state in Africa. Highest middle class, average middle class. You had free healthcare, universal college, and then he decides, I'm going to unite the African countries.
I was going to say he was about to bring Africa together,
and they literally go, "No, sir, you're dead. We're going to destabilize your country." It's not funny, but it's another point to exactly what we've been doing, as I said, in the Middle East, over and over and over again.
Yeah, and what did Hillary Clinton's State Department do with all those weapons that hit the street? They all made their way over into Syria. Because if you guys didn't know, we tried doing the right thing, and people don't understand that if we're going to back any sort of insurgency in another country, we've got different stipulations as the United States government that's going to put on it, and the men on the ground are going to follow it to a T. They're going to make sure that everything's going through.
Well, maybe we should just stop doing that, huh?
Yeah, that's what I'm stating. That it's failed. It's showed time and time again that it's failed, and what Hillary Clinton did undoubtedly made it even worse.
Yeah.
Undoubtedly made it worse and opened the door for Russia and opened the door for the IRGC and everybody to go in there because we started taking those weapons that were being funneled out of freaking Libya and started supplying them to known terrorist organizations such as the man standing in the White House, more than likely.
Yeah.
In order for them to be able to rise up and fight
he's reformed. He's reformed.
My ass.
He's reformed.
My
he's
ass.
Reformed. You
fight on the side of radical Islam. No, he's not. You don't fight on the side of radical Islam for 20 freaking years.
Though.
Yeah, one day, right? Yeah. You don't fight on the side for radical Islam, willing to die for that type of a cause for that long and don't believe it in your soul. Very few people take a turn back. You know what I mean? Like very few people end up turning back from that or changing their minds, changing their opinions. No, he's an evil piece of shit. I think it has to do with, I think the whole reason that freaking Jolani was standing in the White House today has to do with the Epstein files. Personally, I think it has to do with the Epstein files. That's what I think.
So there's a timeline that goes along with Jolani meeting with Saudi Arabia's. What is it? I know what you're getting with, and I saw the timeline. I put it out earlier. That actually makes sense.
On January 29th, Jolani declares himself the leader of Syria. On February 2nd, he goes over and visits MBS, the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. On February 27th, the Epstein files are released. And then on 8/5, New York Times ends up releasing photos. So August, New York Times releases the photos that confirm MBS and Epstein were hanging out. Epstein had an Australian passport. He frequently traveled to Saudi Arabia. And he's got cameras in all of his different residences. I think Epstein was big. I think people are looking too small when they look at Epstein. I think people are looking at Epstein saying, look at what's taking place over inside of California. Like maybe it's the Hollywood elites, maybe it's our political elites, et cetera. No, I think Epstein was a freaking tool that was allowed to go out and do dirty things. And in return was giving information over to dirty people within our government in order to push world politics. And if you look at who the former Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia was, like, do you know like why the Crown Prince last year, the current Crown Prince, MBS, was pushing the Abraham Accords and all sorts of other stuff last year, and since he's been kind of silent. And then Jolani gets into power, and the first person he goes meets with is MBS. Well, in 2016, you had MBN, the actual Crown Prince by birthright, like as it goes over there. And I think it was February that year, the agency ends up giving him their top award for helping out with intel and counterterrorism. Did you know this? The agency gives MBN, the former Crown Prince in 2016, a prestigious award for helping out in the global war on terrorism with all the intel and everything else. Shortly thereafter, he ends up getting shoved and locked into a freaking basement inside of his mansion with guards posted on him until he ends up resigning his position and hands it off to MBS. And then MBS was kind of acting as our puppet, going over pushing like, U.S. policy and stuff. Well, I think what ended up happening when Trump started coming in, he's like, nope, I'm going to release these files. Is some of those files on Epstein involved MBS and would have proven that not only, because Epstein also did this shit over in Turkey, he did it in the UK, he did it everywhere. And I think if we would have actually released the Epstein files, what we would have proven is we used child sex trafficking to direct U.S. policy overseas by blackmailing the shit out of world leaders. And that's now why we have Jelani standing inside of the White House. That's why the Crown Prince is taking part of what's taking place over inside Gaza. And now it seems like all of the other freaking international policy is being directed by the freaking kingdom. That's what I think. And that's why I think the Epstein files aren't going to be released.
I'll do mine, and it's like 3 words. Epstein was a Mossad agent.
Of course.
That's it. That's it. And I believe that wholeheartedly, actually. So
I don't know.
I don't gotta explain it beyond that. I think that's what the evidence points to.
I'm gonna be honest. I like
Ghislaine Maxwell, and the fact her dad was a high-level Mossad agent and all that.
Yeah. Now I can't turn around and say that he wasn't a part of it or that he wasn't playing both sides of the house. But
I agree. He was. I agree. He was definitely compromising powerful people all over the place, and
I think he was leveraging. I think
he probably
people.
had ties to both the CIA, but mainly Mossad. I think that's just where all the evidence honestly points. All right, he
got balled up in the U.S., man.
Let's take a quick break, and then let's do super chats because this is going to take fucking forever for us to get through these. All right, I'm going to take a piss. Take a quick break, guys, and if you want to hang out for the super chats, we left some super chats. As long as Matt's got time, I'm gonna go through them no matter what. But as long as Matt can hang out, then we can.
I'll hang out. I'll go through these with you, brother. No, we'll sit here.
Let's take a quick break. I got to piss.
Do you have some music you want to play or a video or anything in the meantime? You want to keep people entertained while we're taking a piss? No? Oh, my goodness, Nate. You're no fun. Here's what I'm going to do. Because Nate's walked away and he thinks I'm Mossad. This is what I'm going to do on Nate's channel because it's going to drive him nuts.
Hang out a little bit. How's everybody doing? Thanks for standing by with us for that debate. That was fun. Hope you guys enjoyed it. Thought it was a pretty good one. Got a little contentious, a little heated at times, but I thought it was a fun debate overall.
Sorry, man. I thought it'd be hilarious to play some crap on your channel. I don't know if you could hear it or if the music came through.
Oh, as long as you don't play something that get me banned. Well, it's your channel too. So
damn it! You're right.
You literally got us both banned. So that'd have been scorched earth. All right, let's. We have a shit ton of these. Try to move quickly. Let's find out how stupid, uninformed, and how bad me and Matt are both at debating. I'm sure we're gonna both just get tons of shit talk to both of us here. So
send it, baby.
Let's work our way through it. All right. So thank you. Look, I'm not going to go back and forth on who's. Sometimes you can tell, but I'm just going to read them. You want to do that? That we don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm going to put on my Mossad glasses. Just send it.
All right. Don't worry, Natalie. We'll get out of the way. Israel flags. On a serious note, however, hope you have a blessed week. Thanks. Thank you. Matt, how many people ask you, are you Israel first or America first?
A lot of them. And then I end up screaming, no, I'm an American and I'm pro-truth, so I'm American first.
I'll give Matt credit, man. Like, Matt's got some staunch stances on support for, Israel, but the rest of your stances are very, very America first. I agree with. I mean, we don't disagree on a whole lot, to be honest.
No, and you have to understand, like my premise, which is I don't like Islamic terror, and I think that what's taking place over there is like the crux of it that they use to push their agenda.
All right, my dad's on a ventilator, guys. Things aren't looking good. I lost my job over having a rush to the side. Sucks to my family. We got prayers, man. Sorry to hear that.
Prayers, Tristan, man.
All right, Matt, follower here, but get a beer for 2 American heroes. Thank you, man. These are nice so far.
Yeah.
Turn your mic down and main up. I did that when you made
that
this
was the
comment.
beginning. Yeah, that was the beginning.
So hopefully that worked. Nate, do you pants check that dude before you started? What's pants check? What's a pants check?
So Rob, like formerly
that one's for you
or whatever. Yeah, no. So he told people that I will sit here in my underwear during my morning broadcast, and so I started telling people. So I get pants checked left and right all the time. Yeah, I mean I'm wearing my gym shorts right now.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. So I get pants checked a lot, and it got to the point where I had to like start telling them I'm not getting pants checked for under $100.
That's funny. All right, if you ain't American first, you're last. Dual citizenship met for visas. All right, the guest Matt needs to change his podcast name from "Speak the Truth" to "Speaking for Israel" podcast. Israel stole nuclear secrets. Did they steal them or did we just give them to them? I feel like we just gave them to them.
I'm pretty sure they stole it.
Did they? Okay. We need Nate voting poll. I don't know what the okay. You mean poll like a poll? This guy, here we go. Now we're getting into the insults. Matt's ignorant.
There we go.
Y'all getting Wangalicious up in here. That's a joke for us. We had Dr. Wang show up the other day, and you'd have to watch it. It spiraled out of control. Inside joke. All right, see where Matt gets his money from. He's a good friend with Ben Shapiro.
I'm not friends with Ben Shapiro.
Do you like Ben Shapiro?
I can't stand listening to the guy. I'm not friends with Ben Shapiro. I've never talked to Ben Shapiro. He has shared 1 or 2 of my tweets that goes down to debunking Palestinian lies. Dude. I haven't been paying really
he's calling for censorship of fucking Fuentes and Tucker and wants everybody canceled and deplatformed. And it's
I think Nick Fuentes is a bigot, to be honest, but that's my own personal beliefs.
Yeah, I would say that that's part of his belief set, but he also has a ton of American first belief sets that we would both agree on. I could guarantee.
He has white Christian America first beliefs. To be clear.
Correct. And that's where I disagree with him on. I agree with his America first. Politics wise, I don't agree with him on and we're both Christians, right? But I don't have the Christian nationalist belief set in me. That's one of the things I disagree with him on. Imagine supporting the state sponsor of Epstein and choosers of Barabbas. I don't know what Barabbas is. Thank you. Well, we're not Marines though, homie. Matt, you weren't a prior Marine, were you?
No.
Yeah, okay. U.S. liberty or bust? Your opinion on the U.S. liberty, Matt. Don't make it long-winded. That's not an easy one.
Yeah, it's actually.
We're going to get through these.
It's actually really easy. I state that if you are going to hold Israel responsible for the USS Liberty, I highly suggest you look into it really, really deep. The U.S. ended up telling them that we didn't have any boats down there, number one. And if you can hold Israel accountable for the USS Liberty and state that Israel hates America, then you also have to state that this 75th Ranger Regiment hates America because they killed Pat Tillman.
That's okay. I don't agree with the fact that Israel didn't do it intentionally, but I mean, that's from a fratrified standpoint, it's not a terrible point. Nate, you got this. This guy's already sweating. Have time-sensitive info concerning a base in Israel. ICE agent's life's possible attack. Contact me. Well, you should send that to the FBI, not me and Matt. I joined after GWAT era. Blew my mind finding out Israel didn't help in GWAT. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Now, I don't believe this, but there was the excuse, because there was an excuse given at the time, and it's that what they didn't want to have is that if Israel participated in GWAT, the entire Islamic world would basically rise up in fucking anger. I mean, I don't think that's true, but reality, that was one of the excuses they gave. Here we go. Matt throwing out anti-Semite claims at Nate. Matt did not call me an anti-Semite one time or even suggest it in that entire debate, actually. Did you? Did I miss it? Did you call me an anti-Semite?
And I never said that you were an anti-Semite. I don't think you're an anti-Semite.
I'm not.
But, again, and as a matter of fact, I said you should be allowed to question Israel.
Yeah. No, yeah. No, I know. I said I I didn't hear you say it. I wanted to make sure I asked. Maybe you did call me one, and you wanted me to know that you said it. But I didn't hear you say it.
No, I would be like, did you hear me? You're an anti-Semite. Like that's how I would state that. Just like I said, I think Fuentes is racist. Like it's just clear.
Yeah, that's true. All right, ROI. We give Israel tech. They make it and sell it to our enemies. Do they sell it to our enemies? Israel is a leech, a parasite. I'm the most critical dude ever of Israel, but I don't know about them selling our tech to enemies. It's Matt guys paid for.
Nor am I paid for my opinion. No, it's funny the amount of times I get accused of
Do you know about that? Is that something that happens?
Selling tech to our enemies? I don't know about us selling Israel. Selling
I know
tech
they
to
steal
the
tech from us.
I know for a fact they steal tech from us, and so do we. Like we steal tech from people as well. And anyways, but even you need to look at, let's say the F-35s that we give Israel, so on and so forth. Like they don't get complete and total packages, and there's a lot of different.
No, but they tried to.
That's a huge debate. They try, just like everybody did. Hell, Turkey tried.
Matt uses his sunglasses to hide his yarmulke. That's a good one. Do you get this one a lot, Matt Tardio?
Yeah, ever since I was in kindergarten. You guys need to come up with some new material. Y'all are on like kindergarten, like insult level.
Like
you guys can step that up.
The easiest play on words ever.
It is. One. Yep.
Wang should be moderating. Yeah, Dr. Wang didn't show up tonight. Maybe he's going to super chat us. Kangaroo Bot, definitely America first. Since Marine Corps' birthday, I'd like to throw out that D9 armored bulldozer used during Battle of Baghdad was provided by Israel. All right, there you go. There you go. They provided us something. Nate, thank you. Hold on. Dang, this will be good. No idea why anybody would want to focus on America first. Oh, wait. No idea why anybody wouldn't want to focus on America first. Every man for himself.
Absolutely should.
Yeah, I think we're both in agreement on that. If you argue hard for Israel, you're not America first. Well, that's your opinion on that one. Mm-hmm. Tardio is Shapiro's brother. Matt's twice the size of Ben Shapiro. You would have been the big brother on
First
that
of all, that
sure.
freaking little tiny puppy dog over there, you don't get to own a dog like that and claim you're American.
That's like an 80-year-old woman's dog. That's what my grandma had.
Right.
Crossover I never knew, but I knew I love. I like these ones that say nice things about both of us. Those are nice ones. This is what $7,000 does to you. Yeah, do you get paid? Do you get the $7,000?
No, I actually lost money going to Israel, but thanks for playing.
Okay. Matt is making my dog bark since he can only try to make his points by raising his voice. I don't think Matt talks fast, but I don't think you really raised your voice.
Stacy, maybe your dog's barking because you need to put your tongue away. Maybe that one.
Ooh, that's rude. That was your commenter, dude.
Well, hold on. Wait, go back. Hold on. I can control on her some more. Maybe she's too close to her dog, and by sticking her tongue out, she's trying to send out. What do you call those things? What do you call it when you like trying to do things with your body to like heuristics? Maybe she's just trying to communicate with her dog in that photo, or the type of man that she's after.
Who's. So I don't know. I would have figured that's mine against you if that was your viewer.
I'll just trash on everybody. No, it's fair. Nope.
No, I think she's yours because President Nixon's revenge, I think, would be mine. He's in my chat a lot.
I'm sorry, Stacy. I love you. Come back.
Yeah, I think she was your viewer.
I need your Israeli money. Get back here.
Never wrestle a pig, Matt. You both get dirty, and Pig Matt likes Matt cannot argue overall ideas. You can only do mental gymnastics. All right, here come the insults. Tardio, last time Netanyahu addressed Congress, this is the last time I saw them all in agreement, barking like trained seals. They did call him. What did they call him? Well, it was actually gross. Mike Johnson called him not emperor. Brain farting. It was like his something, like his emperorship or some crazy shit like that, which everybody's...
And when are people going to get it through their minds? I don't mind because they're paying. They're throwing money at us for entertainment purposes, right? But at the same time, when are you guys get through your mind? Like, I'm not supportive of every single thing that every single person says. It's obnoxious. It's ridiculous.
Matt, what are your thoughts? Well, we did this one already. Appreciate you. Slow
Pat Tillman, 75th, hates America.
Sorry, the fact that he thinks Israel has zero control or zero hold on our U.S. politicians, zero influence on foreign policies, wars. Tardio has zero good faith. I'm out. Well, that guy bailed early. He didn't even get to hear. This is at 5:27. He didn't even get to hear any of the argument.
He didn't even bother. Yeah.
He said, I'm out of here. Muslim nations won't take Palestinians because then they'd be seen as aiding the Israelis to remove the Palestinians. Retardo. No, actually, and I'm going to give... and let me be clear with this because I am not pro-Palestine. Like people, Matt knows this. Matt's known my stance. I am not a fucking pro-Palestine guy at all. I just don't want my tax dollars being spent by Israel to kill Palestinians. But the reason why Palestinians are not accepted anywhere is because, I don't know, they keep getting kicked out of places they were in for causing some of the problems that they're causing, right? Like Jordan, wasn't it? Was it Jordan? Aren't they
Jordan,
a lot of them from
Jordan wants nothing to do with them. Egypt wants nothing to do with them. They actually were over in Kuwait and were part of the reason for like Saddam's invasion of Iraq, and even Kuwait kicked them out following that. So,
so that's, I mean, again,
not to mention they're just insane.
I'm not. That's why I'm not pro either. I'm here being pro America. So, but we can't just like make Hamas out to be the fucking angels. That's not fair.
You want to know why no countries accepted them? France did. And then look at what happened in France. France already closed their door to them because of what they did. We're struggling
with that one. All right. Till Israel is the only country with free will. That's yours for sure. Dude, France was totally against the war in Iraq. Well, they participated for a while until they bailed early, saying there was no proof Republicans even wanted to change French fries into freedom fries. Remember that. But they did participate up front. Mm-hmm. They were just one of the first ones to leave. Because fuck the French, dude.
Pussies.
I hate France way more than I hate Israel. Let me be clear on that.
Yeah, me too.
Understand that. Yeah, sounds like Motor Honey, Matt. Nobody is looking to buy your used car. It's mine. Matt, please contact me after the bait. Okay, well, you got somebody trying to get a hold of you. Members, you get a lot of members when you do this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they like to gift out memberships. Yeah.
Okay. Look at this guy. He's not even listening. We don't even know who's not listening, whether it's me or Matt. Nate, where's your proof? Not that he said, she said, but your actual proof. I don't know of what. Happy 2 years, Matt. Did Nate make a clean break from the closet yet? Yeah, I came out on the stream, actually. That's what happened.
He did. Him and his cat. Yeah, it's actually, hey, Nate.
Munchkin.
Nate, would you like to hear a really inappropriate joke?
It depends on if it's going to get us banned or not.
I'll text it.
As long as it's not about, text it to me.
It's about cats.
Just make sure.
It's about cats.
Yeah, just text
and why you would wrap a cat in duct tape. Do you know the answer to why you wrap cats in duct tape?
I don't like that because I'm a cat guy.
Yeah, that's why I'm asking you.
No, I don't know why you would wrap a cat in duct tape.
I will text you the answer because we might get canceled if I state that loud.
Let's not do that. Why are they all investing in Gaza? Because they are blowing money. What speak the truth answer? Hard to debate against intellectual dishonesty, ignorance. Oh, there's some insults. Stacy's back. No. Whatever. Okay, so what? Profound comebacks from IF Matt. This isn't a debate. It's slaughter, and Nate is the victor. I'm having peptid. I don't know why it shows her as your donator. Because mine don't.
Maybe because she's on my channel.
Mine don't have these. So I think Stacy's donating you money to talk trash, which I'm always about on my channel.
I'm all about that life.
You talk all the shit you want about me as long as you're donating. I'm just kidding,
Send it.
Guys. Yeah. Matt loves Israel so much. He had to yell. Well done, Nate. Thank you. I had to come over from Nate's channel. His followers believe wild conspiracies. Okay, wait. I like Nate, but he can't keep wild theories out of the debate. What wild theories did I have? My theories were America first, and I don't want my tax dollars being spent on foreign countries. That's about it. Maybe I got these backwards. Although, I don't know. Like, some of them, they say that they're yours, but they're insulting you. Some of them say they're mine. They're insulting me.
It's fine.
So I'm not sure.
Yeah,
who cares? Okay. We'll work our way through it. Jay's promote egalitarianism and creationism.
I also promote creationism.
Talks for 20 minutes. Nate speaks for 30 seconds. Hey, can I talk now? Ask this idiot how many American Jays are Zionists and how many support. Actually, in fairness, there's a lot of American Jews that are very anti-Israel. More
Correct.
Anti-Israel than me, actually.
As a matter of fact.
And that's why I'm not an anti-Semite, guys, is because it's not the Jays, in my opinion. That's another Nick Fuentes take I don't agree with. It's that it's the Jays, not Israel. I don't agree with that because you can see that right here. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. Nate for the W. No feather comment. Appreciate it. John.
I think he meant further.
Oh, no further. No feather. No further comment. Oh, this is getting good. Need another person to ref this 2-minute timer.
Yeah. In the future, timers.
Yeah. I mean, we were having a pretty informal debate, though. You know what I mean? There was no structure to it. So whatever. Liberty. He's got to be getting more than 7K to getting rolled like this. Matt, your word salad is as good as Kamala. Explain how Afghan-Iraq war benefited United States. Man, we're not doing that. We fucking did an entire section on that, brother, but thank you. Earths and Minds. Matt, have you ever spoken to any survivors of the Liberty? Man, they really are on you about the Liberty, bro.
They hate the Liberty, so go check it out. Cam Higbee did a debate with one of the USS Liberty survivors, absolutely destroyed him. Eyewitness accounts are not necessarily always the most accurate, and eyewitnesses also don't have all of the information at the time. So go ahead and go look at that. Not to mention personal motivations, but facts speak for themselves. Cam Higbee destroyed that guy.
I'll have to watch that.
Arguing
against
really
eyewitness is rough, but
it was good.
If you're saying it's good to watch, then I'll
it's good to
write
watch.
That down. Sound interesting.
Cam Higbee.
All right, Matt has been APAC'd. Nothing can be trusted. Nothing.
Nope.
That's not running for Congress, so I don't think APAC. Israel might be giving him cash, but I don't think APAC is.
Nope. Not a dime.
Matt, there's another Tardio believes in making fools of everyone except when it happens to him.
Not true.
Let there be groypage. We got some Fuentes viewers in here. Expert bag to differ Israel's intelligence failure in the Iraq War, published December 11, 2003 from Carnegie Endowment Institute. Okay, we'd have to look. You could also go look at intelligence failures.
I'm not sure on what that one states, but
I'd have to look that document
a U.S. Intel unredacted. Well, it's heavily redacted, but a U.S. Intel report on WMDs and actually how many were found. It was like well over 3,000 of them.
This is definitely one of yours.
Documented.
Nate is the one reparations. No, I don't. I don't support reparations, and I might get in trouble for saying this, but you know why I don't support reparations? Because we already are paying reparations. If you don't know how this works, population based off of the amount of taxes paid in, and then the percentages of how much money is received through social welfare benefits. I'm not going to get into details because I don't want to get banned, but we already pay reparations through our taxes. So, yeah. But again, we're not on Rumble, so we're not going to talk about that one. Ignoring the clean break was authored by a study group for BB is actually intellectually dishonest. Also, authors went on to hold some political office.
These are facts.
Not about the other countries that joined USA. Israel is the only one with no official ally contract. Matt gets paid in shekels.
I would like my shekels anytime. If you guys can tell me how to collect that money, I would be very appreciative. But here's the thing. They're not going to pay me because I do it for free, because I don't take money from anybody other than my hard work, because I want to be able to stand here and say, no, this is actually what I believe, and no, nobody pays me. So
I'll be honest, man. If some American First PAC, which doesn't exist, wants to pay me $7,000 to shill out for America First, I'm all about it.
I'm all about that.
Send the cash, but nobody's paying that out. How would Israel act if we cut off all aid? I don't know. Good question.
The question is how would Islam act?
Israel. Oh, well, that I think would be a response. I don't think Israel would exist anymore. Most likely. And that's the way it goes, I guess. We need to raise evangelical support for Israel. Yeah, I don't know about this one. And believe in the rapture. A lot of politicians are evangelical believers. Yeah, I'm not a Schofield Bible guy, so not for me. Zionists that are shoving their ideals. Are you a Christian Zionist, Matt? Do you consider yourself a Christian Zionist?
So let's define that term. Zionism, Israel has a right to exist and defend itself. So yeah, I would say I'm a Christian Zionist based on those terms.
Yeah, that's not what anybody thinks Christian Zionism means.
Well, I mean, there's the colloquial way that it's applied, and then there's
Christian Zionism typically means that Israel has a right to the land, and Christians believe that because if God bless, if you bless the state of Israel, God will bless you. Right? That's what Christian Zionism believes.
I understand that. But
so
again,
let's actually do what the actual Americans believe. Are you a Christian Zionist in those terms?
I am stating that in those terms, no, I am a Christian and I'm a Zionist. And I already clearly stated earlier that, yeah, no, I don't believe that the current Israel is the Israel of the Bible. I also believe in Jesus Christ, who came forward and said that from this day forward, there's no more Jew or Gentile. So there's that.
All right, there we go. That sort of clears that one up. All right, Nate is the typical black guy that believes trans women are real and we live on stolen land. Didn't I do a whole argument that
You literally said you believe in taking land, which is why I said nobody should have. If you believe that you can dominate and you can take land, then you should stop bitching about
I thought that was my argument
from Palestine.
Yeah, maybe I didn't. I thought that I made that pretty clear. Maybe not. Those numbers are confirmed bodies only. Reporting also says 330,000 are missing in Gaza, under the rubble, no doubt.
Yeah, go look at the authors of that and who they are. And then also, again, it doesn't take away from the fact that the Gaza Ministry of Health has been accurate in every other one. But for some reason in this conflict, they're just they're retarded and they don't know how to do their job.
Behavior, I don't know, the brain skull behavior from this guy. Okay. He has the nerve to have an American flag behind him. Well, we both have American flags.
Yeah, you know why that American flag's behind me? Because that's the one that I carried forward in battle for this fucking country. So, yeah, I do have the nerve to have that flag behind me. Suck my white ass.
And that's a fair response from Matt Tardio, who did serve his country and fight the wars as well as I did. So, yeah.
Maybe not as well. I mean, my name's not Nate, you know?
Maybe it was about me, but I feel like this is a bad attack on either of us. You know what I mean?
It's horrible.
Israel's without a doubt committing a G, and denial of it is just absurd. Meets 4/5 of the criteria. Why does no defender speak to this? I mean, we had an hour-long conversation on that.
Oh, yeah.
Keep moving. Bro's running the clock. How about the white phosphorus, Matt? That white phosphorus.
Yeah, white phosphorus is not a war crime, and people that think it is are absolutely retarded.
Willie P. Kevin says, big $50. Can you, I guess this is probably for me.
Let me know, man. Hold on. Let me close my eyes. He says, let Retardio know. So I'm going to close my eyes. I'm going to take it in. Go ahead.
There is a wall in Is It Real where you can kiss the tip of the net in Yahoo. Funded Hamas and stand down order.
Okay. I took it in.
Okay.
I know now.
Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate you.
Thank you, Kevin. I now know.
Majority of politicians are spineless weasels.
Agreed.
Except for Massey. What's your feelings on Massey? It's interesting because even a lot of America First people I know don't like Massey, which is interesting to me.
Are you ready for this? Hold on. Let me see. It ought to pop up really quick the way I just typed it in.
I'm going to keep moving these while you look for that. All right, and then we'll come back to it. Majority of U.S. politicians are spineless weasels. Oh, we just got this one. Massey for president. You better not show me a picture of him standing next to Massey. Man literally justifying a genocide. Non-intelligent projectiles will cause collateral, like mortars. True.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was Massey, not Massey. Massey, I'd have to go. I don't know. I have to dig into his policies further.
So Massey is basically the one that's going to force the Epstein files to come out. He's hard. He's like as libertarian as it gets.
Oh.
Like full America First, a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian guy. I don't think the policies work personally. So that's why I do like Massey. I like that he's America First, but I think he's
good luck getting those Epstein files out. This is going to be buried deeper in JFK. Plot is. I
don't think we're ever going to see him personally.
No.
There's always going to be some reason why we don't. Rumors on the street are that Nate has a tramp stamp that states from the river to the sea, crash shall be free. I do funny. Have a tattoo. Well, I got a whole back piece, but yeah, that's not a bad one. That's his creative. I like creative insults. They really delayed GTA 6 again. I don't play GTA. Matt, softball questions. Do you think it would be fair for someone to mortar your domicile? What's it like, your house?
Yeah. It depends. Am I an enemy combatant? Am I storing weapons and equipment? Am I part of a smuggling pipeline? Am I a key player? Basically, would it fall within the laws of armed conflict?
All right. Matt's probably low-key Dr. Wang. Matt's been...
I'm going to look up Dr. Wang.
Dr. Wang. Oh, so I'll send you my live stream. It's like the last 10 minutes of the live stream. This guy... Bro, I don't know how this happened. It's like a serious live stream. The last 10 minutes, I see a guy's comment, and it's Dr. Wang, MD is his name, and I pull it up, and it's like this 60-year-old Chinese man. Because I was calling Ben Shapiro a pussy. And because he wouldn't debate Candace Owens or Nick Fuentes. It just kept calling him a little bitch. But Dr. Wang goes, Nate, you're so immature. And I pull it up on the screen, and immediately the chat had like 1,000 Wang jokes of like, Dr. Wang is my urologist. So
I got asked like, hey, are you going to debate Nick Fuentes? And I said, no, I'm not going to debate Nick Fuentes for the same reason. I'm not going to pull up a pedophile and try to figure out why it's okay for him to molest children.
I'm going to call you out on that one.
No,
that's weak.
I view it the same way. No, when you start taking, you are a blatant racist. He is a renowned racist.
That's the Ben Shapiro argument.
He has supported Hitler. I see it the same way. I'm not going to sit down and try to ask.
Man, here's the thing. Stop. Do you have kids? Do you have high school kids?
Of course. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. They're edgelords, dude. They say edgy shit online, right?
I get that. I get that.
You are not offended by Nick Fuentes' words.
I didn't say I was offended. I just say I don't support racists, and I think he's a racist. And I don't think the thing that needs to be pushed is white nationalism.
Journalists have debated and interviewed the worst people in the world, bro. Come on.
I'm not a journalist. Weak. I'm a podcast host.
Yeah, that's weak, dude. You got to open discourse, man. If your ideas are better than his, then you should be able to debate him and show everybody that. No, I don't do the. I don't.
Why would I debate?
His platform is 10 times the size of yours, bro. It's not about.
Why would I debate a pedophile? Why would I debate a pedophile? It goes down to what I'm willing to support as a human being.
Is he a convicted pedophile?
No, but he does support Adolf Hitler. Describes him as a fucking cool guy.
Yeah, he's an edgelord. He's a Gen Z kid that says fucking edgy, funny shit, dude.
That's not okay,
dude.
That's not okay.
That's disappointing to hear you say that.
That's not it.
That's disappointing to hear you say that. That's not
taken. He is a white nationalist. He's a racist.
Yeah, okay. So is most of the country. So are most people. At the end of the day, you're a racist too, by the way. Even if you wouldn't admit it, you have racist tendencies. You. There's no way that you don't have any racism in your body. Everybody does genetically. We're prone to have some type of racism. Everybody does. Now his is more over the top and extreme and edgy, but genetically, we are literally predispositioned to want to be around people that are similar.
1,000%, and that's why you can look at marriages and everything else. However, pushing a national white first policy is totally different.
It don't matter, bro, because he is the biggest name in politics right now. He's the face of Gen Z conservatism, whether you like it or not. And you aren't platforming him. He'd be platforming you.
Good for him. And I still wouldn't take it. I wouldn't take the platform.
Would you debate leftists? Communists?
Depends on what it is they're pushing.
Would you debate a communist that's pushing full communism for America?
I feel like I have, yeah.
Yeah, but you wouldn't debate it. Okay, so you debate. Okay, all right. That's to my point. All right, Israel admits they starved Gaza for 3 months. Chat can't handle Matt owning the narrative. Got us. Matt has to keep talking because he knows he's cooked. Israel's committing genocide. We're getting back and forth insults here.
Mm-hmm.
Slurp, slurp. Alan Beebe's member.
Says the guy sucking an electronic penis.
That's yeah.
Oral fixation much, buddy?
Yeah, he might be projecting. Took a shot every time Matt said "hold on." Died an hour ago. Stacy's. So
man, she's crushing it tonight, man.
Well, so she's the only one it's the symbols, right? Like typically we can see, I thought who's who is from symbols, but maybe not. I can't even keep track. But she's insulted you twice, so I would assume it's mine, but maybe not. What about the fact civilians had to go to one place in Gaza to get food in war zones, which is a war crime, and they shot at them to keep them in line, dried food that needed water, which they were not provided. He's full of it.
Sorry, Stacy, that's a false statement. Sending people.
And it seems like they have been shot out when they've tried to been getting food.
They did, but it was actually when they were over. I did a whole thing on this, man. I've got over a 4,500 page report on the GHF sites and why things went down the way they did.
Matt, STFU, let Nate speak. Have some.
My bad.
You guys need moderators. Too many rabbit holes. We did have a lot of rabbit holes.
It happens.
Both ways.
It happens.
I did a lot of them. You did a lot of them. It happens. Yeah. We're also two dudes talking, you know, and that's the other thing that I get this all the time. I'm sure you do. Like people are like, don't fucking talk over him. And it's like, dude, we're two dudes talking and it's going to happen, man. Like
you got two A-type personalities.
Yeah. It's going to happen.
That talk by themselves mostly for a living.
Yeah. I don't get offended when someone talks over me. Or vice versa, and I would hope vice versa on these debates or anything.
I haven't been offended by you the entire time. I think I took something maybe a little bit different, and I came back, apologized. It is what it is. Shit happens.
Nate, go to line. You see, now I was talking for too long. He was talking for 10 minutes. After talking and interrupting for 17 minutes. Yeah, okay, there you go. I interrupted. I talked for 10 minutes, I guess, straight, and interrupted for 17 minutes. All right, interrupts Nate. And then look at this. The polar opposite. Interrupts Nate. All right, so they're back and forth. See, we're both, me and Matt are both bad boys when it comes to talking over each other. Non-intelligent projectiles will cause collateral. Not everyone has precision strikes.
That's actually you. As a matter of fact, you need to go, Rod Rimmix, please go look at the accuracy of dumb bombs without guidance packages on them and how accurate they can actually be.
All right. Yelling, reputing yourself and not letting the other person talk is not debating. So, Okay. Matt, stop being a glowy. What's a glowy? We're too old. We're boomers, bro. I'm talking about edgy talk. Let people speak without interrupting to spew your narrative. I don't know what a glowy is either, man.
I'm checking. ChatGPT is going to tell me real quick.
Having kids in what hospital?
It's an internet meme, mostly on forums like 4chan, Reddit, and X. So I don't know if you know this or not, but hospitals hasn't always existed, but the human race did actually begin producing children before hospitals were out there. Before doctors were even a thing, people were just birthing children. Just want to throw that out there.
I'm Canadian. I can see Americans are all tired of all Muslim against Christian propaganda. They are tired of going against their allies for Israel. Okay. Matt all caps. This guy's James is into it. Matt Tardio, why don't you give up your American citizenship and go live in Israel? Jesus. That seems extreme. Also, Matt fought for this country, so I don't think he has to go do anything in a foreign country. This fool's a joke.
Says the guy. Go back to his. Look at his profile picture. I'm the joke. Got it. Dirty Curdy.
All right. NC Bravo. Thank you. Joe, what's up, Joe? First one I've seen from you. Maybe we should have timed responses for each speaker and had Jasmine moderate. That's what we should have done. We should have had. We didn't even think about that.
But if we had Jasmine moderate, that wouldn't have worked out good for you, man. She would have been like, "I'm going to go ahead and award Matt an extra minute." You know, like.
Our babies combat this clown. Oh, our babies combatants this clown. I hope not. No, I don't think so. Nate, brother, you need to pour yourself a Jumbo XL cup of stop being a little bitch. That's one of yours for sure. All right, I'm sure Israel's sources are very accurate. I don't think either of those sources are accurate. I don't trust. This is my thing. I don't trust the Gaza sources, and I don't trust Israel sources.
I think the only time I quoted an Israeli source is because it's the only one that we have on the matter was the number of enemy combatants SWKIA.
You actually used the Gaza humanitarian numbers, which I did fact check you on in real time. I didn't actually say it, but I just looked it up on the 64,000.
Where are they at now? Are they at 70, 65?
No, it said like 65,000.
Nice.
So, but it said 65,000 killed. There's no breakdown beyond that. So, is what it is. I've never hated being named Matt more in my life. Jesus. You guys, we're getting rude to both of us now. This is turning into
I'm
just
so used to it. This doesn't even bother me. You should read my inbox on a daily basis, man. Like, you think it's, yeah.
Really? Do you get? Yeah, I do too. There's a lot of people talk a lot of shit.
You know how many people tell me to go F myself and to kill myself on a daily basis? I could probably go over and check right now. I bet I got a bunch, like, since we've been doing this.
Matt Slayer, who's covering for genocide. Simple Google search, Gaza population went down since 2003. Uh-oh.
False statement.
Did you get fact checked?
That's a false
when
statement.
Matt refers to humans,
first of all, Google is no much a fact check as is Grok. I just want to throw that out there. Or ChatGPT. You actually have to do research. Go ahead, man.
ChatGPT is going to give you skewed positive skews on Israel now.
I would disagree because I have actually gone off on ChatGPT before.
We know that because Israel's dumping money into it.
Hold on. I got the same answers from ChatGPT that I got from Grok when I was debating Grok, and I got.
Well, that was just announced this week that was handled.
I'll give it a month. I'll do it again.
Yeah, give it a month. I'll do it again. Go. Matt isn't even the owner of the channel. He cleansed all the videos from the previous owner. I didn't know that.
Actually, that's not what happened. So Rob went to go start the channel back in like 2022. He brought me on when I actually came down to visit and hang out with him. He was asking me about whether or not I thought that Russia was going to invade Ukraine because they were like lined up getting ready to go over. He was like, Matt, you were in Ukraine, weren't you? I was like, yeah, I was there. He was like, okay, cool. Brought in, we talked about that, and then I started doing that with him. Left the channel to go do some other stuff, and then got done doing that stuff, came back to the channel. Rob wanted to be a cop, so Rob went off to go be a cop. And so the reason you got a bunch of videos cleansed, because if people actually would go and they would look at some of the older videos that we used to put out, there were a lot of like making fun of people and stuff like that. So he cleansed them because he's going in. I didn't cleanse them. He cleansed them because he's going to law enforcement. There's some material that might be used against him. So
also, algorithmically, guys, on YouTube, if you do go into new content, you actually do want to start cleansing your old content because you don't want your new viewers to get fed random shit that they don't want.
Bingo.
So just something to think about for on the YouTube creator side of things. This should be used. This guy should be a used car salesman. He can't. How can he possibly know the population? There's a lot of misspellings here. As increased. Have you been, Nick? Have you been your name? You got whiskey in your name. Have you been drinking? I think you've been drinking. Matt has 839 bots watching his live stream. No, because they're talking mad shit about me in the chat the whole time. I watched them. Gaza Health Ministry absolutely does delineate between war deaths and natural deaths. They only report deaths of people who have been identified, not those missing under the rubble.
That's not true. That's a false statement.
Israel dropped more ordnance in Gaza in the first year than what the U.S. dropped in all of Cambodia. I thought it was. I've heard people say World War II. Although I think that would be a little crazy, but I don't know if
so let's say that they dropped twice, blah 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 blah. Let's say we dropped more than in World War II. Why the hell aren't there more people dead than 64,000? Let's assume they're all civilian casualties. Why isn't there more than 64,000 civilians dead if they were just trying to kill all the civilians? It doesn't stand.
Well, I think
logic.
I don't know. Maybe
and one of the most densely
said,
populated places.
They're not being reported.
2.2 million. No, that's a lie. They are being reported.
Oh, I'm sure there's plenty of bodies under rubble that aren't accounted for, Matt.
They are reported in 3 different ways. They're reported via, number one, and this is what the Gaza Ministry of Health says. They're reported via reliable media sources. They're reported via direct family members that are reporting them. I've gone on their website and actually reported Osama bin Laden's been killed inside of there. And they're also reported via the hospitals. So that's the 3 ways in which they collect those numbers.
Here we go. Show him your aerial photos of Gaza. Matt's seen, I'm sure Matt admitted that Gaza
literally drove through it and talked about it.
Yeah, Matt didn't deny that at all. There's nothing left. Yeah, Matt acknowledged that. Just fact check Matt about the population. It decreased from 2.2 to 2.1. People are saying they're fact checking.
Number one, they're wrong. So you had over 100. So again, there's nuances that go into it. You had over 100,000 people that ended up fleeing and going into Egypt, that crossed the border to go over into Egypt. So it started off at 2.1. Then it rose up to 2.2, and now you actually have it sitting at about 2.3. But go ahead.
All right.
Not to mention the people that have died. So even if that's the case, you had 100,000. Let's just take base numbers. You had 100,000 go over the border that went up over into Cairo, and they're currently hiding out in Egypt before everything. And you can take the 65,000 that have died since the start of the war. Therefore, that number should be way down, but it's not. It should be way below 2.1. What's
GPT say? Let's see what GPT says.
Yeah, it should give you the pro-Israel response.
Says the population of the state of Palestine covering the West Bank and Gaza has increased since 2023. It has increased 180,000 people. All right. There you go.
Nerds.
There you go. You got us on that. But I'll also say, just because your population's increasing, people are having babies, doesn't excuse people being slaughtered. That's still been my stance on that. All right, where are we at here? This one? Wait. Oh, here we go. We were committing ethnic cleansing when we wiped Dresden off the map. All right. Why the hell is the IDF in the West Bank, Matt?
Are you serious? You might want to do some research on this subject.
I mean, I pressed Matt on if I thought they would take the West Bank, and you kind of said probably. So,
right.
I don't think you denied that one either. All right, Ada maybe is using a thermobaric bomb, which is evaporating bodies.
Not how that works.
Similar. Thermobarics? Hey, no, I know all about thermobarics, my friend. We use a lot of thermobaric grenades when we collapse tunnels and stuff in Afghanistan. I'm sure you carried them all the time, right, on your operations?
Yeah, they're a fucking huge pain in the ass. We can talk about tunnel collapsing later.
But yeah, thermobaric grenades are a bomb. Yeah. They don't evaporate bodies. It's not what they do.
They essentially rob oxygen and attempt to cause a vacuum.
Yep. That's
which
what
is
Matt
why
said
they're
is
dropped in
correct.
Gaza, because of the tunnels.
Yep, they are a tunnel clearance munition. That is true. Matt is the Olympics. Matt to the Olympics for these mental gymnastics.
Says the guy
Matt,
sucking his robo penis.
Let's look at the Israeli facts. Abaso. Nate asked what he thinks about IDF. Nate asked what he thinks about the IDF sexual assault of women and children.
We did talk about that.
You did. Matt disavowed it. Same amount of subs, and you have 5 times the viewers. W. Who?
Yeah, I didn't put your name or my name in my title, and I made a very I didn't put a lot of effort in this one.
This guy is drunk. Is he talking to someone in a bar about politics and they just talk over you the whole time? Again, we apparently both talked over each other the whole time, according to the chat. So this guy sounds vaccinated as fuck. I don't know if that's about me or you. Okay.
I'm definitely not, but go ahead.
Anyone who's ever talked to Gazans then an Israeli knows it's not Gazans that are the extremists.
Well, the Palestinians
not going to get me on that one either, man.
Research says different.
I think both sides are bad. That's been my stance. Does Nate not watch any of Matt's streams where he shows us proof of all his points he's making? Nate has
probably
no
not,
idea
Colby.
what he's talking about.
Colby, probably not. Just like I don't watch Nate's streams and I don't watch a lot of other people's streams because we have lives, we have jobs, we have other things that we're doing. Like it's a lot for us to sit down and watch hour-long worth of content.
And all the other creators out there that I would also need to do that with, that I do content with. Nate, stop whining. If Hamas attacked the U.S. the same way Gaza would be a piece of glass in the desert right now, stop pulling heartstrings, please. Also,
Not
okay,
in
let me
2025.
yeah. That's true.
We'd send them stuffed animals and tell them to be nice.
Yeah, that's not true. Also, I'll do the reverse on you. Actually, if Texas got invaded by a foreign country and got basically, again, I'll say it again, turned into an open air prison and you were a Texan, what do you think you would be doing? You would be doing exactly what Hamas is doing. So relax a little bit. If I lived in a shitty Islamic terrorist country like that and there was no other opportunities.
With 5-star resorts and playgrounds and like.
Which there's not. There's
Mercedes-Benz.
nothing in Gaza.
Not anymore.
We're not.
I mean,
it's not
they burnt
Dubai,
it.
homie. Come on now. Let's see the photos of Gaza. We know. Yeah, there's nothing there. In 2 years, Israel hasn't destroyed the tunnels. If this was an actual war, wouldn't that be the first priority?
No, it wouldn't be. You actually have to think about like subterranean substructure and the amount of like things that you're ruining by taking those tunnels out and the collapse that goes down and then like the mobility issues that come from that. Like there's a lot of other key factors that go into it, not to mention hostage bodies have been like discovered inside those tunnels, hidden inside of those tunnels. So once they've like cleared them and they say that they're final, I mean, once you seal it off, you're not getting those bodies back. And so when you look at the Jewish religion and the majority of the people that were taken are Jewish, they even collect like down to the last drop of blood to make sure that they're buried. And so, no, they wouldn't just take out every tunnel.
All right. Just tuning in late. I managed to order hats last week and got the new shirt, but missed out on the hoodie. Need more. Dude, yeah, my America First merch, first order sold out in a day. We redid the entire order, and it sold out in a day. So we're doing hats soon. And, the new America First merch is dope. Also, the artwork done by a fellow Green Beret, Silver Star, Bronze Star with Valor recipient. So you got to love that. My buddy. Matt, there's no biblical right. Yeah, okay, well, here we go. Matt, there's no biblical right to that land for Israel. The biblical right to that land is for the 12 tribes in the book of Joshua. Matt said he does not believe that the Israelis have a biblical right to the land. Right? Correct? I mean, we talked about that.
I did.
Right? Matt is a sellout to his fellow Americans. Beware of these types. They will sell their soul for another country they are more loyal to. All right. Netanyahu, Ben Gvir
Ben Gvir's the worst.
Had said years ago that Hamas in power would be an asset to have an excuse to never recognize Palestine. Explain that, Matt.
I just said Ben Gvir's the worst.
Well, we actually talked about that as well throughout the show. We probably talked about that after he made the comment. 90% of infrastructure destroyed, tens of thousands of women, children dead, 200 plus journalists, cameramen killed, no international journalists allowed, war crimes in aid sites and combat zones, and live fire at civilians. He is crazy.
Sure thing, Benny. Keep sucking that Islamic penis. Enjoy that.
Hey, whoa. Call me for that, too. Matt,
no, I mean, you just take that as you want. I mean, I thought I had a great debate with you. I was just directing that at him, you know?
Matt is totally on the 7K post plan. Sell out. Whose wiener is bigger? we can't debate that live on stream. Or
depends on how many pictures of Netanyahu are in the room.
Oh, that's a good one.
If there is a big picture of Netanyahu in this room, there's no way Nate's penis is going to be bigger than mine. I can promise you that. Like, I will poke a hole straight through the poster and into it. And you put a picture of Ben Gvir up next to him, and then the word like Zionist, man, I would I'd be all over it, man.
getting bricked up thinking about Netanyahu. All right, guy is a bottom feeder. It's low. All hail Shake Nate. I don't know. This is some type of insult. I don't even know what that insult is. It's some type of Arabic slur, probably. Matt is giving Josh Hammer vibes from the Josh Hammer versus Dave Smith debate. #Nate won. Josh Hammer's a disgusting human being, regardless of his feelings about Israel. The things he says are just gross. He's like Randy Fine. When you're like posting pictures of dead babies and laughing about it, yeah, you're not a good person.
That's not acceptable. You're a horrible human being.
And that's Randy Fine. And Randy Fine calling for Gaza to be nuked. Randy Fine calling for everyone in Gaza to be starved, which I'm sure Matt disavows all that. Why somebody says, why platform you?
Yeah, and I love how they call me a shill. Yeah, you should do some more research on me and the different things I've actually done. And I've actually stood up for the Palestinian people, which is funny. So, but go ahead, keep calling me a shill.
I will platform anybody I want to talk to, man. That's how I feel, regardless. And Matt is not a bad person, so I don't have a problem platforming Matt. Who is the clown on the right? That's Matt. Matt is owning Nate, like Israel owning the West Bank and Gaza. There you go.
I wonder what side of the debate they fall on.
Crazy. I thought this was Nate's channel. Shut up, bub. Tardio. What's Gooch Parm? Tardio. What's cracking?
Hey, what's up, man?
They even have an airport. Do they still have an airport?
No, it's a big logistical field right now.
He said they did even have an airport.
It's a huge logistical field right now.
Yeah, it makes sense. Great debate, Nate. Props for holding it together. Question: Dodgers dancers are the worst. Sucks when every good point you make gets ignored by the other speaker and passed over. Great vids. Keep them coming.
Thank you. Did I ignore? Do you feel like I ignored any of the points that you threw out there?
I think you pivoted a couple times, but you came back and answered them. I don't think there was anything where you just completely were like, I'm not answering that at all.
Yeah.
I think you did a little, you did some side quests to get back to the answers.
I have ADHD and I end up like squirreling just like the average human being. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah. This one's for you. Demonac, $77. Crowd mentality is not correct. That's for the truth, Matt. Thanks for the truth, Matt.
Thank you.
There we go. This fella puts the tard in Tardio.
That's right.
I'm sure you've never heard that one either.
That's right.
That's a bootlicker for the government of Israel. I'm sure you've never heard any of these insults, right, Matt?
No. No.
In your comment sections? Because he's working for Israel.
Mm-hmm. I'm a Mossad
After
agent.
the war, the Allied forces made plans to de-radicalization and de-Nazify Europe. People like Matt are why Anthony Aguilar put his uniform on in protest. This isn't a good one for me. I got asked about Aguilar last night, and I'm in agreement with Matt on Aguilar. Sorry, guys. I think he's an opportunist. I think he's a theater kid. The reason why he put that uniform on when he went and protested is not because he cares about what happened. It's because he's trying to get attention to himself. And this is what I'll say. And again, I agree with the things he's complaining about. However, to me, what I do know about him is that he saw all these horrific things and then begged for his job back after seeing them. To me,
did you see my interview with him?
Not okay with that for me. But
if you
I
haven't
look again.
Watched,
I'm on his side ideologically.
If you haven't watched my interview with Aguilar, you need to go watch it. I didn't
know you actually interviewed him.
Oh, not only did I interview him, I sat
talked
down
about
and
it
played him like a
together,
freaking fiddle. You need to go. If you haven't watched my interview with Aguilar, you need to go watch it.
I didn't know you debated.
Oh yeah,
he said you told me you were
like
going
3 hours.
I remember we talked about it. You said you thought he wouldn't show up.
As a matter of fact, he said that he had no way of knowing whether or not the vehicle that he claims got shot by a tank, which continues to vary by distance, was civilians or insurgents, because he didn't have access to the intelligence of it, the distance of which that vehicle was at. He came out and blatantly stated, like openly, blatantly stated that he had never said, nor does he feel like Israel was ever intentionally targeting civilians, and several other things that he has since walked back and gone back into his like getting paid by whatever foreign power it is.
And again, this whole thing, putting your uniform on and going and making a giant state, like a big fuss like this when you're not active duty, This is a big no-no. Do you see me wear my uniform for anything I do? Absolutely not, because I'm a veteran now, and I'm not going to use the uniform to make a political point, even if it's a political point I agree with. I think that's wildly inappropriate to do.
He can also get called back to active duty and tried for that.
True. Yeah, that's why you also don't do that in uniform. You don't go protest in uniform, please. I see people do that. Just do not do that. If you're a veteran, and well, if you're active duty, good fucking luck. That's even worse.
But if you are receiving retirement pay, you can get called back to active duty and you can get tried for it.
Yeah. All right. Do Google Maps now and see if those resorts exist. This is malicious, feigned ignorance at this point. Tard Bergstein showed
nice.
That's a new one. Show the dates on the picture, should be on the bottom right of it. I bet all those places are gone. I think you acknowledge that those places are most likely
highly likely, but hey, we're going to build new ones, right? So
that's what the Great Trust says. All right. It does. I mean, that's a real thing. You need
bigger and better, baby.
You need to go through the PowerPoint of that. It's pretty wild.
Bigger and better.
Like a 30-point PowerPoint on what they're going to do with Gaza.
No, they're not.
That's what they're saying, at least.
Yeah, sure. But you and I both know that all of that crap's going to change, and what they think is going to happen.
Well, and also, God, I mean, they've got to clear it all out first. I mean, I don't know how long it's going to take to rebuild that, but it's going to take probably 50 fucking years to clear all that out and rebuild it. I would assume.
Substructure. You got to do everything. Like it's not what people are going to say is going to happen. Not to mention, you're still going to have like insurgencies that take place and terrorism. Like, dude, it's just a freaking nightmare. I would never want to deal with that.
Because Palestinians don't have an army to defend themselves, all the while they keep losing more. I mean, they have Hamas, right? It's not an army.
Hamas was their army. Hamas was their political power, so Hamas would technically be their army. They elected Hamas into governing authority.
Hamas was the official elected
governing
government.
Authority. Correct.
Okay. Oh, Nate, you have more like than Matt has views. Okay. Clean break, playwright. The Epstein list got it done. No need for magic lasers or whatever. Blackmail works pretty well. There's shit. I'm not going to budge on the fact that Israel definitely blackmails our politicians, but I do know so does China, and so does Qatar, and so does in a lot of other places. And that's why I'm against all of it. I don't want fucking any involvement from foreigners in our politics. So Matt, if I made 100 tons of VXQL insert, okay, we're not going to actually read that because we're not going to read how to make bombs on this channel. Tardio, they tell people to leave in advance because they want to blow up their homes so they can't go back. Thank you, Tom. Nate, please defend the Maryland man next. Who's the Maryland man? You know what that is? It's your comment. So he's got a lot of laughing emojis. Don't know what you're talking about, brother. Was the double tap of Nasir Hospital needed 86ing first responders and reports it was live on TV?
Those are the Hamas journalists I actually talked about that I've got a presentation with actual geolocated footage and lines of sight from Hamas's own footage that they released. Yes, it actually was. If you would like me to pull that up and put that on the screen right now, I can. But the actual evidence points to that those people that actually got hit by that tank round, not a bomb, that was actually an AI video. The tank round that actually shot at, yeah, it was.
Matt is the whiny kid never invited to the. I don't know. Seen Matt's new girlfriend. You still dating that girl? She's nice looking. So is my wife. I'm just paying a compliment there.
She's pretty lady.
How many JDAMs did y'all drop on occupied civilian buildings when you served? None for us. You know how hard it was to get a goddamn bomb dropped on a building
or a mortar round
in Afghanistan? My God, dude, it was an absolute nightmare. We just really didn't get it done very often. Sometimes you could, but very rare. If you look at the resort Matt showed us, it's called the White Chalet. It has been completely destroyed on Google Maps. It's just rubble.
Yeah, point being that it was not an open-air prison prior to October 7th, as everybody wants to call it.
But it is now. All right.
Also, Amnesty International coined the term and actually describes Egypt as an open-air prison as well. So, knowledge is power, ladies and gentlemen.
Probably is. Matt, I'm going to answer your question. Wait, can I interrupt you again? Tardio. The Viet Cong weren't a nation state, yet we invaded and used more bombs than we used in World War II. In the Korean War, we're fighting nation states. Yeah, well, we also didn't win, and that's why nation building and doesn't work. We think we
should
would have
also
learned
go
that in
look
Vietnam.
And if you want to bring up CivCas ratios, you should go look at World War II and see that over 70% of the casualties in World War II were actually civilians.
Yeah. Also bad. It's all bad. That's why I just would rather us not bomb anybody that we could. Who is paying Nate to go team terrorist? Tucker? Oh, an anti-Tucker guy in here, huh?
No. Okay. Nate just takes his red pills anally.
Suppository red pills. Yeah, amazing job debating, Nate. You came prepared with the facts, with the fat $100 dono to Matt or Ross. That's very
Giving
generous.
You the middle
bro.
finger.
That's fine. Compared to Fallujah, 1,500 civilians dead after 2 battles. Now, this is also not fair because the Battle of Fallujah, they gave 72 hours for all the civilians to leave before we invaded.
And they actually had places to go.
Yeah, and they were actually allowed to leave. So this isn't fair. And I'm the one being critical of the numbers and everything, but this isn't a fair comparison. Goth Latinas are the best. Okay.
What is that strangling? Go back to that. What is that thing strangling?
It's a chicken.
He's choking a chicken. Ah, I see it now. Okay.
Yeah. Nate, tell me how Adolf was misunderstood next. Oh, yeah. I'm a big simp.
I would not be friends with Nate if I felt that was the case. Yeah. I wouldn't have sent you my favorite cat joke.
Yeah. Israel carpet bombed Rafah after the ceasefire. Gifted 20 memberships to Matt. All right. Kenneth, totally love how Matt hasn't let you defend yourself. This 2 people that agree on the same thing while objectively trying to hold the same things responsible, not able to talk. I feel like I'm standing in a football locker room.
And yeah, that was the point.
That's kind of that was bring up Google Maps, Nate. We're way behind on those. Matt's only news source is Israeli intelligence.
That's right. That's why I quoted the Gaza Ministry of Health.
I think at this point, Stacy's got to be mine, even though she's got a little thing here. I'm not sure what it is. Nate asking about Jackson Hinkle. Matt, Jackson Hinkle.
What about him?
I don't know who that is, so you'd have to.
He's a communist. He actually started like the American Communist movement. A lot of actually American communists hate him. He's currently living outside of Moscow. He was partying with the Houthis down inside Yemen, leading chance to death to America. He also went into Lebanon and was hanging out with Hezbollah, holding war trophies up over towards the front line. And I said I would be not upset at all if a bomb managed to take him out, because I do think he is providing support to terrorism. And at that point, you're an enemy of the United States of America. So for that, I got put on his lethal targets list.
Oh, he's going to come get you, huh?
Yeah, him and the Russians and the Islamists, everybody's trying. So have fun.
Nate, you need better friends. This one is broken and retarded. Okay, that's pretty funny.
You don't have retarded friends, AJ? I doubt it. Paperclip.
That was pretty funny. All right. Yo, Matt, what about all the videos of children settlers in the West Bank attacking Palestinians?
I don't agree with settlers in the West Bank. Keep going.
Okay, there we go. Islamic terrorist created by the state of Israel. Wow, Matt is now triggered. I don't know what we were triggered about.
I was triggered about children.
You are the disgusting one, Matt, defending the killing of children. One child is too many. This was probably where we got a little bit heated. All right, we worked our way through that. Matt obviously does not support the killing of children. Matt has 73 watching. Nate has 3.7. Hell yeah. 735, excuse me. We're doing it, boys. Matt, can you explain why the IDF would blow up Christian and Catholic churches on the Gaza Strip without an apology, or why their people spit on Christian tourists who visit holy sites?
So number one,
do that.
I was a Christian tourist, and I did walk through Old City, and I did go to every single holy site, and I wasn't spit on by Muslims or Jews when I went over there. The Catholic Church, believe it or not, and we're gonna say this came from a friend of mine at the Vatican. And what I ended up hearing was that church, and I actually went on TV and I brought all of these facts out. That church actually wasn't blown up.
Netanyahu acknowledged this.
They held mass that night because Hamas actually took 3 hostages from that church. There was a gunfight that was taking place. A tank shell ended up nicking the corner of a building, like literally nicked like this little decorative piece on the top. And then they put out an AI photo, and it was actually like the archdiocese or whatever out of Jerusalem had actually put out the photo, but Hamas had taken 3 hostages out of that. And with that, they actually had them put out an AI photo that showed the church leveled. And then that night, they ended up having mass inside of the leveled church. And then they ended up having a big dog and pony show. The church wasn't actually leveled. And I did a whole presentation. It's up over on my thing. Like, that's bullshit. They didn't level the church, but thank you.
But they 100% do spit on Christians over there. You can watch thousands of videos of that.
Yeah. People, I'm not saying people haven't done it. I'm telling you that when I went and I walked through there, nobody spit on me as a Christian.
You weren't like Talmud.
I didn't
Tatum.
even, I didn't put on a yarmulke going up over to the Western Wall. I had my head covered with a hat. And I took a knee and I prayed next to the wall. Nobody spit on me. I don't know what the problem is. I'm not saying that extremists don't exist, because they do. You got to understand that those extremists that are doing those things are also the same extremists that sit there and scream free Palestine. So what you need to understand is, by their religious belief, the Messiah is not going to come as long as the state of Israel exists. Like, that is their extremist religious belief. And so because Israel is currently in existence, they try to do everything to get rid of Israel so that it no longer exists. That way the Messiah can come back. So you do have to dig a little bit deeper in some of these subjects.
But they still do spit on Christians.
Sure.
It happens. All right. America needs to stop funding the Israeli government.
And here's the church, by the way, that they ended up bringing up, and it lays everything out and did the whole post on it and put it all out there.
Is this PTSD talk? Well, we both I'm sure have it. So there's that. Yeah. Israel is doing a little Reconquista versus the Muslims, I see.
Yep. So there's the tank shelled Nick of the Catholic Church, and then there's the AI photo that actually ended up getting put out versus what was actually taken. So it's the tank shell Nick. You can see church is still standing. They said they bombed it and dropped the whole thing, but they took hostages.
All right. There you go. J Trend, Aussie $10. We understand what happens in war, and we understand and forgive the terrible, impossible situations you are put on. That said, it's a different situation in Gaza, in my opinion, because of the premeditation. Well, I mean, I'd say premeditation was done by Hamas because they attacked. I do believe they were allowed to attack, but I mean,
I don't think it was for the stated purposes. I think it was because of ignorance and social justice and people thinking that you can get along with Islamic terrorists and all sorts of dumb things.
Matt, you look thirsty. Juice. Matt Netanyahu. Matt literally argues like my wife word salad. Okay. Nate, please do a poll. Sure what we would have polled. Matt isn't even the original owner. Well, we already covered that one. We need Nate and Ian duo after this shit. My boy Ian. You should go on with Ian. He's fucking so goddamn smart. That's like debating the smart version of me. All right. Bro set Talmud Tardio up with Laura Loomer.
I'm not a Laura Loomer guy. Not going to happen.
God, good. I hope you're not. She's fucking gross. When she went after Florent Groberg, that was like, she made the ultimate fucking shit list for me. Attacking Medal of Honor winners. Nah, dog.
No
more American taxpayer money to Israel. I agree. Matt doesn't. Tommy Chung, president, and Cheech Marion for VP. I don't know.
I mean, at least something would get done in our country.
Cheech and Chung.
Probably, yeah, but not a lot of good things would happen, but at least our government would probably do something, you know?
Or it might do nothing, and maybe that's better.
And it would be exactly, yeah, it'd probably, but like, we haven't tried that before, you know?
Yeah. Matt's criticism of Israel all seem to be on military strategy. Does he reserve any criticism for their conduct against the Palestinians?
Yeah. I just literally said I'm not okay with settlers and blah, 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 blah. I also brought up the freaking humanitarian aid corridor that didn't exist long before it was even in your memory or before anybody told you that you need to be upset about it.
All right, same comment. Thank you, May. Appreciate you. Zygmunt talks for 42 minutes straight. Nate says one word. Hold on. You're going to want to hear this. How does a Christian support IDF who killed 19 Gazan Christians, including an infant, in the bombing of the worldly third oldest church? Isn't that what we just talked about?
Yeah, it's a lie. That's why.
We just did that one. Ian Carroll literally delivered pizza until morons made him popular. Ooh, doesn't like Ian Carroll. No, you can not like the things Ian Carroll talks about, but he is very talented and he's a very, very smart guy. What I want to know is Matt done trying to hard our women. Oh, is this a Portland Antifa comment?
Probably.
How's that case going, Matt? See, you left in Portland right after that. You are a pathetic B-boy. Yeah, I don't know. I know other people. All right, I talked to JD and other people there, and that's not what they said about you. So
imagine that.
Yeah, that's the Antifa stuff. Kevin Hunts, $100 dono, the big one. All right, the brother. This typing is gonna be okay. I'm gonna
October.
I'm gonna do my. Yeah.
God, I hate trying to read these, man. These are the
all right.
worst.
I'm gonna try it. October 7th wasn't the first conflict. Who started it? Fake flag hospital attack. If you are Christian and visit it real and get spat on and spit back, the media will say God's chosen was spit on by Goyim animal. That is not reality, brother.
I'm still trying to decipher what he was trying to.
I mean, I love. We appreciate the big donuts, guys, but man, this is rough, Kevin. Like, it's like you typed in. Maybe it's like syllables, right? Like it's almost like a voice chat. The syllables didn't work. I don't know, brother. I appreciate you very much, but I have no idea what you're trying to say there.
Convey. I know exactly what he said, but what he's trying to convey is the question.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I'm sorry, couldn't figure out
the bad words. Israel apparently is a bad word that people on your channel are afraid to say. They say it all the time on mine. Just throw that.
Yeah, but you're not potentially flagged for the smackdown when it comes, if it comes.
You have no idea how many times I've been flagged. Like there is a ebb and flow. Oh, bro, you know how many times Al Jazeera has slapped my channel for fair use policy, or how many times I get flagged for talking about Muslims, or any of the crap that I do, or that I'm promoting extremism and all of this other crap. Like, believe me, I get flagged.
So you get it from the other side.
Correct.
Yeah, that makes sense. All right, please discuss lithium mines in Africa. We did. I'm sure we did get to that. Actually, Matt described what was going on in Nigeria with that. Gifted 50 memberships.
Woo! Johnny.
Hell yeah. Mesh Medic, to summarize, we should support them because our mutual disdain for Muslims. Got it.
No, I have invited Muslims into this country and signed my name to them. But you keep doing you. And those same Muslims that I fought and bled beside would tell you the exact same thing that I'm saying, by the way.
There you go. Another big one. I don't know who these ones are for. So this is like the only. Typically, if there's the sideways ones, there's the normal ones. $100 dono to one of the two of us. I'm not a bot, big boy. So,
did you see the leaked video of the White House gym today?
I saw your Instagram post, but is that I thought that was a joke.
Nate Vance confirmed and said that he agrees.
No way that's real.
He's been to the White House. That this is in fact the gym inside the White House. I just throw that out there.
Is that real?
No, dude, it's not.
Or
the
is that
White
the
House
joke
gym.
because
it's
of
a joke because
okay.
of Jelani being there.
Because
dude.
of Jelani. Yeah. Okay, got it. I was trying to figure out the joke. I'm like, I don't get the joke. Dr. Wang, Dr. Matt Wang. Matt doesn't know the Wang jokes, guys. Asians are the richest demographic in America. That's not true. I believe Ashkenazi Jews are. Muslims believe in Jesus as the Messiah, and I believe they have the highest IQ as well.
Muslims do not believe in Jesus as the Messiah. They do not. They don't. Because quite frankly, he didn't.
They believe in Jesus as a revered prophet.
Yeah, but they also deny a lot of the different things that Jesus actually said. They claim that he never claimed to be the living form of God, and they also don't believe that he was crucified and died on the cross. There's a lot of things that Muslims don't believe, and
which
so
is
when
not
Muslims
nearly
try to
as bad as what the Jays believe, which is that Jesus is burning in hell in his own excrement, and the Virgin Mary was a whore. So let's not split hairs on which religion
Muslims'
hates Christians
moms
the
in
most.
hell. All right,
Tardio is a fitting name. Yeah, neither of those
with balls
religions have
coming out
nice
of his
things
chin.
to say about Christians for the most part.
No,
just pull up the clip of BB saying TikTok was their best weapon.
it's true.
Yeah, well, they got it now with Larry Ellison. You can't say anything anymore over there on TikTok. Nate, spend this on a drink. You're going to need it after talking to this guy. I talk to Matt all the time, man. Maybe that's why I drink so much, Matt.
Could possibly be living with cats.
Yeah. Meta actually came out and said this, but who is their source? The company itself said they're doing this, but who is their source?
Yeah, what I was trying to understand is Meta stating that, they're being paid, like whatever, like trying to understand their argument.
I think what you're trying to say is what is the source of saying, like, is Israel funding that? Which that's
like,
not what I was saying. I was saying
yeah.
just strictly Meta's announcement that they're going to do it, which, you know, look at Mark Zuckerberg.
Which I think goes to the U.S. government legislation and blah, blah, blah. Yeah.
Matt, AI can 100% be manipulated. Stay in your lane.
I've stated that.
Tanaska. This looks like an AI picture there. This Matt, oh my God, he got on my nerves with his gaslighting Zionism. Watching him gaslight you is literally killing my brain cells. Okay.
Stating how Hamas gets their figures, totally.
All right. Stacy's back. Stacy, man.
I picked a nerve on Stacy, brother. Living in that head rent-free, buddy.
Does not like Matt Tardio.
Rent-free.
Matt speaks out of both sides of his mouth so much I can't tell where he stands on anything except Gaza is in great condition. Matt.
Well, Stacy, you need to go possibly learn how to listen a little bit better when I talk about the actual state of Gaza. And if you actually go back and listen to the different things I say about Gaza and the different things that I've actually done, particularly lobbying for the Palestinian people to the president's office when I was over there, I think you should do some more research on me before you draw that conclusion.
Nope, Stacy. I like Stacy. Stacy's my girl.
Rent-free!
Matt asked him to prove that the source is real. This, and Foxcloud hates me. Foxcloud's got about 10 talking shit to me.
Foxcloud's all about me, man. Yep, that does the thing.
Just don't lose wars or invasions. We're really good at that, actually.
Well, politicians are really good. Politicians.
Yeah,
really
that's what I was going to say. We're really good at like winning the war and then just giving the country back is usually what we do.
Yeah, Afghanistan should be a U.S. territory, in my opinion.
Absolutely.
So should Iraq.
Also, it's the most strategic location in the Middle East. Why the fuck did we give up those two bases? Biden? Anyway. All right, Kevin Mack. $100 dono with the big one. Thank you. Matt is worse than listening to Ben. Okay, that's definitely not true. We are getting way over the top with the insults here, guys. How is that possible? I bet Ian Carroll is itching to debate this guy. Nate, don't let him talk so long. He'll be perceived as more knowledgeable person. That's not how debates work, actually. I was being respectful. I try to be respectful and let people just say what they need to say. It's not about trying to interrupt people, I don't think. He can't filibuster on your channel. Charlie Kirk. Tucker is not MAGA. Tucker's not MAGA, by the way. MAGA is the neocon party now at the moment, unfortunately.
And Ian can get a hold of me if Ian wants to get a hold of me. Like it's not like we're
also me and Ian are friends and me and Matt are friends.
Right. This is not a I love people.
Also hold on. Ian literally said in our 4-way live the other day when somebody brought up the Israel thing with Matt, and Ian literally said, "Oh, I'd like to have Matt on my channel and talk to him sometime." So I don't think
horrible.
I don't think it's that he's itching to debate him. I think he just thinks you're going to be an interesting person to talk to about it. All right, Wang Af versus the Jays. Let's not forget China. Christians have to hide. Well, yeah, all religions have to hide. They're wholly secular in that bitch. Super chats together. Uh-oh. Yeah, this is what makes it fun. We both get shit talked to us the entire time. 365 million Christians labeled as heavily persecuted worldwide right now. Jays, Muslims, and seculars hate us. I agree. I agree.
Dog meat.
Matt should rename his podcast Only I Can Speak. I thought Matt and Nate had very good points. Great debate. How we should be in our country. Thank you, Freedom Cherry. We finally
That's right. Finally. That's right.
Someone nice who just appreciated us, having a friendly debate. Shaky Chuck, U.S. Navy veteran. Have a good vet day tomorrow. Thanks, man. And also to Matt as well. Money in politics, always the problem. Real patriots rise. A new dawn of free speech. God bless you guys. America first. Appreciate you, brother. Ain't getting this tip. No sod. Thanks, Dano. Another 20 fat memberships for Matt.
Hell yeah. Thank you.
We have absolutely no business going into Venezuela. I agree with you. I think we both agree with you on that. Sean Z, I invite both of you guys to Detroit so I can take you to places that you'll swear you're not in, not just Dearborn. Yeah, I mean, I'm not disagreeing. I don't fucking want that problem here either. I've stated Islamic terrorism is a huge fucking problem. But there's also other problems. So I'm with Matt on that one. The biggest cartel is Big Pharma. God, there's a lot of truth to that, actually. Everyone should read Gaddafi's Green Book. Should read that. Gaddafi's fascinating, that story. Every one of you are developed assets.
Mm-hmm.
We're both feds. You got us both.
Feds, buddy. Yep.
Foxhound. UJ literally got me. Yeah, he doesn't like either of us. Dano, you don't like either of us, do you? That's okay. We appreciate you. Wait till Matt finds out who created modern Islamic terror.
Yeah, I don't subscribe to that. Read up on ISIS and all that crap. Yep.
Islam is the broom of Israel. All right. Marcia, did Israel help fund the Muslim Brotherhood?
Oh, my God.
Ooh, there's a lot of rumors about that.
Yeah, there's a lot of rumors about a lot of things. Doesn't make them true.
I mean,
there's a rumor that if you hung up a picture of Netanyahu in here, that I'd have a heart on that would punch a hole through the wall. Doesn't make it true. You know?
Tel Aviv Tardio in here. All right. I had to stop. This was ridiculous. Okay, now see, this is racist, Amy. Matt argues like Jay. That's mean. Have my husband debate him. I swear on my life, he will school him. Follow Dave Smith and Scott Horton if you don't already. Medic from Georgia. Amy, thank you, but come on. We don't make insults like that. Make them funny, guys. Don't make them.
Dave Smith will also
racist.
Dave Smith will also let you know that he is arguing not from a position of facts, but from a position of personal feelings. Right? And I can't subscribe to that. Like I
Dave Smith's pretty smart. It's pretty smart and well spoken by. Yeah.
He is well spoken, and he does do a good job. I picture Dave Smith like Obama. You know, like you're really good at convincing people to like you and everything else, but it still doesn't mean what you're putting out there is accurate.
He destroyed Josh Hammer. I'll tell you that. That wasn't even
sure
close in that one.
I didn't watch that
but
one.
Josh Hammer is a fucking scumbag, and I don't think he's that smart to begin with. So support you both. Matt and Nate W. Thanks, man. Matt, I looked at the drone footage of Gaza. Isn't that carpet bombing? Please explain. I think we went over that one pretty detailed back and forth. Jared Hart, $10. Matt and Nate, prior 11 Bravo here. Hell yeah, bro. Want to say thanks to both of you guys for all you do. We are all in this together against political nonsense and corrupted politicians. Kill.
That's right.
Thanks, man. Appreciate you. We both agree with you on that. All right. What do you all think about Pegasus and reports Israel sold this hacking software to an adversary in South America? I don't know about them selling it to an adversary in South America. Do you know about this story? All right. Sorry, brother. Kevin. All right. With the big 50, man. All right. Well, we got something we can understand here. Nope. You're doing it to us again. Hamas was hiding under. Oh my God. Okay. This is actually a funny joke. It's actually a funny joke. Hamas. Okay, this is funny. Hamas was hiding under the U.S. liberty. Totally justified. Okay, come on. Kevin came in with a pretty funny joke there. You got to give him credit. All right, that's a good one. Well
that
done.
Was actually
Kevin.
that was actually
better than the last
USS. So the USS Liberty was no. We'll just start a new conspiracy theory. So the USS Liberty was actually filled with a bunch of very, very conservative, far extremist Jews that were actually funneling money over into Gaza to start funding Hamas, which is why the United States government told Israel that all of our boats were out of those waters. Israel caught on to the US's game. Unfortunately, their space laser was down at the time. And so they were forced to just bomb it in a very open manner. And because they wanted to try to make up for it and make you think that they weren't bad people, they went in and actually helped clean up the collateral damage afterwards.
Good conspiracy. His is funnier. Good joke, brother. Appreciate you. All right, one Billy Ho. All I want to say is happy 250th birthday, Semper Fi, motherfuckers.
Rah!
Appreciate you, brother. God, dude, this is going to be exhausting listening to the fucking Marines on social media all week about this. Oh, God. The Marine birthday is always exhausting, and now this is the big one.
That's how I feel about a lot of things.
It's gonna be brutal. Bobby Lynn, what's up, brother? We need to stop being good Middle East police. We've got much more pressing issues here, like war fighters who have had to deal with failed policies. I think that's like the linchpin of me and Matt's disagreement is I think we need to stop, and Matt thinks it's more beneficial to the United States for us to continue. And I think that's just a difference of opinion and perspective in a lot of ways. But I agree with you on that, Bobby. All right, Matt, victim shaming Liberty survivors is lame. Did you victim shame them? Did I miss that?
No.
Okay. I must have missed that one, or I don't know. All right, appreciate the debate. Thanks for going to Portland. That's the both of us because we both did it. It's too bad we couldn't have been there together. That'd have been fun.
That would have been nice. We tried.
Yeah, my kid's football game. All right, 2 years going strong. This is for I don't know who this is for. I've been watching since Rob first started the channel. Yeah. Oh, this is for you. Matt, you've made Speak the Truth what it is today. I didn't even know it was somebody else on the channel. So
yeah, no, he was co-hosting for like the longest time. And like I said, he wanted to go get into law enforcement and everything. And yeah.
Zionism, synagogue of Satan. Oof, I think that one's a little rough.
It's a little rough.
Over the top. Congress has not formally declared war since World War II. You fought for Zionist bankers. Thanks for nothing. Wow, that's to both of us, huh? All right. Appreciate that. Appreciate that one. I love that. I love those ones, man. I get that all the time. I'm sure you get that all the time. That all you
I get told all sorts of stuff. Yeah,
I get it too, and it's like, dude, cool, man. You work for Chevron, dude, which is probably owned by the Jays too. So, from Veterans Day, or from one veteran to another, happy Veterans Day. Love you both. Thank you, brother. Thank you, brother. Happy Veterans Day to you. So awesome to see two vets with different opinions be friends. This is how things are supposed to be in America. You
have a different opinion with every single friend that you have. I guarantee it. You just don't have the balls to have the discussion.
Yeah. Well, and that's another thing too, is like, I think that's so much of the problem too. And you're seeing it with Ben Shapiro right now. It's like everybody knows you're a fucking pussy, dude. Like, just go debate Tucker Carlson or Candace Owens, man. Like, go talk to him. So I don't like that, dude. It's just like this thing of, or Mark Levine. Did you see what he did with Tucker? No. Tucker said he wanted to debate him, and Mark Levine said he wasn't going to platform a Nazi to Tucker Carlson.
No, like, that's ridiculous. I don't think Tucker Carlson is. I don't think Tucker Carlson's a Nazi, and I wouldn't have a problem talking to him, like, at all, or anybody else. You know what I mean? It's just, there's just certain things I just won't get behind. So,
all right, Nate, will you debate Nick Center? I don't know who Nick Center is.
I have no idea who Nick Center is.
Yeah, sure. Well, I mean, here's the thing. I'm debating Matt because Matt's my friend, and we wanted to do this because we're friends and it's fun to do stuff like this. I'm not into I'm just going to debate some random dude I don't know over this topic.
Somebody asked me last week, dude.
But yeah.
Do you ever get those comments that are like, debate me, man? Why don't you put me on there? Because I got better shit to do, bro. That's why.
Yeah. Random people.
Yeah.
No, Matt just touched women without consent. I don't know, man. That's not what the people down there in Portland told me when I heard about it, but that's what Antifa said. Matt, please check out Nick's serious content. Oh, Fuentes, I think that's what he's saying. Matt Mitzvah. Love this live, guys. Keep it up.
Thank you.
We're getting there, dude. 325. Holy fuck.
They're still going on my side too, man.
Yeah, they are. That's that. We were at 255 when we started. We put a 70. Thank you guys so much. Right? We both appreciate it. I'm sure. Well, I appreciate it. I imagine Matt does.
Yeah, of course I do. Yeah.
We're just hanging in here, grinding through them. Ask ChatGPT if they have committed genocide in Gaza. Ooh, I like that one. And again, who knows what we get? But all it's going to do is source. The problem with it is all it's going to do is source the internet.
Correct. So here's a fun.
And it's going to take all the good information, all the bad information it can find, and spit out a response. So it's like, but it'll be interesting to see what the internet is saying.
So here's a fun conversation to have, Nate. So it's not true always, but the majority of the time it is true that Olympic athletes, for example, why they don't end up going into puberty until they end up reaching like 18, 19, sometimes 20 years old, right? Because they don't have enough body fat in order to sustain life. So over here in the United States, people are looking and trying to figure out why is it.
Hold on. It's literally going, this is a high stakes topic. Give me time. And it's been thinking for like 30 seconds.
It's going to give you bullshit responses from both sides. Some people say yes, some people say no. And here's a topic. Is that what it's doing?
Yeah.
Yeah,
it said whether the war in Gaza legally constitutes a genocide or is unresolved in court, the ICJ has recognized as a plausibility that it may be. So
that's actually that's actually like true. So when the ICJ actually took on the case of genocide, South Africa brought it. what the ICJ actually decided on, and this was actually one of the ruling judges that actually put this out, was that the Palestinian people had a right to be protected against genocide. And that's actually what they ended up ruling on. And it's often misquoted in media. And even after that ruling judge that came out and stated that, people still misquote it. So
it's just funny because ChatGPT did exactly what you said. It spat out a bunch of wouldn't give us confirm or deny. So I mean, there you go. Oh wait, Matt, I know you don't care about the Geneva Convention because Israel doesn't, but you cannot use white phosphorus in close proximity to civilians.
Also false.
Shit, I feel like we use Willie P all the time.
That's a false statement. So you need to look up what white phosphorus is and what it's used for and how you can actually use it. So,
Matt, did you watch the Tucker interview with Nick? I was told to watch it to see what he's really about. Love you. It's a good watch. You should.
I watched a portion of it and I fell asleep.
I'll tell you this, it's a very toned down version of Nick. It's a very toned down mainstream version of Nick. And that's by design. I think he's trying to enter the mainstream and he has to tone his shit down. But it is a good watch to give an idea of what his beliefs are. And he'll be very honest about being a Christian nationalist and all that stuff. Blind spot journalism. Thank you. Nate, your members are a bunch of wombats.
Ozzy Mick.
Chicken Strangler. We should have known by the name. A real patriot wouldn't support Donald Trump. Republicans are obsessed with trans women, race, and telling lies. I don't support Donald Trump because of his current policies. That's it right now. And if he started going back to America First policies, then he would get my support again.
My question is, what policy do you want me to support? I'm never going to support anybody completely until you outright. And every time I get asked that question, do you support this person? Well, it depends. Tell me what it is.
Yeah. Good point. Please don't have Matt on again. What a waste. You don't have to watch, guys. That's another thing. If you don't want to listen to me or you don't want to listen to Matt, you could skip this episode.
Timmer.
All right, this one says, would love to make a relevant comment, but there aren't enough characters, and I'm not paying thousands of dollars to say all that need, so I'll just write ironic, pointless one. Laugh out loud, banana gang bitches. Well, thanks.
I don't know my dudes.
What does Munchkin have to say about all this? Munchkin's out there snoozing right now, man. Munchkin, and also Munchkin could not give a fuck less about the people in Israel or Gaza. I'll tell you that. Munchkin is a little grump, dude. Matt, what do you think of Jonathan Pollard being treated like a hero for all the espionage against the United States?
I'd have to look into that. I'm not aware of it.
I'm not aware of that one either. Drop Site News reported X-Unit 8,200 members are embedded in U.S. tech. Also, Israel stole nuclear material from PA. Jonathan Pollard running for Knesset. Okay, was this the same guy? No, it's a different guy. I don't know.
Again, why would that surprise me that that's taking place? And I'm sure Drop Site News actually put down some relevant material that actually proved what they said.
All right, that's a big name there. Zeev Ehrlich, 71, was killed alongside an Israeli soldier belonging to Jalani Brigade during a gun battle with Hezbollah fighters in southern Lebanon, 11/21/24.
Damn, 71.
That's an old combatant. Oh my God. Everybody knows. Nikki? Fight breaks out at TPUS event. Oh! Fight broke out at a TPUSA event in Berkeley. I bet that if it's in Berkeley, I was
just going to say, look at where it's at.
Leftist agitators.
No way. You don't say.
I'll bet you in Berkeley, that's exactly
with Palestinian flags hanging out their back pockets.
Yeah, you know what's coming there. Bukkake. Both you guys rock. Everyone in the comments seriously hating has a small peepee, and their big pun look-alike girlfriend cheats on them. Appreciate you, brother. Matt, Palestine, they have Christians stop bullshit. We are not Zionist. Okay.
What?
You can read it yourself. Simon, what are you trying to say?
It's in Canadian. It's written in Canadian. That's why you don't understand it.
Relentless, thank you. Chicken Strangler's back. Should the 82nd soldiers who went to Trump's rally in uniform on camera be punished? This is for Nate to answer. Should the soldiers that went to his rally, so should soldiers that are at a rally for the commander-in-chief be punished? No.
Should the soldiers wearing their uniforms when the commander-in-chief shows up to speak to them be punished?
Yeah. I don't get why you think they should be punished because
if the soldier is wearing a uniform and makes a political statement,
yeah,
that's different.
I mean, he's the whether we like him or not, he's the commander-in-chief, and no, like I don't think so. I'm trying to figure out. I'm trying to figure out why that would be punishable offense to
people. I used to run it like on Facebook when I was bored.
I'm not trying to be rude to the commenter. I'm just really trying to figure out why that would even be something you would consider as a punishable offense.
I ran a channel called Leave Don't Ask Don't Tell Alone when Don't Ask Don't Tell was the actual like policy of the United States military, and the amount of people that tried to like hate on me back then for running a Facebook page that said Leave Don't Ask Don't Tell Alone and how I was going to get in a ton of trouble. I was like, you guys are all fucking idiots. Like every single one of you is a moron. You can't get in trouble for supporting current policies. Like you're just a moron.
Or the current chief.
Yeah. Right. Like I'm supporting current UCMJ. Wow, like you're an idiot.
I think let's say if you were to go to a political rally for a candidate who's not president in uniform, could you get in trouble for that?
And make statements.
I don't think you can get in trouble for that being in uniform. I think, to Matt's point, you've got to make some type of political statement to get in trouble for that.
Depends on the uniform as well. If you're wearing like utilities and you're like, there is certain things that you, whatever. It's stupid. Yeah. Nobody's going to enforce it.
All right. Sarah, thank you both for your service to America and the interesting debate. Thank you, Sarah. Very nice of you. It's nice to hear debate and not have to use Google Translate Ebonics.
You're welcome.
Okay. Looks like Israel did the same thing the U.S. government did with Islamic freedom fighters, calling them terrorists after they retaliate for the abundance amount government attacks. Same thing. Did the same thing to who? Hamas? Is he saying Hamas is freedom fighters?
Yeah, correct. He's calling all of the Islamic terrorists freedom fighters.
Nah, dog. Sorry, that's a no from me. I'm not trying to be.
Dang it! He's like, I thought that was a. He's like, that was a W take, Nate.
Well, I get those. Here's the thing, Matt, is I get like the free. You ever see the memes? It's like Ryan Gosling, and it's like anti-Israel, and he's like thumbs up, and then everybody gets excited because they think it's free Palestine, and then it says free Palestine, and he goes,
yeah.
It's like that's my politics on it, man. Nate, y'all a bunch of turkeys. Ozzy, thank you. Debate is good, but Matt is verbose. I'm too dumb to even know what that word means. So
I speak a lot.
Intelligent complaint. Is that? Oh, that's what that means. Nate kept changing arguments. They got too sidetracked. Matt's child soldier rant was dark. I enjoyed it. You know, you seemed like you didn't enjoy it, and then based off of the complaints, but then you enjoyed it. All right, thank you. That was an interesting comment. Bunch of wombats on Nate's channel. Man, you really getting them after him.
Wombats, Ozzy Mick.
Joe, what's up?
That man has
remember
that man has punched a kangaroo.
Yeah, for sure. Well enough to remember
that was a statement of fact. That
then
was a statement
came
of fact.
Hamas, the Who's song "Won't Get Fooled Again." That line, meet the new boss, the same boss as the old boss.
Mm-hmm.
Well, you got the Mujahideen, who then become the Taliban. It's interesting how that works. Justin Smash, a former U.S. representative, lost 4 family members in the Orthodox Church bombing. Israel admitted they killed 19 people in that church.
I said what I said.
Okay, so there you go. That says no.
Do you want to see the pictures of how the church didn't get bombed and how they took hostages? Would you like me to show that again? Would you like to
saw it.
Photographs of mass taking place that night? The church didn't get bombed.
All right. Kevin Hunt's $50. Again, this guy's been coming in. He had a great joke in the last one. Let's see what we got this time. The Red Cross reported the pop of juice went up after World War II. So I believe that's actually true. So obvious Holocaust was fake. Now that's not true, according to your logic. You had me in the first half, and then we kind of fell apart in the second half. That's definitely, we're not Holocaust deniers. Are you a Holocaust denier, Matt?
No.
Yeah, we're not Holocaust deniers here. The devil you don't, $20. Bunch of haters on here tonight. Wow. What's with the lies? If you don't like Matt's opinion, come at him straight. why they always need so many lies. Did I make a bunch of lies and come at you crooked? I didn't mean to. Really just trying to give my opinion on it.
Yeah, I think you made statements of opinions that you tried to assert as facts that we had a heated debate about at one point, which was the purpose of this show.
And you made statements of facts that weren't true facts. So we both did a little bit of that.
I did make statements of facts that were. Which one did I make?
You're
that was
all right.
The fact? Which statement of fact did I make? That was the fact?
A lot of your stuff. That's all right.
Which one was the fact?
You're all right, Matt. Solid tard. The problem is someone on Super Chat. If you say certain words, YouTube will flag it and tell you to rewrite it. Okay. So he's using Q Talk. You know Q Talk? Mm-hmm. How they talk on Q. Mm-hmm. Forlorn Hope Rebellion. Why should I, PhD in American History, Strategic Intelligence, Global Security, Tier 1 SMU, pay the Raugers? What are Raugers? Is that a slur I don't know? Hopefully I didn't just get my channel demonetized because I said a slur I don't know about.
RAIGers? Why is this so hard for me to comprehend right now?
Although I will say that's an impressive goddamn resume. You got a PhD, Strategic Alliance, American History, and you were in Tier 1. You were in the SMUs. Typically, people in the SMUs don't tell us about it, though. I'll be honest, but still an impressive resume.
No, and I'll also say that education doesn't equal intelligence, and neither does experience. Those are also two things I always look at.
I do agree with that.
Yeah.
Although I do think education mixed with intelligence is typically the recipe to success.
Intelligence,
you've got
common
both.
sense, but on top of all of that, experience is also a very key part, which is why it would be an impressive resume. Yeah.
Stacy Massey, did y'all figure out where the super chats are going? Stacy, if you're on my live stream and you donate, it goes to me. If you're on Matt's live stream, it goes to him. So you don't have to worry about it. I'm a subscriber to your channel, Nate. Never been on Matt's channel. There you go. He's back. Kevin Hunts. He's good. The last one, Kevin's been all over the map. We've had some heavy swing and misses.
He has been. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, so here we go. Biden said whites are the number one terror threat. Media lies.
Biden said if you don't vote for him, you ain't black.
Yeah. I don't know. If
Biden
Biden
also brought up Corn Pop, who's a bad dude.
Yeah.
You know,
Biden said a lot of interesting stuff, Kevin. All right, this one was better. Kevin's like 2 for batting 2 for 4 right now. He's hitting about 50% right now.
Oh
right.
Man.
Celtic follower. A lot of people don't know the dispensationalist belief that is the basis of Christian Zionism. The foundation of this belief was laid by the Jesuits.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
There you go. Rip Colin the White. Don't know who that is. All right, we got a big one for, I don't know, maybe this is me. Hard to tell. The devil you don't. $100 dono. Dude, I'm Jewish. Grew up with Christians. They are all and always will be my boys. Never thought a negative thing about Jesus. Learned so much about Christianity from them. Matt and Charlie Kirk, very dear to me. Don't only talk about crazies. Jays don't hate Christians. You don't. But there's also here. Hold on though. Let's be fair. There's a lot of Christians that hate Jays. There's a lot of Christians that hate Muslims, and there's a lot of Muslims that hate the other two religions. Like, you can play that game all day long.
I will tell you that, and it's probably not a fair comparison because one can make the argument that I have been arguing on the side of Israel, therefore the Jews should love me. But I will tell you that I have caught a lot of flack from that side. Well, not a lot, but I have caught some flack from that side. But I've also been welcomed with open arms, even when I was criticizing Israel as well. And I made a statement about when I was dealing with the Aguilar side, and I had said that, hold on, I talked to X amount of X person, this thing might actually hold some water. And I watched members of the IDF that were commenting saying, if Matt Tardio is stating that we need to pay attention to this, then we need to pay attention and listen. You know what I mean? Like, even if I'm going out negative, like, we need to listen. Like, we need to hear this. So
there we go. Thanks for the big dono. All right, more debates in the future. I mean, this is like one of the only things we really disagree upon. So
cats.
I don't know. Yeah, cat. Oh, you don't like cats? Oh, no. We could have a real debate on that. All right. Zigman says, jokes aside, did Matt have an actual explanation of how Israel first funding helps the everyday American more than America first? Hope you have a great day, Vet Day. All love, bro. Keep these debates. I know I kind of took away from your argument for this, but I mean, you could give it your own explanation there if you want.
Yeah. Again, it's not helping America other than on the security aspect in fighting against the, what do you want to call it? The ideology really is what you're doing, right? You're going up against that ideology and you're trying to crush that and making a stance that ideology is not okay. It's not welcome.
I think,
et cetera, et cetera, et
I
cetera.
think your argument is more that it makes America safer as a nation more so than it directly positively benefits the working class American, right?
Well, it also benefits the working class American, believe it or not. When you look at the military industrial complex, the money that we actually give over to Israel is that money actually turns around and gets spent right back in there. Right now, I think it's between 70 and 80% of the money that we give them has to directly go back into the U.S. military industrial complex. In the next couple of years, it's going to be 100%.
Oh, yeah. I don't subscribe to if it makes the military industrial complex better. Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that.
Yeah, and I think that it's a big problem with a lot of the different things that we're doing is the military industrial complex, because if you want to talk about some of the biggest lobbyists in this country that we have issues with.
Yeah.
I would say that the military industrial complex has a much larger impact on U.S. politics than any foreign nation does, and that is one of my biggest issues is the military industrial complex. But that's just me. Do you know who is approving a lot of the contracts that we're going over into Ukraine?
No.
Say it with me, Lockheed Martin.
Oh
like,
yeah. No, I'm not gonna.
This is a problem.
I'm a
right?
huge.
Like where the U.S. is spending the
huge,
money.
Yeah.
I don't think I'm
gonna. I actually don't think I'm going to disagree with you on your point of you think the military industrial complex lobbying is more detrimental than foreign countries. I think I actually will agree with you on that.
Yeah.
Now, I'm going to say the foreign lobbying I think is way worse on the Israel side than you believe, but I do agree with that. I think military industrial complex lobbying, Nikki Haley's of the world and all these people cause way more fucking problems than anything, than China, than Russia, than any of it. So I'll agree with you on that.
And that's why I try to put it in perspective, because I'm like, if we're really concerned about money influencing politics, right? Like if that's our concern and causing Americans to die for shit that they don't have to, causing us to get another, and if you don't think that military industrial complex arguing and money being spent isn't causing Americans to die, you're freaking retarded.
Yeah.
You need to look deeper. Like that is a very real issue. And while we're busy looking at like this tiny problem, right, we should be talking about these bigger ones.
Well, I don't think
in comparison,
problem,
so while we're talking about this problem, in comparison to this problem, why are we focusing on this little one as opposed to this big one? And I think it has a lot to do with algorithm and what people are being pumped and what's being taught. Have you looked into, I just learned about this the other day. Have you looked into Operation SIG, S-I-G, like the pistol?
Well, I mean, down. I don't know by the actual, are you talking about like the contracts that SIG secured?
No. I'm talking about the Russian Operation SIG. S-I-G.
No, that's something different. I know about all the shit that went into SIG getting the contracts.
No, Operation SIG, S-I-G. Write that one down, buddy.
I'll look it up.
I'm going to shove it down your throat the next time we talk. Read up on it. It's wild. One. No, it really is. I actually learned about it the other day, and I was like, what the hell?
I think when it comes to like I think to your point, getting people to focus on the military industrial complex, it's the average American that's not like me and you that really understands how fucked up the military industrial complex is. I think it's not digestible for the regular American who doesn't even know how all of it is even working. Like Raytheon and Halliburton and fucking Lockheed Martin and all these companies are actually doing that, where it's a lot more palatable to be like, hey, Israel lobbying's bad, Qatar lobbying is bad. Like these are like much more digestible to the average person. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but if I said a 3-letter company to you, starting with a K and ending with an R with a B in the middle, how would you feel about that? How do you feel about that company?
I don't know enough about KBR to give an opinion on it, really. What's KBR? What's KBR do?
KBR? They were like,
what am I brain farting?
They were like one of the biggest suppliers for the U.S. military over inside of Iraq. This is, these lobbyists are where when we had a flat tire, the entire Humvee would get replaced and things like that.
I thought that was Halliburton. Halliburton was setting up all the fucking infrastructure.
Yeah, that's the infrastructure. Then when we start talking about KBR was also very big in like supplying meals and stuff like that. You're talking like I forget what the figure was, whether it was like $35 a head or something like that for every single soldier that rolled through a chow hall for like every single meal. And then surf and turf nights, which were like every Friday, it was like $50. They're the reason why there was Baskin Robbins freaking ice cream in the chow halls, all this shit that realistically you don't need, that the U.S. government was paying out the butt for, and why those bills were so expensive for those wars, and why we ended up having those like things going on. Like
I thought that was a part of Halliburton. I didn't realize that was a different company that was doing that.
It very well could be. I haven't read up on it in a while, and everything I stated could possibly be wrong. So just go do your own due diligence and look into it. But KBR is a problem.
To your point, I mean, Halliburton's the perfect example of what we're talking about as a fucking problem and what they did. Dick, that's why I said a couple extra rounds for Dick Cheney in the fucking grave. That guy. All right. Here we go. Can you both agree that Mr. Balin is a great storyteller? That dude is the GOAT, man. He built a 10 million YouTube subscriber as a Navy SEAL off doing nothing military related. What a G, dude. What a G. The devil you don't, $100 dono. And the only way I was taught about the chosen people was in context of Abraham being chosen by God to stop worshiping idols back when it was idols worshiper around. That's it. Pretty sure he was in all three faiths. And Abraham is the founder of all three faiths, but I don't think Tucker is anti-Semitic. Yeah, Tucker's not anti-Semitic.
Well, Abraham isn't the founder of all three faiths. Abraham is the basis of all three faiths.
That's what I mean. Yeah, no, I don't mean like he founded all three religions. I mean all three religions stem back from Abraham as the father of the religions, essentially. But also, if you want to dig deep, I'm really into like Sumerian history and things like that. You really want to dig deep. You know where all Abraham's stories and all of the biblical stories come from is from places like Samaria. They're just like Adam and Eve was not a Old Testament story that was ripped straight from Samaria, places like that. Interesting stuff though. But that's also where Abraham was from. So makes sense.
It's also where like prophecies and prophets and everything end up coming in. Like, so this is a whole theological discussion that we could have, which is actually, anyways.
All right, Bobby, somebody please ask Levine what he thought about Reagan's immigration clemency. I'm assuming you mean Mark Levine, and why he doesn't support it now. Much bigger numbers, but hey, Mark, what's your stand? Levine is a troll living in past glory. Mark Levine's a fucking piece of shit. He's a neocon. He's just like Lindsey Graham. I don't know. I doubt Matt is a fan of Mark Levine, if I had to guess. Maybe he is.
I haven't bothered listening to him.
That's probably for the best. He's like a older, more cringe version of Ben Shapiro. If you mixed Lindsey Graham and Ben Shapiro together, you would get Mark Levine.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
So that gives you an idea. Fox News analyst. He's the one that just called for everybody to be censored, deplatformed, and completely canceled off all news media if they talk to Tucker Carlson. So there you go.
Oh, well, that's
yeah. Well, that's what he said. I disagree, but still have mad love for you, Matt. There you go.
Thank you.
Well, one of your own donators.
JDs.
Why didn't you read my chat about them being in the middle WW1 and WW2, now trying to start WW3 with Iran? You literally read everyone's. Bro, I've been going literally one by one
He's
all the way
gone line
down.
by line. This is the only one we've seen.
I don't know if it didn't go through. But Matt, Israel's trying to start World War III with Iran. Thoughts?
No, nor is going to war with Iran going to start World War III. Like not even remotely close to starting World War III by going to war with Iran. No,
I agree with you.
My question would be, why are you not looking at Russia and what they're doing in the Middle East and all of the munitions and stuff like that they have been supplying to Iran, along with all of the different aerial defense support? Why aren't you asking, why is Russian Spetsnaz working side by side with Hezbollah in order to provoke and push Israel? Why aren't you asking why the IRGC is down over inside of Yemen, and why you also have signs of Russia working over there as well? So like
Russia and Israel got a pretty decent relationship, though.
So if you're going to be pushing, no, they don't. So if you're, like surface level, when you start looking at things and how they go, sure, they're like keeping the peace between each other. But but in no way, shape, or form would Israel be amazing friends with
Jewish
Russia.
Russians, the ties to Israel, just like America, brother.
Sure, there's a lot of Russian Christians as well. That doesn't make them great people, or it doesn't make them friends.
I'm just saying, Israel and Russia aren't enemies by any means.
Like I will go and I'll state what I just said, that you have all of that stuff that Russia has been doing that is not very good for Israel whatsoever. And the fact that they're partnering with Iran and the way that they've been doing it and supporting those different attacks, it's one thing. Like what you see on surface level versus what's actually happening is two entirely different things.
Also, I don't agree with that, but what I will say is that the reason why this won't start World War III, I agree with Matt on that. The reason why is if we go to war with Iran, America goes to war with Iran, ain't fucking nobody coming to their help, homie. Like Russia and China and everybody ain't coming. North Korea ain't coming to, like, no shit, full scale war. We'll piss off the whole world for the most part, but nobody's coming to help them, dude.
Half of Russia's nukes aren't even working right now. That's you like ask why the United States is launching Minuteman ballistic missiles. We started that after Russia finally had a successful launch last year.
Did anybody do anything about the 12-day war, or did the world just watch and go, fuck?
I mean, we shot some stuff down. We all watched. We're just like, man.
I'm not talking about like Yemen. I'm talking about like China, Russia, like nation states that could cause World War III. Did anybody fucking step in?
No, because Russia's and China's tech was actually on the ground and it got decimated. Russia and China actually learned quite a bit from the 12-day war, believe it or not. What they learned is that a lot of their tech doesn't do a damn bit of good against like our tech.
Well, that's not good. We shouldn't have taught them that.
Well, I mean, they don't get to know why, which is why Turkey wasn't allowed to have like the F-35 program.
Yeah, well, that's probably for the best.
That's exactly why Turkey wasn't allowed to have the F-35 program. Like,
yeah, I don't think Turkey needs any of our high-level military secrets. I'm good on that.
Might as well just sell it to Russia for a higher cost and save ourselves the trouble and put some money in our own pockets.
All right, Amnesty International, UN Human Rights Council, Israeli human rights groups, B. Tasselum, I don't know if I said that right, and Physicians for Human Rights, International Court of Justice, all call it a genocide. But no one listened to Matt.
Okay, so Amnesty International makes all of their money from peddling. They don't actually do anything other than push propaganda and narratives in order to support their own high-paying jobs. That's what Amnesty International does. UN Human Rights Council literally holds no weight on anything whatsoever. And you should go look and see who's staffing those different councils. So all of these different groups and things like that you're bringing up, the Physicians for Human Rights, things like that. When you have physicians that are coming out of the hospitals inside Gaza holding up pictures saying, look, this is an Israeli that shot somebody ahead, and it's clearly celebratory fire that ended up falling out of the damn sky, and there's no way of telling where it came from. You can't even tell what kind of projectile it is. To me, it's just kind of asinine for people to be able to take that and say, look, this is a genocide because of X, Y, and Z. So do you realize that a 5.56 round at 500 meters has just as much kinetic energy as a 9mm fired at point blank range? And so when you go and you look at what
I'd have to do the math on that.
I did the math. That's why I'm telling you that your standard 124 grain freaking 9mm fired at point blank range traveling at like 1,150 feet per second has just as much kinetic energy as a 5.56 green tip at 500 meters. I did the math. And the reason I bring that up is because where the Nasser hospital is, that's a city down there. I studied the map and I looked and I tried to find a place that has even 500 meter shots. And there's only like one or two places where 500 meter shots are really possible down there for those different headshots. And so even then, what you're trying to tell me is a round that's designed for penetration at 500 meters isn't blowing through a human skull when a 9mm fired at point blank range. Like, that's what you're telling me, that those rounds are just going to stick in there in an up down manner and that we're not going to see any other deformation or anything else like that. It's asinine, right? Like, do some math. Ballistics within itself, like science, debunks 90% of the bullshit. Nobody wants to.
Yeah, that's why the Charlie Kirk's case is so interesting, huh?
That's exactly.
Yeah, not only did all these people say it, but also the former prime minister of Israel call it a genocide. So you got that going for you too.
Yeah, that's what it's called, opinions.
Roids do. Hell yeah. All about steroids, bruh. Susan Meadows, love you, Nate, and thank both of you for your service to our country, and I won't be watching if Matt's on. Okay, Susan, well, I mean, at least she left nice comments for both of us, even though she said she
trims
won't
dog
watch
ears. So, yeah, I don't want Susan to comment anyway because she likes to trim dog ears. I'm not a big fan of that.
Susan, thank you very much. I don't like that either. I don't support that. But, Susan, thanks you for the nice comment. Here we go. We're batting 50-50. What's he got? The Gaza pop went up, so it wasn't bad. Correct.
How much you want to bet that this guy actually, like Kevin, how much you want to bet Kevin actually has a bunch of Jewish money that he's pumping into your channel so that they can pull some Hasbro and then take you down by saying that you got a bunch of Jewish donors and stuff like that, that you're taking Israeli money?
That would be pretty funny. Yeah, I mean, I actually did make that argument though. Just because the population went up doesn't mean killing fucking tens of thousands of people is good.
No, but you know what you can do is you can make the argument and say that because the population was going up, there's no way that they've just been starving freaking Holocaust victims this entire time because they wouldn't have the body fat in order to produce like ovulation and things like that. The body would end up shutting down and wouldn't go into that. If all of these people were starving to death over there, like you've been told, then you wouldn't necessarily be having people breeding like freaking rabbits at the same time. It just doesn't work that way.
I mean, they've been getting rationed at 1,800 calories a day, right?
Something around there.
That's plenty of calories for a female to continue ovulating, by the way.
Not to mention what actually gets pulled out of the sea and everything else. But again, we don't have the Holocaust.
It's not sustainable for a grown man, however, unfortunately.
So where are all these starving grown men dead bodies?
Under rubble, probably, would be my guess.
They starved to death and the building collapsed on them.
Yeah, and then they got bombed. Yeah, I think it's a little bit.
Sure.
I think the murder is coming from all sorts of different directions.
So ridiculous. Oh my God.
Everything.
Yeah, how many circles? Yeah, we got to run in circles on that one.
They
have no problem holding up babies that get. Oh my God. Sorry,
hey, man. Just saying. All right, here we go for Matt. Or I don't know if that's from. I think it's from Matt. Yeah. Shoot. I don't like that, but I'd write that. Enemy doesn't stand still. If you're actually talking and what you're watching in the war footage videos, food for thought for the carpet bomb believers. Yeah, brother, you think you can run away from fucking bombs? Yeah, it's a lot harder than you think. I'll tell you that.
Very much so. And they do have.
So yeah. I'm not gonna.
By the time you can hear them, it is too late.
They're running. Yeah, it's hard to run away from them. Carpet means whole area, grid square, not one singular building at a time. 2-3 bombs. There you go. Defending the destruction of Gaza through vernacular. Cool, man. Stacy Massey, $20. I hope you have a happy Veterans Day tomorrow, Nate. Also, Matt, I'm not a monster. All right, Kevin's back.
Get that Jewish money, Nate.
I'm behind on debate. Was great. I'm trying to learn what's real and what's propaganda. But my last two supers, read them together to make more sense. I don't know if they're going to make more sense, brother.
Now he's going to be like, oh my God, Matt changed my mind and you're taking all this Jewish money. Look at that. Look at that. I was right.
But I appreciate you, brother. Thank you, Kevin. Also, thank you for all the donos tonight, man. You had some really funny ones. You had some that neither of us could understand. But overall, I appreciate the support, man. But I do. Thank you very much. All right. Justin says off to bed, lead for a dedication ceremonies for fallen WW2 vet. All right. Hell yeah, man. Lead for the folding flag and handing it to one of the two living daughters. Peace, love, great show. Very cool, man. Very cool. For Veterans Day, too, I'm assuming. Can you defend the clean break? Man, we spent. Austin, go back and watch the live stream. We did 30 minutes going back and forth.
Nope, not doing it. Yep.
I think it was a very good debate, though, back and forth on that one. Happy birthday to our Marines, and thank you to all our veterans for your service. There you go. Yes, thank you. Point is, they were the main reason for World War I and World War II. Well, there's some arguments to be made there. Depends on what theories you subscribe to. If you read a certain little book, you might believe that. By an Austrian painter. Little Mind Something. I don't remember what it's called. That's a
the same one that they hand out in Gaza. Most popular book, by the way.
All right. Let's keep moving. All right. Cat side, $100 dono. The big dono. Thank you very much. You got some nice little birds there. Those are cool looking birds. Happy birthday to my fellow Marines, Semper Fi Devils. Nate, great channel. Thank you, brother. Thank you for your service. Happy 250th Marine birthday to you as well. I'd say Semper Fi, but I wasn't a Marine, and I don't want to.
I don't know. To me, you know what that is? That's cat side. If cat side has cats in his house or her house and has birds that are dressed like that, that's just torturing cats.
Here's the thing.
Psychological torture.
Nah, well, so we have
those birds are in an open air prison, and I don't like that.
No, so I was going to say
taunted by evil cats.
We have an outdoor enclosure for my cat, so like it runs to the window. Yeah, so she can go outdoor, so she can be outside, but she's still in the enclosure. And then we have
free range cat
around it, so she can be out. No, she's a munchkin cat, bro. She's not free range, so she can't survive outside, but she loves the outdoors. So we built her the outdoors enclosure. She can come in and out. And she's got the birds can come to the bird feeders while she can fucking sit there. So, but it's not an indoor. It's unfortunately not a indoor. It's not a prison for the birds.
I made
They're
that
outdoors.
reference. I made that reference for free range chickens. Look up the rules for how they can label something a free range chicken. Pretty much what Nate described for his cat.
Is it?
Just in case you think you're getting
It's an
some
outdoor
top-quality
enclosure.
meat.
Oh, I didn't know that. Womp, womp, womp. Took Happy Veterans Day to you both. Thank you, Daniel. Free to be free. Who cares? Who's left to hold anyone accountable? You, Trump, Pam, the FBI? America's already lost. Globalists have already won. Well, we're here bitching about it. So, I mean, what do we do? We just give up and say fuck it? That's not really what I'm into.
No. Here comes cat wrapped in
here
duct
comes
tape.
JD. JD's just showed up 4 hours. JD's finally in the chat. Our mutual friend. Beards are gay. Well, we all have
beards
them,
are
JD.
gahai.
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 Thanks, JD.
See what he did? He made an anti-Semitic comment. Beards are gahai.
Is that an anti-Semitic comment?
No, it's not. I
don't even know anymore, dude. Like, everything is anti-Semitic. There's like, I don't know. Not maybe there's some words I don't know about. I'm learning words tonight.
No.
Thanks, JD, buddy. Susan Meadows. Matt's a jerk. I don't trim the Shepherd Bilbo eggs. Oh, okay. I see. Yeah, there you go. I see it. It did look like a Doberman with its ears pinned up. Susan, we're sorry for giving you a hard time.
You don't trim them, but who'd you pay to do it?
That's a good looking dog, actually.
Should probably pay a Jew.
Oh my God! Wow, that was anti-Semitic, Matt. Somebody clip that. Put it on Twitter right now. Clip it. Put Matt being an anti-Semite on Twitter. Damn, gonna have to rewatch this. Who won the debate? I don't know. It was more of an opinion. Like, it's kind of like, I'm not sure there was a win on it. We have different perspectives. You know what I mean? Like, I have a different perspective on what we believe we should be using America's money for than you do. And I think it's more of an opinion on that regard. I don't know, but who knows? You guys can decide. Anyway. Lindsey Graham. Fucking Lindsey Graham. Hell yeah, dude. God, I fucking hate Lindsey Graham. Matt, your video with Chris Mortensen and Mario Nafal was great.
Well, thank you.
All right.
Lindsey Graham so hard you have to wrap him in duct tape.
Yeah, fuck Lindsey Graham. That little grinder enthusiast, dude. Ugh. Mike Zero Source, Nate, I love your channel. I'm going to catch hate for this, but I think Matt won the debate. Ooh, there you go.
Finally, well, I mean, you do have honest viewers. Look at that.
There you go. If you believe that it's better that Israel or that we send our money to Israel, then you would agree with that, and you would think Matt won the debate.
Well, it's also what we call an opinion, which everybody's entitled to.
American, Indian, and Hispanic donor. Thank you, all the veterans. Love the podcast, Nate.
No,
Jeffrey, $10. Nice seeing.
Clearly, that person didn't listen to the video when we talked about identifying as an American. Clearly.
American, Indian, Hispanic. Oh, okay, I see it. Yeah, no, you're an American, Marty.
No,
you're an American.
No, even if you're native, now you're American.
Oh, American Indian. Oh, okay, I get it. Now I said something mean. I think I didn't mean to. All right,
that's fine.
My bad.
It's people. They're.
You're more American than we are, Marty. That's for sure. All right. Nice seeing chat. Call out crap, but why don't you all, when Trump throws out his beats? Are you brand new to my channel?
Jeff, if you don't, you need to go over and look, because I was the only idiot on the ground walking through Portland saying this isn't a war zone. I went on national media multiple times stating Portland is not a war zone.
Me and Matt both were down in Portland in front of the ICE facilities. So I think we do know what that was. And yeah, it wasn't a war zone. I don't think. I mean, anyway, I call out Trump nonstop on my channel. I'm not sure if you're brand new, but did you change your mind on anything after the debate? That's an interesting one. Matt, did you change your mind on anything after the debate?
Yeah, there was something that you had brought up that I had looked at. I was like, interesting. I'm going to have to look into that. I'm trying to remember what it is. Because we've been going on like 3-4 hours now. But yeah, there was something that you had brought up that I was like, yeah, that is interesting. I'm gonna look into that.
I think the official numbers coming out of the Gaza, what is it, Gaza Humane The one you quoted?
Oh, the Gaza Ministry of Health.
I think that the actual is that Palestine's numbers?
Yes. That's actually Hamas's numbers in the Gaza Ministry.
So I think that was the most interesting thing to me, because when you mentioned the number, I'd known about, I had thought it was a lot higher than that reported by Hamas. And so to learn it was only like 64,000 reported by Hamas, that was actually interesting to me.
Yeah. You want to know the funny part is, like, one of the first hospitals, the Al-Halil Hospital, that they said that ended up getting bombed and 500 people got killed. And it turned out it was only like 15, and the hospital didn't get bombed, and it was like a PIJ rocket that splashed down in the parking lot. Because Hamas claimed that at the time, and then it was later attributed to the PIJ, they actually put 500 civilian casualties on the PIJ, even though they know that only 15 people were killed. It's actually ridiculous, but yeah.
All right, there we go. Good question, man. Kevin asked me a question too. I don't get it. Who's Kevin? Kevin. Zach Flinner, Matt is the passive-aggressive final boss. Someone needs therapy. Also, the fact you're not being paid for the glaze is somehow worse than if you were. Are you passive-aggressive? I feel like you're pretty just regular aggressive.
I can be passive-aggressive, and I do have therapy, and I have been going to therapy for years, so thank you.
Me as well, by the way. So there's that.
And I advocate for everybody to do it.
Israel just said to their PR media and U.S. political underlings, execute Order 666. Isn't that a Star Wars joke? Right? Isn't that where Order 666, Order 66 comes from? Chat, is that a Star Wars one? Right? It is, right? I don't watch. I'm not a big Star Wars guy, but I think that's where it comes from. Bobby, love my crayon eating brothers. Happy birthday, Devil Dogs, and a blessed Veterans Day to you and yours, Nate and Matt. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We're getting through it. It's like we're going to get to the end eventually. It's almost 4. We're almost at 5 hours. Oh, my God. All right. Sugar Tay. What legitimate source says it's not a genocide in Gaza? 500 members worldwide, including a number of Holocaust experts, say it is. So well, unless you want to say, we went over this already, right? Didn't you just address this in the comment?
Mm-hmm.
But so is there a legitimate source that's claiming the opposite of that?
That it's not a genocide?
Mm-hmm.
Besides the United States of America and most military scholars that are reputable?
Yeah, I mean, like, we're talking about, if you scroll back up, there was they listed like 10.
Oh, the people that they listed, Amnesty International.
No, but actual organizations like that.
No, those are
the
like
UN
bullshit.
has said that, which, I mean, the United Nations has said that. So, like, is there any
but we'd actually talked about
opposite?
that. But we actually so nation states from the UN are claiming that, but the UN actually ended up finding, and the criminal court ended up coming out and stating that they have a right to be protected from it, not that it actually is taking place.
So that's the only one?
That's it.
All right. Blind Spot Journalism, $10. We are in the 8th Front Media Takeover APAC Geofence via FARA, Boots on the Ground, VR, 10-7 program, 1400X IDF, NSA in Silicon Valley, C. Kirk, First Kinetic Strike, ally or not, they are at war with us. Charlie Kirk, too, huh? We threw in Charlie Kirk on that. Okay. No anti-Semitism intended, but the fact Zionists drug America into both wars. Please research. Ben Friedman, Henry Ford. Man, we did this is the entire start. You must have, J-Dez, go back and watch. This is the entire start of the episode.
Oh, yeah.
I think we did it. Oh, my God, we got one more.
On that one.
Holy shit. Way. We did it. Deport Ben, Josh, and Mark to their favorite promised home.
Oh, my God. Candace Owens follows you. I had no idea.
Ben Shapiro, Josh Hammer, and Mark Levine. Yeah, I mean, to be honest, they're all absolute scumbags.
I did learn something really interesting about Ben Shapiro that a lot of people probably don't know.
What's that?
And I heard the clip, and now I have to go watch it in full context, that Ben Shapiro was actually advocating for AI child pornography.
Oh, probably. That wouldn't shock me at all.
I mean, I heard the clip like that. I'm pretty sure that was a thing.
Oh, he literally said it?
Yeah, something. Yeah, there's something.
Wow, dude.
Yeah,
oh
some
God.
excuse.
That dude's just taking L's left and right. Yeah. All right, we fucking did it. We made it to the end. Thank you all so much for sticking with us the whole way. Thank you to Matt.
Nate, did you read my joke?
Where? Read your joke.
I texted it to you.
Oh,
I need to get your live reaction to this at the very end.
All
Don't
right.
read it out loud.
Don't
read it out loud.
The cat. Wow. 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 Yeah. Wow. That's, first of all, that's fucked up. Two, that was definitely not something. Somebody would have clipped that. If you would have said that on stream, they would have 100 clipped that. And
yeah, I'm well aware. For sure. And don't forget about me saying about wrapping Lindsey Graham in duct tape as well.
Oh,
you get that now, don't you?
That gets now that joke gets a lot funnier. All right,
wink.
Jasmine, thank you so much for sticking with us the whole way in the moderation. Thanks to everybody who was respectful. A lot of you weren't, but that's okay too. Who cares? So thanks to Matt, and we are going to end the stream now. It's been almost 5 hours, and I know the super chats took like an hour and a half. So
whoa.
Well, yeah, we had 364 of them. So thank you, everybody. Thank you, everybody. This was a good one.
Thank you.
And I'll talk to Matt offline. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Tomorrow, guys. Sorry to Matt's channel. Pitch this real quick. Veterans Day live stream. Me and Aaron from Aaron Loves America stop by regular time.
I love it.
Matt, you want to pitch anything?
Nah.
Okay.
Just, have an open mind for the love of God. Like, it's okay to open discussions and debates and to talk to people and to listen to other people's different opposing points of view. It's not going to kill you. Like, you'll be fine. Maybe you might actually learn something. I think both Nate and I learned something tonight. I actually had no idea that the Israelis didn't contribute to global war and terror, didn't shed blood. So,
yep. All right. See you guys later. All right, I'll go ahead and end it.